Chapter 1 Hope and Despair. Fuck. I'm only 27. In my life. On the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise building, a young man screamed hysterically with a very miserable look on his face. Zhou Yang lifted the bottle and took a gulp, but not a drop came out. The scene in the hospital in the afternoon once again appeared in Zhou Yang's mind. This is an extremely rare genetic terminal disease, and there is currently no precedent for its cure in the world. Zhou Yang remembered that his throat was dry and his voice was shaking. Doctor, then how long can I live? Why? The middle-aged man in the white coat just sighed heavily. During this period, eat whatever you want, don't let yourself have any regrets. The memories came to an abrupt end. Zhou Yang's arm muscles flexed and he smashed the glass bottle to the ground. Crash. The harsh sound of shattering echoed on the empty rooftop. He roared towards the gray sky, his voice hoarse. Oh my God. You are so unfair. Why? He has lived like a joke for the past 27 years. The cold bed in the orphanage seemed to have never really warmed up. I worked hard to get into college, thinking that I could change my fate, but the result was just jumping from one cage into another. The cubicle after graduation trapped all his dreams, and he was only nicknamed Ox and Horse. I have to be very careful every day, treading on thin ice, for fear of making a mistake. But in the end, what did you get? Terminal illness. What a huge irony. The saddest thing is that he lived for 27 years and had never even held a woman's hand properly, and now he is going to die in such an unclear way. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang stood up shakily and staggered towards the edge of the roof. Take a deep breath, with a strong smell of alcohol and bitterness. Don't let me be a human in my next life. Zhou Yang roared and slowly closed his eyes. One leg, trembling, slowly rose up, crossed the boundary between life and death, and hung in the air. Just at that moment when the leg is hanging in the air and the body's center of gravity is about to fall forward and all hope is lost. An emotionless mechanical sound suddenly rang in his ears, cold and clear. The despair value has been detected to be full, and the super life extension system is trying to bind. The voice was cold and without any ups and downs, like the words popping out of an old radio. Zhou Yang shuddered all over, and the leg hanging in the air suddenly retracted. He moved too quickly and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Auditory hallucinations before death? He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the unreal sound in his ears. There was only the whistling sound of the wind and the hustle and bustle of the city in the distance. Where did the mechanical sound come from? Bind conditions meet. Soul strength testing, passed. Compatibility rating very high. Super life extension system binding begins, 10%, 30%. The voice sounded again, slowly and steadily, with an unmistakable sense of routine. Moreover, this time it didn't come from a certain direction, but seemed to sound directly in his head. Zhou Yang's eyes widened and his heart began beating uncontrollably. Not an illusion. This system? The kind in novels? He is a dying man, how can he prolong his life? Can it prolong life? 70%, 90%. Binding successful. Welcome host Zhou Yang to use the Super Life Extension System. The echo of the mechanical sound still reverberates in my mind. Zhou Yang stood stiffly on the edge of the rooftop. The wind was still biting, but he no longer felt cold. He tried to catch his breath. That system? Zhou Yang tried to recite it silently in his mind. I am here. It was still that emotionless mechanical voice, sounding directly in his mind. Zhou Yang's heart started beating wildly again. We can actually communicate. Do I still have a chance to survive? This is his biggest concern now. This system is designed to help the host change his fate and prolong his life. The way to prolong his life is to gain the favorability of women with a comprehensive score of 70 or above. The comprehensive score will be evaluated based on the target's appearance, temperament, figure, and other factors. For women with a comprehensive score of 70 or above, for every point of favorability gained, their lifespan will be increased by 1 hour, and they will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. For women with a comprehensive score of 80 or above, every point of favorability gain will increase their lifespan by 3 hours and they will be rewarded with 500,000 yuan. For women with a comprehensive score of 90 or above, every point of favorability gain will increase their lifespan by 5 hours and reward them with 1 million yuan. Special tip: when the host's favorability with the target woman reaches 100% full value, he will be given an additional mysterious lottery right. The prizes include but are not limited to cash, skills, physical objects, special props, etc. The system's voice slowly and carefully explained the method of prolonging life. Zhou Yang's brain was working rapidly, trying to understand every word the system said. Gain favorability of women? And she has to be a woman with an overall score of more than 70 points? Appearance, temperament, figure. These keywords instantly made Zhou Yang think of those glamorous, high-ranking goddess-like figures. Want to gain their favor? This difficulty seems a bit high. But in order to survive, you have to try no matter how difficult it is. And the so-called mysterious lottery looks quite tempting. How long do I have left to live? This is a crucial issue. Host Zhou Yang's current remaining lifespan, 86 hours. 86 hours? Less than 4 days left? So short? He originally thought that even if he had a terminal illness, he could at least survive for a few months, or even a year or two. I didn't expect that there were only a few days left. He felt a huge pressure suddenly pressing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. But in order to survive, he must try his best to grab this only life-saving straw. He was unwilling to accept the fact that he had lived such a miserable life. He wants to defy fate and change his destiny. Don't waste any more time, act now. Zhou Yang took out the old mobile phone with a cracked screen from his trouser pocket almost reflexively. Unlocking it, the screen lit up, reflecting his anxious face. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the green WeChat icon. He needs a goal and a woman who can save his life. Scrolling through the address book, there are a few female avatars lying alone in the groups. They are either the unkempt older sisters in the company who are over 40 years old, or the female colleagues who are jokingly called dinosaurs. The corner of Zhou Yang's mouth twitched. What a fucked up life. I don't even have a decent friend of the opposite sex. I exited the WeChat interface with a bit of a pain. Time passed by minute, and the 86-hour countdown seemed like a guillotine hanging over our heads. What to do? Where can I find qualified women? Just chatting up people on the street? Don't be funny. With his distraught and drunken look, it would be a relief if he wasn't mistaken for a hooligan and reported to the police. His brain was racing, and the burning feeling was gnawing at his nerves like ants. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Live streaming platform. Yeah, don't those female anchors all have fair skin, beautiful faces and long legs? They all look like fairies descending from the earth, don't they? Zhou Yang seemed to have grabbed the last piece of driftwood and quickly sat back on the cold concrete floor. He slid his fingers eagerly across the screen of his mobile phone and clicked on the familiar red and blue musical note icon TikTok. Singing, shouting, and sweet interactive sounds mixed together came out from the mobile phone receiver. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and stared at the screen with sharp eyes, like a hunter searching for prey. He clicked into the live broadcast room of a female anchor who looked very beautiful. Exquisite makeup, beauty filter turned to the maximum, skin is so white that it seems to be glowing. System, check the rating of this anchor. He recited it silently in his mind. Target detection in progress. Overall score, 58. What the hell? Only 58? Zhou Yang almost threw his phone away. This girl must be a school beauty, right? The system's scoring criteria are too outrageous. He didn't believe it, so he quickly swiped away and clicked into another anchor room where a dancer was dancing. She has a hot body and seductive dancing moves. Target detection in progress. Overall score, 62. Still not enough? Zhou Yang frowned and swiped a dozen more in a row. Singing, chatting, playing games, all kinds of beauties are there, and they all have sweet smiles and are full of charm on the screen. But the system's evaluation was like a bucket of cold water, ruthlessly extinguishing his newly rising hope. The highest score was only 65 points, which was still a little short of the passing score of 70 points. Damn, this scoring system is too harsh. Zhou Yang couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the same time, I felt a sense of emotion in my heart. The beauty filters in the online world are indeed the most powerful magic in the world, and they are terribly fake. Looking at the time displayed in the upper right corner of the phone screen, every second that ticked seemed to be urging his already limited life to slip away. 80 hours may sound like a lot, but when you really start to race against time, it seems so rushed. His fingers moved across the screen faster and faster, and he became more and more impatient. Do I really deserve to die? The system can't save me? just when he was about to lose control of his inner frenzy and was ready to give up this path. A vague yet familiar figure jumped into his mind without warning. Zhou Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How could I forget about her? The proprietress of the small restaurant where he often eats. That small restaurant located in an old alley near the company may not have a big storefront, but its business is extremely booming. The proprietress's surname is Song, and her name is Song Qingwei. Although she is in her early 30s, divorced, and raising a daughter in elementary school alone. But time seemed to be particularly kind to her. Not only did it not leave too many traces on her face, but it also precipitated a charm unique to mature women. She has fair skin and extremely delicate facial features. Her figure is impeccable. Even though she wears a simple apron all year round, it can't hide her exquisite curves. Zhou Yang assured that she was the most beautiful woman he knew. Her rating should be above 70, right? Chapter 2: What to do? Zhou Yang couldn't care less. Try to save the situation. He bounced up from the cold concrete and stumbled a bit before he could steady himself. Don't dare to delay for a moment. Rushing out of the abandoned building, Zhou Yang quickly spotted a yellow shared bicycle on the side of the road. Without bothering to adjust the height of the seat, he just stepped on it and pedaled hard. There was only one thought in my mind: Wang Xiangyuan, Song Qingwei. And that damn ticking countdown. 86 hours. No, it's definitely less now. Half an hour later. A small restaurant with 3 big red characters Wang Xiangyuan on its sign appeared in Zhou Yang's sight. He braked suddenly and stopped the shared bicycle on the side of the road. Zhou Yang adjusted her clothes and hairstyle in front of the glass of the nearby shop. Call. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang pushed open the glass door. A hot air mixed with chili, oil smoke, and food hit me in the face. The restaurant was indeed very lively and almost all the seats were occupied. A woman wearing a waitress apron, looking to be in her 40s and with an ordinary face, walked over quickly. Zhou Yang recognized her. She was a waitress in the store named Xiaowan. Target detection in progress. Overall score, 46. The system prompt sounded in his mind, but Zhou Yang didn't even raise his eyelids. Sure enough, not everyone can reach 70 points. You come so late today, sit here, there's only one table left in the corner. Xiaowan said this with a smile as she swiftly led him to a small empty table against the wall. There were still oil stains on the table left by the previous table of guests, which had not been wiped clean enough. Zhou Yang sat down absent-mindedly. Xiaowan gave a kind smile. Still the old rules? Zhou Yang nodded, but his eyes quickly scanned the hall like a radar. He was looking for the figure who gave him hope. Where is Song Qingwei? He now urgently wanted to know whether the system's score for her could pass the damn 70-point life and death line. Isn't the boss lady in the store today? Soon, Xiaowan brought up a plate of steaming hot and fragrant rice with fried pork and peppers. Dinner was the usual routine, but Zhou Yang's mind was not on it at all. He took the opportunity to raise his head and asked casually. Xiaowan smiled slightly when she heard this, as if she was no longer surprised by this kind of question. Oh, our boss lady is busy in the kitchen. The private rooms on the second floor are all full today, and she is watching them personally. It turned out to be in the kitchen. Zhou Yang nodded in understanding, but he felt like a cat's claw was scratching his heart, making him even more anxious. Just at this moment, the door curtain leading from the kitchen to the hall was suddenly opened. A mature and tall figure walked out in a hurry. It's Song Qingwei. She didn't seem to notice Zhou Yang in the corner, and walked straight towards Xiaowan, her tone carrying a hint of anxiety. Xiaowan, go and explain to the guests in the Lotus room that they just ran out of beef tripe and the last portion was ordered by another room. Ask them if they can change to another dish and give them a discount. There were beads of sweat on her forehead, and her fair cheeks were flushed due to the busyness and the heat from the kitchen. Okay, I'll go take a look. Xiaowan responded hurriedly, turned around, and ran quickly towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Song Qingwei stood there, frowning slightly, as if she was still thinking about something. Just as she turned around and prepared to go back to the kitchen. In Zhou Yang's mind, the cold mechanical sound rang out again, like the sound of nature. Target detection. Name, Song Qingwei. Overall score, 82. Current favorability, 15. 82 points. Holy shit. 82 points? Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but swear. Although he guessed that this stunning proprietress should be able to score well enough, he didn't expect it to be so high. But if you think about it carefully, Song Qingwei is indeed too beautiful. Even though she dresses simply and plainly every day, her temperament and appearance are no worse than those female stars. At the same time, Song Qingwei smiled politely and nodded at Zhou Yang. Soon, the beautiful figure disappeared behind the kitchen curtain. Zhou Yang followed the figure with his eyes until it was completely blocked by the door curtain, then he withdrew his eyes with a slightly dazed look. I got 82 points. The hope of saving lives is also at hand. But what next? What should he do? He rushed directly to the kitchen and shouted to the busy lady boss. Beautiful lady, I see that you are a rare and extraordinary woman who can save my life. Please be kind to me. Zhou Yang felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. He was afraid that instead of gaining any favorability, he would be kicked out as a psychopath. What's more, they are obviously very busy right now, and disturbing them rashly will only increase their resentment. He lowered his head and looked at the plate of fragrant rice with pepper and pork in front of him, and suddenly felt it was tasteless. The aroma of the food lingered at his nose, but could not dispel the confusion in his heart. My mind is like a mess, and I have no idea what to do. Fuck, I have no idea how to start. Just when Zhou Yang was at a loss, brisk footsteps were heard at the stairs. Then, Xiaozhuan's voice was slightly helpless. Chi-Chi, the private room on the second floor is really full today. There is no place for you to do your homework. Why don't you just stay on the first floor? Zhou Yang subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Xiaowan holding the hand of a little girl and slowly walking down from the second floor. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 playful pigtails and wearing a pink cartoon dress. The big eyes are twinkling, smart and cute. As Xiaowan spoke, she simply tidied up a newly vacated dining table and quickly wiped the oil stains on the table with a rag. Chi-Chi, look, this table has just been vacated, do your homework here, and I'll clean it up for you when you're done. She pointed to a small square table in the corner and spoke softly to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi pouted her pink little mouth, with reluctance written all over her face. The little eyebrows also wrinkled, like 2 cute little crescents. How can I do my homework when the first floor is so noisy? The little girl's voice was soft, with a hint of coquettishness. Although she complained, Kiki still walked obediently to the small square table, pulled out a chair, and sat down somewhat sullenly. It can be seen that she doesn't really like doing her homework in such a noisy environment on the first floor. Xiaowan smiled and touched Chi-Chi's head, comforting her. There's nothing we can do. The business in the store is so good today that there's really no room on the second floor. Just make do with it, dear. Chi-Chi nodded aggrievely, took out her homework book and pen from her pink school bag, and reluctantly spread them on the table. Auntie, where's my mother? While taking out stationery, Kiki raised her head and asked Xiaowan who was busy. Xiaowan was busy greeting other guests. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said without turning her head. Your mother is busy in the kitchen. She is very busy today and has no time to take care of you. Just do your homework obediently. After saying that, he hurried to another table of guests and continued to work. Chi-Chi heard this, and the grievance on her face became even more intense. She pouted and complained in a low voice. Humph, all you do is make money, and you don't even care about your own precious daughter. The childish words carry a hint of childish complaints, but also reveal some true feelings. Kiki's voice was not loud, but the diners around her could hear it clearly. Many people were amused by this little girl. This little girl, although young, speaks in a very different way. Indeed, he's much cuter than my dead kid. The diners around laughed good-naturedly. Chi-Chi seemed to realize that what she said was not very nice. Her face turned slightly red and she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. She opened her homework book and began to stare at the questions on it, her little brows tightly furrowed. Obviously she had encountered a difficult problem. Zhou Yang has been silently observing the interaction between Chi-Chi and Xiaowan. When he heard Chi-Chi say, she doesn't know how to do some of the questions in today's homework and needs her mother to teach her, his heart suddenly moved and an idea quietly emerged. Chapter 3 God Assists. Zhou Yang put down his chopsticks, pretended to be casual, and looked in the direction of Chi-Chi. The little girl was pondering over a math problem, her face full of confusion. Xiaowan seemed to have noticed that Chi-Chi had encountered difficulties. She walked over and looked down at the questions in the homework book, with an embarrassed look on her face. She scratched her head and said to Chi-Chi with some embarrassment. Chi-Chi, I haven't read many books, so I can't understand these questions. After saying that, he shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. How about this, Chi-Chi, you write the questions you can answer first, and leave the ones you can't answer blank. When your mother is done with her work, let her teach you, okay? Xiaowan could only helplessly come up with such a compromise solution. Chi-Chi curled her lips, obviously not satisfied with the answer. But she also knew that her mother was very busy and her aunt couldn't help, so she could only nod gloomily. All right. Seeing this, Xiaowan touched Chi-Chi's little head again, said a few words of comfort, and then turned around to do other things. Chi-Chi sat there alone, with a look of grievance and helplessness on her little face. She lowered her head to look at the difficult questions in her homework book and hummed with complaint. Snort. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Maybe you can teach her to do her homework. Firstly, I can take this opportunity to get close to Kiki and build a closer relationship with her. Being close to a daughter is the same as being close to a mother. Secondly, if I can successfully help Chi-Chi solve the problem, maybe I can also gain some favor in front of Song Qingwei? After all, what mother wouldn't love someone who helps her daughter? Thinking of this, Zhou Yang's heart warmed up slightly, and his originally confused mood suddenly became clear. With a goal, you have a direction. He cleared his throat, pretended to be kind-hearted, stood up and walked towards Chi-Chi. He put on a friendly smile, walked to Chi-Chi's table, and asked casually. Little boy, have you encountered any problems? Do you want your uncle to help you? Chi-Chi, who was frowning over the math problems, looked up when she heard this. Her big black eyes looked up and down at the strange man who suddenly came up to her with a hint of vigilance. Can you? Chi-Chi tilted her little head, with obvious doubt in her childish voice. Zhou Yang's smile was a little stiff, and he thought to himself, this is a question for first and second graders in elementary school. How can you question me, a college graduate? It's a bit insulting. Thinking this in his heart, Zhou Yang straightened his back, a confident smile appeared on his face, and he patted his chest. Uncle is a graduate of a serious university. There is no problem in the world that he can't solve. He looked like he had everything on me. Wow, are all college students so amazing? Chi-Chi looked adoring. Zhou Yang rubbed her head and gave an affirmative answer. Then he leaned over and looked at Kiki's open homework book. It was a word problem with complex-looking graphics, and was accompanied by several logical reasoning multiple-choice questions. After just one glance, the smile on Zhou Yang's face froze slightly. His brows frowned unconsciously. What the hell? Is this a second-grade question? How many turns does this diagram problem have? And this logic problem has a lot of word traps. He silently complained in his heart, are the homework assignments of primary school students so outrageous now? This kind of question, not to mention that a dog would shake his head after reading it, even a serious college student like him would have to think about it for a while. Chi-Chi kept observing the changes in Zhou Yang's expression. Seeing his expression change instantly and his furrowed brows, the little girl grinned, revealing a row of neat little teeth, and her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Hee, uncle, you told me you can answer any question. Zhou Yang felt that he was looked down upon by a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. He felt a little embarrassed and smiled bitterly in silence. I was careless. Fortunately, he was indeed a serious college student. Although he was beaten into a cow and horse by society after graduation, his basic foundation was still there. I calmed myself down a bit and looked carefully at the requirements of the question and the known conditions. His brain started to work quickly. He let go of the thinking habits of university mathematics Olympiad algorithms and recalled the problem-solving ideas of elementary school mathematics. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang's brows relaxed. Got it. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the idea of solving the problem has become clear. He raised his head and met Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes, which seemed to be looking forward to a good show. Ahem, uncle didn't read it carefully just now. This kind of question does require a little trick. He moved an empty plastic stool nearby and sat down next to Chi-Chi. The noise in the restaurant seemed to be somewhat blocked out. Come, uncle will teach you how to do it. His voice became patient and he pointed to the figures in his exercise book. Look here, let's draw this auxiliary line first. Chi-Chi blinked, as if attracted by Zhou Yang's serious attitude. She put away her joking thoughts, lowered her head obediently, and looked in the direction of his finger. While Zhou Yang was explaining, he guided Chi-Chi to try writing on her own. The little girl was very smart. She understood things quickly and mastered the method quickly. She started writing quickly in her homework book. Zhou Yang looked at her serious profile and her slightly pouting mouth, and a sense of tenderness inexplicably arose in his heart. Time passes by every second. The interaction between the big and the small in the corner formed a wonderful contrast with the noise of the surrounding diners. Zhou Yang would give some pointers from time to time while Chi-Chi buried her head in writing. Occasionally, when she got stuck, she would look up at Zhou Yang with a look for help. Soon, the busiest peak period in the kitchen passed. Song Qingwei was finally able to escape. She took off her greasy apron, wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, and walked out of the kitchen. When she walked into the hall and looked for her daughter as usual, she saw a scene that stunned her slightly. The young man who often came to the restaurant to eat, always sat in the corner and looked a little silent, was now sitting next to his daughter Kiki. He also moved a stool and was whispering something to Kiki's homework book. And Chi-Chi, for once, was not impatient. Instead, she listened very seriously and nodded from time to time. Song Qingwei paused, a hint of surprise flashing across her pretty face. She walked over quickly with an apologetic look on her face. "I'm so sorry, did my daughter disturb your meal?" Her voice was gentle and pleasant, with a hint of the softness unique to Jiangnan women. Even when she was apologizing, it made people feel like a spring breeze. Zhou Yang raised his head immediately when he heard the voice. Seeing Song Qingwei's pretty face so close to him, his heart moved slightly. Looking closer, you can feel her amazing charm even more. So beautiful. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and said with a smile. No, I finished eating a long time ago. I just happened to see that she was having some problems, so I helped her out. Zhou Yang paused, then turned his gaze to Chi-Chi who was looking up at him, and said with appreciation. Your daughter is very smart and cute, and she understands things very quickly. Being praised in person, Chi-Chi's face turned slightly red, but she was more proud. She raised her head, looked at her mother, grinned, and spoke with a boastful tone. Mom! This uncle is much better than you. When you taught me to do homework before, I had to use my phone to look up the answers on the internet for many questions, but this uncle, he only needs to take a look and he knows how to do it. Children's words are harmless, but they can be extremely destructive. As soon as these words were spoken, an awkward smile instantly appeared on Song Qingwei's pretty face. Being exposed by her own daughter in front of outsiders, no matter how calm she was usually, she felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Zhou Yang quickly laughed it off, trying to ease the boss lady's embarrassment. In fact, the questions in primary schools nowadays are really not easy. I just pondered over them for a long time. His words were half true and half false. Not only did he help Song Qingwei out of the predicament, he also helped himself at the same time. As expected, Song Qingwei walked down the stairs, gently tucked the hair around her ears, and gave Zhou Yang a grateful smile. Thank you, I'm really busy today. Zhou Yang waved his hands, not caring at all. Instead, he struck while the iron was hot, his eyes fixed on Chi-Chi who was still looking smug beside him, and his tone was somewhat tentative. Boss Song, I think your daughter is quite smart, but the questions are a bit difficult. If you are too busy in the store and can't take care of her. He paused, carefully organizing his words, fearing that they would appear too deliberate. If you don't mind, I often eat here in the evening anyway, so I can help her with her homework. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Zhou Yang's heart rose to his throat. He could feel his palms sweating slightly. The smile on Song Qingwei's face faded a little, and there was a hint of scrutiny and alienation in her eyes. She has been working in this society for many years, raising her daughter alone and running a restaurant. What kind of people has she not seen? Besides, it's not like there haven't been people who used Kiki to get close to me before. That's very kind of you. But I won't bother you. I'm more assured that I can take care of the child's studies myself. Expected result. A trace of disappointment flashed through Zhou Yang's heart. He knew that he was too impatient. Trust is not something that can be established with just a few words. Especially since the other party is a single mother with a child, it is inevitable that she will be very vigilant. So he kept calm and just nodded slightly stiffly. Yeah, that's right. Just when the atmosphere fell silent again and Zhou Yan was ready to give up and look for other ways. Kiki next to her refused to do this. The little girl pouted, looking unhappy, and pulled Song Qingwei's clothes and started complaining. Mom, why not? You always finish your work very late. I have to do my homework very late before I can go to bed. The teacher said that I fell asleep in class. Children's words are the most straightforward and can touch people's hearts the most. When Song Qingwei heard her daughter's tearful complaint, especially the last sentence falling asleep in class, her expression changed visibly. A trace of guilt and heartache clearly appeared in her charming eyes. she did neglect her daughter a lot because of the business of the store. Zhou Yang keenly captured the change in Song Qingwei's expression. Chance. Chapter 4, Change of Image. Zhou Yang immediately seized this opportunity and said it in a different way. Boss lady, do you think this is okay? Of course I'm not helping you for nothing. I'll come over for dinner in the evening and help Chi-Chi with her homework. How about you treat me to a bowl of rice with toppings for free every day? After a pause, Zhou Yang pointed to the plate of pepper-fried pork rice in front of him, which was hardly touched. Just consider it as, tutoring fees? The suggestion of using a bowl of rice as tutoring fee did not sound like he had any ulterior motives, and it also gave Song Qingwei a reason that was easier to accept. Sure enough, the guard on Song Qingwei's face loosened a little. She looked at her daughter, who looked expectant, and then at the young man in front of her, whose smile seemed quite sincere. There is no shortage of rice with gravy in her shop. If it can really solve her daughter's homework problem and let Kiki rest early, it seems, it's not impossible. Will this take too much of your time? Song Qingwei asked softly, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Zhou Yang immediately waved his hand. Why waste time? I'm alone and have nothing to do after get off work. I might as well do something meaningful instead of browsing my phone. I can also save money on a meal. What a great thing. As he spoke, Zhou Yang looked at Chi-Chi with a gentle smile and added, and to be honest, I am also very happy to teach your daughter how to do her homework and see her solve difficult problems. After all, everyone likes the sense of accomplishment. His words were half true and half false, but the ease in his tone made them seem particularly sincere. Song Qingwei looked at Zhou Yang carefully for a few seconds. The young man in front of me was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his eyes were clear and his smile was quite innocent, unlike those slick-tongued men. Maybe he really just wanted to help? Coupled with what her daughter just said, she really felt bad. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded slightly, which was considered as her tacit consent. Well, okay, I'll trouble you with Chi-Chi's homework from now on. The moment Song Qingwei finished speaking, the cold mechanical voice rang again in Zhou Yang's mind. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability, 3 points. Gained lifespan, 9 hours. Award, 1.5 million yuan. Done. Zhou Yang felt ecstatic. Although his lifespan was not increased much, at least he made up for the time he wasted tonight. Besides, this 1.5 million yuan reward is particularly useful for Zhou Yang's current situation. After all, in the current social environment, whether it is for men or women, using money to increase favorability is the most direct and effective way. It's no trouble, I'm glad I can help. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he looked at Song Qingwei and said again. By the way, Chi-Chi, some of the questions may require you to draw pictures or take photos to explain them. How about we add each other on WeChat? If Chi-Chi encounters any difficult questions in the future, you can ask me on WeChat at any time. I will reply as soon as I see them. He paused and added half-jokingly, his eyes scanning the homework book in front of Chi-Chi. Well, although searching for answers online is indeed accurate, we all know that sometimes children just copy them and don't learn how to solve the problem at all. This not only gave Song Qingwei a way out, but also pointed out the purpose of adding WeChat, which seemed reasonable. Song Qingwei was slightly stunned, and then she felt that what he said made sense. Sometimes the questions Kiki asked were really tricky, and she might not be able to find the right solution even after searching for a long time. Thinking of her daughter's studies, she relaxed her guard a little. Yeah, that's fine. Song Qingwei nodded and took out a smartphone with a slightly old screen from her apron pocket. Let me sweep you. Zhou Yang quickly clicked on his WeChat QR code. With a soft beep sound, the friend request was sent successfully. Song Qingwei approved the application and clicked on the notes. I haven't asked for your name yet. She raised her head and asked softly. Your surname is Zhou Yang, the Yang in Ocean. Zhou Yang replied with a smile. I've made a note, Mr. Zhou. Song Qingwei also smiled politely and put her phone back into her pocket. Now that I have added my friends, my initial goal has been achieved. Zhou Yang knew clearly that he must not act hastily when dealing with a mature and rational woman like Song Qingwei. It is a pleasant surprise to have 3 points of favorability today. Staying any longer might cause unnecessary vigilance. Well. Madam Boss, Chi-Chi, it's getting late. I'll go back first. Zhou Yang stood up and said goodbye naturally. I'll come back tomorrow. Song Qingwei nodded. Take care, Mr. Zhou. Chi-Chi also waved her hand and said with a smile, "Goodbye, uncle." Zhou Yang responded with a smile, turned around and left Wangshan Garden. Walking out of the restaurant, the cool night breeze blowing on his face calmed his excited mind a little. 9 hours of life, plus what was left before. This amount of time is not enough. He must strike while the iron is hot, find more targets, and accumulate lifespan as quickly as possible. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Zhou Yang made up his mind and got on the shared bicycle on the roadside again. This time, he had no clear destination, he just followed the flow of people and rode aimlessly. The wheels rolled and soon brought him to a brightly lit area nearby. It is a famous night market in Hushan City. The aromas from various snack stalls mixed together, whetting one's appetite. Zhou Yang slowed down and scanned the people passing by with sharp eyes. I have to say, there are indeed a lot of beautiful women in the night market. Young and beautiful female college students, fashionable urban white-collar workers, all kinds of people. Soon, the system's prompt sounds began to sound sporadically in his mind. Target detection in progress. Overall score, 72. Target detection in progress. Overall score, 75. Target detection in progress. Overall score, 71. There are actually a few who have achieved the qualifying goal of over 70 points. Zhou Yang was delighted and was about to lock onto the target, observing it carefully and looking for an opportunity to make contact. However, he found that those beautiful girls who met the scoring requirements, without exception, were closely followed by a flower-guarding messenger. They either hugged each other's waists or held hands, and were very close. Fuck, the beauty is already taken. Zhou Yang sighed somewhat frustrated. Although poaching is exciting, it is too difficult and risky, and is not suitable at this stage. He could only give up helplessly and continue riding forward. After passing through the bustling night market snack street, a wider and cleaner pedestrian street appeared ahead. This is a shopping street, and even though it is late, many high-end clothing stores are still open. Zhou Yang looked at his t-shirt and jeans that were washed a little bleached, and touched his slightly messy middle-parted hair. With this appearance, let alone trying to win the favor of the goddess, I guess even getting close to her would be disliked. Clothes make the man, saddles make the horse, and the image really needs to be improved. He used to work as a slave in the company and never cared about his appearance. He always tried to save money. But now it's different, he needs to improve his physical attractiveness as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yang parked the shared bike on the side of the road and first found a nearby barber shop that looked well decorated. "Tony, give me a more refined hairstyle," he said to himself in the mirror. The barber looked him over and quickly gave advice. After a trim and hair wash, Zhou Yang's originally decadent middle-parted hair disappeared, replaced by a neat and tidy short haircut. Revealing his forehead with a not-so-high hairline, the whole person looks a lot more refreshed, and has a more tough and mature temperament. Good. Zhou Yang looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Change starts from the beginning. After paying the money and walking out of the barber shop, Zhou Yang felt his self-confidence had increased a bit. Then he began to stroll along the pedestrian street, his eyes mainly on the men's clothing brand stores. With the 1.5 million yuan that just arrived in his pocket, he is now full of confidence. Soon, he picked out several well-fitting casual suits and a suit of good quality in a men's clothing store that looked quite high-end. From shirts, pants to coats and shoes, everything looks brand new. It cost Zhou Yang a full 100,000 yuan. When he changed into new clothes and walked out of the store carrying shopping bags, the figure reflected on the glass door was completely different from the down-and-out young man who was desperately drinking on the rooftop a few hours ago. Sure enough, your hairstyle and clothes can directly determine whether you are a man or a handsome guy. Although the facial features have not changed, the temperament has been significantly improved. Just as he was about to go home and fight again tomorrow, his eyes accidentally swept across a brightly lit shop. That is a famous watch store. In the exquisite window display, various expensive watches are displayed, shining with charming luster under the light. Zhou Yang paused. He suddenly remembered a joke he had seen on the internet before. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the losers play with computers at home. He used to be that loser who played computer games. But now. He looked down at his empty wrist, a smile forming on his lips. I won't play computer anymore. This is not just for show or to enhance the image. It is more like a ritual to welcome a new life. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy glass door. Vacheron Constantin. The English letters on the door lintel shine brightly, telling of the luxury of the brand. The store is well cooled, and the air is filled with a light scent mixed with leather and metal. It smells like money. Zhou Yang murmured and walked closer. Hello, sir, welcome to Vacheron Constantin. A gentle and pleasant female voice came from the side. Zhou Yang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall female shopping guide in a fitted black professional suit walking towards him with a smile. She has delicate makeup and elegant temperament. Her long black hair is neatly tied behind her head, revealing a fair and graceful neck. In terms of appearance alone, she is definitely a goddess. However, when their eyes met in the air, time seemed to stand still. The casual expression on Zhou Yang's face froze instantly, and his pupils dilated slightly. The professional smile on the female shopping guide's face froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and astonishment, which was then quickly replaced by panic and embarrassment. Chapter 5: Buying a Watch. Target Detection. Name: Tao Loya. Overall score: 74. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind, but his mind at the moment was completely captured by the face in front of him that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. Tao Loya? Zhou Yang called out the name almost subconsciously. Is it really her? The class beauty in college, the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys, was also the goddess he had secretly loved for a long time but did not even have the courage to confess his love to. In my memory, Tao Loya was so dazzling during her college years. With a good family background and excellent academic performance, they are always the focus of attention among the crowd. It is said that she has extremely high standards and has rejected countless suitors. Zhou Yan was just an insignificant poor boy at the time. He was so inferior that he felt it was a blasphemy to even look at her for one more second. He could only bury his immature love deep in his heart. But now, the class beauty goddess who was once so high and mighty would actually be here, wearing a shopping guide's uniform, giving him such an uneasy expression. Tao Luoyao's eyes revealed an unnatural embarrassment, and she subconsciously avoided Zhou Yang's gaze. She seemed extremely unwilling to be seen by her former classmates in such an occasion and in such an identity. Zhou Yang, long time no see. Her voice was a little dry, with a barely perceptible tremor, and she forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Zhou Yang immediately understood her embarrassment. She didn't want to be recognized, and she didn't want to mention the past. He did not choose to ask further questions or make small talk, as that would only increase the other party's embarrassment. Well, long time no see. Zhou Yang nodded, his tone calm, as if he had just met an old acquaintance he was not very familiar with. He looked away and pretended to casually examine the exquisite watches in the display cabinets around him, pacing absent-mindedly. Give each other some dignity. Ha! Watching Zhou Yang gradually walk away, Tao Loya seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and leaned against the tile wall behind her in a deflated manner. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away. A middle-aged woman wearing the same uniform but in her early 40s with a mean look on her face walked quickly from behind the cash register. The woman walked straight up to Tao Loya, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked her up and down without any hesitation with eyes as sharp as a knife. Tao Loya. The woman's voice was sharp and piercing, breaking the silence in the store. This month is almost over, and your performance is still the worst in the store. Are you planning to just lay low? I'm telling you, if you continue to lag behind in this performance next month, you'll have to pack up and get out. We at Vacheron Constantin don't keep idlers, let alone vases. The harsh words lashed Tao Loya's face like a whip. She subconsciously clenched her hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. Being humiliated in public like this, especially being seen in such an embarrassing situation by her classmates who once looked up to her, was more painful to her than being killed. Tao Loya secretly glanced at Zhou Yang not far away out of the corner of her eye. Although Zhou Yang seemed to be looking at his watch seriously, she could feel that his attention must be here as well. The feeling of shame overwhelmed her like a tide, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Manager. Tao Luoyao's voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a tone of crying and pleading. Can you please wait a moment? There are guests. She almost used up all her strength to say these words to maintain the last bit of her dignity. The middle-aged woman who was called the store manager snorted coldly, her sharp eyes swept over Tao Loya, and then glanced vaguely in Zhou Yang's direction, and then snorted coldly. You still have some dignity? Then why don't you show some ability? The atmosphere was so awkward that it reached the peak of Mount Everest. Just at this moment, Zhou Yang, who had been facing away from them and pretending to look at his watch, slowly turned around. There was no unnecessary expression on his face, and he was completely different from the slightly embarrassed old classmate just now. He didn't look at the harsh-looking store manager, but instead focused on the pale, shaky Taolaya. Girl. Zhou Yang's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. He said calmly, "Please recommend me some watches worth about 1,000,000 yuan. Taolaya raised her head suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief. A watch worth about 1,000,000. These few words made her mind go blank. The mean female store manager was also stunned, and her sharp eyes immediately shifted away from Taolaya and turned to Zhou Yang. She hadn't paid much attention to this guest just now. But the 4 words around 1,000,000 carry too much weight. The harshness on her face quickly faded away, and like the Sichuan opera face changing, she put on a professional, even slightly flattering smile. "Sir, which series of watches would you like to see?" The manager's voice was no longer sharp, but instead revealed a cautious enthusiasm. She walked quickly forward, trying to bypass Tao Layo and personally receive this big customer. But Zhou Yang seemed not to see her. His gaze was still on Tao Layo, whose face was pale and whose body was trembling slightly. He frowned slightly and continued. "What I said was, let this girl recommend it for me." These words caused the store manager's outstretched hand to freeze in midair. Her face turned pale and blue, and she looked a little embarrassed. But faced with a potentially huge order, the store manager finally suppressed his displeasure and took a half step back awkwardly. But her eyes cut through Tao Layo like a knife, carrying warning and urging. Tao Layo took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The feeling of humiliation in my heart had just dissipated when I was confused by Zhou Yang's behavior. How could Zhou Yang, the poor boy who was taciturn and even somewhat inferior in college, become? She stopped thinking about it because there was no need. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Tao Layo's voice was still a little trembling, but she tried to straighten her back, trying to regain a little bit of professional sales posture. We have several classic models in our heritage and overseas series that fit your budget. She led Zhou Yang to the most important display cabinets in the store. Zhou Yang put his hands in the pockets of his newly bought casual pants and walked calmly. Tao Layo used a special key to carefully open a glass display case. She took out a watch with a rose gold case and a dark brown alligator leather strap. "Mr. Zhou, this is an ultra-thin perpetual calendar from the Heritage series. The official price is 920,000. Her fingers trembled slightly as she introduced because she was nervous. Zhou Yang just glanced at it casually. "Yeah, it's okay." He then pointed to another platinum watch with a more complicated design and asked, "What about that?" This is the tourbillon from the overseas series. It's in platinum and has more complex functions. It's priced at 1.3 million. Tao Layo quickly took out the tourbillon watch and presented it with both hands. Zhou Yang took it and weighed it in his hand. He didn't even look at the details of the dial, but just felt the cool and heavy metal texture. The store manager was terrified as he watched from the side, fearing that this seemingly unreliable young man would drop the watch. At the same time, she was calculating rapidly in her mind. Is this guy really rich, or is he just pretending? That's it. Zhou Yang put the tourbillon watch worth 1.3 million back on the velvet tray. Ah. Tao Layo and the store manager were both stunned. Is this decided? Don't even look at the details or ask about the discount. Is it possible to be so careless about a watch worth 1.3 million? Swipe the card. Zhou Yang ignored their astonishment and took out his wallet from his pocket. There was only a black bank card inside. That was the unlimited card he upgraded to at the bank after the system reward arrived. When the manager saw the pure black card, the last trace of doubt in his eyes disappeared. Instead, there was an ecstasy that could not be concealed. Expert. This is definitely a real rich man. Her attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and her face was filled with an almost flattering smile. Okay. This way, sir. The store manager almost rushed to take the black card from Zhou Yang and personally led him to the checkout counter. The look he gave Tao Layo also changed from harsh to surprised. It is obvious that Zhou Yang's attitude is to take good care of Tao Layo. The store manager was confused. Did they know each other? Or did the big boss have a crush on her? Let go of your doubts. Swipe the card, enter the password, and sign. The whole process went smoothly. When the POS machine spit out the long purchase slip, the smile on the store manager's face was so big that it almost blossomed. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. We will pack the watch for you right away. She greeted him enthusiastically and gestured to another shopping guide next to her to prepare the packaging boxes and related documents. Tao Liao stood there, still a little dazed. It all happened too fast, it was too unreal. Humiliation, shock, confusion, and a hint of inexplicable gratitude intertwined in her heart. Detected that target Tao Liao's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 5 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. Zhou Yang was extremely happy when he saw the system prompt. The money is still on me, and I made some money by the way. After signing, get your black card back. Zhou Yang did not leave immediately, but turned to look at Tao Liao, who was still a little at a loss. Lu Yao? Ah. I'm here. Tao Liao responded suddenly like a deer that was awakened. The sales performance of this watch is counted on you, right? Zhou Yang asked calmly. Tao Liao was stunned and nodded subconsciously. What time do you get off work? It's not too much to treat me to a midnight snack, right? Zhou Yang said with a smile. These sudden words made Tao Liao stunned again, and even a little surprised. But after seeing Zhou Yang's expectant smile, she also smiled slightly, which was rare. I'll be off work in half an hour. If you don't mind, I can treat you to a meal at a nearby food stall. Hearing this, Zhou Yang made an okay gesture. I'll wait for you over there. Having said that, he did not stop. Carrying a Vacheron Constantin shopping bag worth 1.3 million, he walked straight towards the store door. From beginning to end, he never looked at the store manager again. It was not until Zhou Yang's figure disappeared at the door that Tao Liao slowly came back to her senses and murmured to herself. Is he really Zhou Yang? Chapter 6, One Word of Despair. The food stall opposite Vacheron Constantin. Zhou Yang was sitting alone at a slightly greasy folding table on the side of the road. All around was the bustling noise of people, the sound of finger-guessing games, the sizzling sound of barbecue stalls, and the crisp sound of beer bottles colliding. Zhou Yang enjoyed it very much and also liked the feeling of relaxation that came from being able to get down to earth. It would be great if I could live like this forever. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel touched in his heart. He is a dying man. Without the system, he would be a wandering ghost. Zhou Yang often lamented that life is precious. It's time to turn this tragic life around. Time passed by minute in Zhou Yang's melancholy. About half an hour later, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the food stall, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Tao Liao changed out of her restrictive black professional suit and replaced it with a light blue dress. The hem of the dress swayed gently as she walked, giving her a sense of the purity and gentleness of a girl next door. She seemed unused to being stared at, so she lowered her head slightly and searched the crowd with her eyes. This girl is so pretty. TSK, what a pity, it looks like I have an appointment. The whispers of diners at the nearby tables came through clearly. Tao Liao seemed not to hear it, or didn't care. Her eyes finally locked onto Zhou Yang in the corner. She walked over quickly and sat down opposite Zhou Yang. She pursed her red lips, but the smile in her eyes could not be hidden at all. Tao Liao said apologetically. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhou Yang smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, I just got here too. He pushed the greasy plastic-wrapped menu over. See what you want to eat? Tao Liao pushed the menu back and shook her head slightly. I'm inviting you to dinner, so of course you have to order. Her eyes were a little vague, as if she was still digesting everything that happened today. Zhou Yang didn't hesitate anymore. He skillfully ordered 2 small cold dishes to go with the wine, and also asked for some grilled beef skewers, chicken wings, and a few vegetarian dishes. What would you like to drink? He looked at Tao Liao. Beer bar. Tao Liao almost blurted it out. Zhou Yang paused as he was placing his order. He looked up at her, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing across his face. The class beauty in my memory who was so cold and reserved, and would blush even if she spoke a few more words to a boy, actually asked for beer on her own initiative? This contrast is quite interesting. He didn't ask any more questions, but just raised his eyebrows slightly. Boss, 2 more bottles of cold beer. He shouted to the owner of the barbecue stall not far away. Soon, 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, with water droplets on the bottles, were placed on the greasy table. Zhou Yang picked up a bottle and flipped it with his thumb. There was a soft hiss sound. White foam gushed out. He first acted like a gentleman and filled the glass in front of Tao Layao with beer. Just about to fill up for myself. Tao Layao suddenly raised her hand and picked up the glass of beer in front of her. Look up. Drink it all in one gulp. The cold liquid slid down her fair neck, leaving behind crystal clear watermarks. She put the cup down. The empty bottom of the glass cup faces the dim light. There was a barely perceptible trace of worry and melancholy on his face. Zhou Yang's hand holding the wine bottle paused. I secretly sighed in my heart. What a huge change. The once arrogant class beauty has now learned to drown her sorrows in alcohol. He withdrew his thoughts. Keep refilling your beer. Then, he picked up another bottle and filled Tao Layao's empty cup again. Only then did he put down the bottle. Tao is the most beautiful girl in the class. Zhou Yang raised his wine glass and gestured. I took a sip first. The cold liquid slid down the throat, leaving a hint of bitterness. Long time no see. He put down his wine glass and his eyes fell on Tao Layao's face. Why do I feel like you've changed so much from before? The tone was somewhat tentative, but also a little nostalgic. Upon hearing this, Tao Layao forced a smile. Very light. Also very powerless. Changes? Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible hint of self-mockery. Society and campus are always different. You have changed too, haven't you? She raised her hand and lifted the hair beside her ear. His movements were somewhat unnatural, and he continued. It's been so long since we graduated, so stop calling me class beauty. It's embarrassing. Hearing Tao Layao's slightly distant courtesy. On the contrary, Zhou Yang felt that she seemed to have regained a bit of her former shadow. That kind of pride in one's bones and the reservedness that doesn't want to be looked down upon. He smiled. Pick up the wine glass. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I'll take this cup as a punishment for my inappropriate name. After saying that, he looked up. He drank the beer in the glass in one gulp. Zhou Yang put down the empty wine glass, and the bottom of the glass tapped lightly on the greasy tabletop. He decided to change the topic to a lighter one, trying to dispel the vague awkwardness between the two of them. Speaking of which, do you remember the sports meet in sophomore year? You signed up for the women's 800-meter race, and all the boys in our class cheered for you at the finish line. Zhou Yang had a reminiscent smile on his face as he looked towards the figure opposite him that was once out of reach. Tao Layao picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the cold beer foam. She lowered her eyes slightly, looking at the golden liquid swaying in the cup, as if recalling something. It seems I have some impression. Her voice was soft and a little uncertain. Seeing this, Zhou Yang continued. When you were sprinting, you almost fell down, which scared us a lot. Fortunately, you came in second place. We even said we would hold a celebration party for you. He tried hard to create a relaxed and nostalgic atmosphere, trying to bring people closer together. However, Tao Layao's response seemed a little absent-minded. She just said softly, then subconsciously picked up the mobile phone on the table, turned on the screen and took a look. The light from the screen reflected on her fair face, and her eyes seemed a little vague. The smile on Zhou Yang's face faded a little. He noticed that this was the third time she had looked at her phone since she sat down. The atmosphere became a little dull again. The grilled skewers were served, sizzling with hot oil and emitting an enticing aroma. Zhou Yang picked up a skewer of roast beef and handed it to Tao Layao. Try this, it's well baked. Thanks. Tao Layao took the skewers, but did not eat them immediately. She just held them in her hand and glanced at the phone screen again. That obvious distraction made Zhou Yang's inexplicable sense of nostalgia disappear. He put down the kebab in his hand, picked up the beer bottle, and filled his empty cup. Zhou Yang looked at Tao Layao and said calmly. If you have anything to do, go ahead and do it. I'll eat something and then go back. After hearing this, Tao Layao seemed to realize her own impoliteness. She quickly put down her phone with an apologetic expression on her face. No, sorry, I was a little distracted just now. She picked up the skewer and took a symbolic bite, but her eyes were still evasive. Go on, where were you talking about? She tried to bring the topic back, but Zhou Yang could see the reluctance clearly. Zhou Yang was silent for a moment. He looked at the woman in front of him who was forcing a smile. The image of the proud and confident class beauty in his memory was gradually peeling off, revealing the tired and fragile appearance underneath. He didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Tao Layao. He looked her straight in the eyes and his tone became much more serious. What's wrong with you? I remember, you weren't like this when you were in college. Also, I remember your family was well off, your uncle and aunt weren't. He paused and didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. When Tao Liao started school that year, her father drove her there in a Mercedes-Benz, which caused quite a stir at the time. How could I end up working as a shopping guide in a famous watch store and have to endure public humiliation from a mean store manager? Zhou Yang's words were somewhat direct, catching Tao Liao off guard. Her body trembled slightly and her face turned even paler. The eye sockets turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and water vapor quickly filled the eyes. She suddenly picked up the full glass of beer in front of her. Look up again. Drink it all in one gulp. This time, she drank faster and harder. When she put down the empty glass, a few drops of beer slid down her chin and dripped onto her light blue dress, leaving a small dark mark. After several seconds, she slowly raised her head. In the end, I couldn't hold back my tears and they slid down my cheeks. Heh, a wealthy family? She laughed at herself, her voice hoarse and nasal. That's all in the past. Her eyes looked ahead blankly, looking at some distant memory that she didn't want to touch. My dad, he's in jail, and our family is in debt. My mom is also sick because of this, and she's still in the hospital. As she spoke, Tao Liao's eyelashes trembled, tears rolled down her cheeks, and she choked with self-mockery. As for me, I should have gone abroad to study at that time, and I had already prepared for the postgraduate entrance examination, but reality slapped me hard in the face. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. Every word carried a heavy weight, hitting Zhou Yang's heart. Looking at Zhou Yang's expression, Tao Liao smiled bitterly. Does it sound familiar? This kind of melodramatic plot often appears on TV, but unfortunately, it's a pity that I'm not the heroine, nor do I have the fate of a heroine. A complex emotion spread in Zhou Yang's heart. Their lives are all very sad. The script he got was also very miserable. He grew up in an orphanage, and after going to college, he began to live a tight life with his own hands. After graduation, he did nothing for several years and was also infected with a terminal disease. But fortunately, he had that magical and inexplicable system. Zhou Yang looked at the woman in front of him who was crying silently, and felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. The pearl that was once so dazzling has now become dim. Uncle, wasn't he a senior executive at a listed company before? Zhou Yang asked with a frown, trying hard to recall the scattered rumors from that year. Why is he in jail for no reason? Tao Liao raised her hand and wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. She took a deep breath, as if trying to calm herself down, but her voice was still trembling. Bet. One word, cold and desperate. Chapter 7 If. He got addicted to gambling, starting with a little bit of it and then getting more and more addicted. I lost all my family savings and owed a large sum of money to loan sharks. In the end, in order to pay off his debts, he embezzled the company's public funds. Having said this, she could no longer speak, her shoulders began to tremble violently, and she sobbed silently. Zhou Yan listened silently and handed over a few tissues. I see. Gambling and embezzlement of public funds. No wonder. He sighed heavily in his heart. Gambling is the root of all evil, and the ancients were right. Zhou Yan looked at Tao Liao's tearful face, and felt more of a sigh and sympathy in his heart. Don't cry, it has already happened, we can only accept it calmly. The future is still long, we have to live well, there are still many beautiful things waiting for us to enjoy. Zhou Yan comforted her softly and handed her a tissue. Then he silently placed a bunch of grilled chicken wings on the plate in front of Tao Liao and said softly. Eat something first. Man is iron and rice is steel. Tao Liao raised her head and looked at him with red eyes. The look in his eyes was very complicated, a mixture of gratitude, shame, and a trace of lingering fragility that he didn't want others to see. I picked up the string of chicken wings and took small bites of it, but I couldn't help but cry. Tao Liao's tears fell on the slightly cool wall of the beer glass and quickly slid down. The hustle and bustle of the food stalls remains. The diners around were toasting each other, laughing and cursing, the atmosphere was full of the bustling atmosphere of the market. However, this table seemed to be shrouded by an invisible membrane, and the atmosphere was depressing and heavy. Zhou Yang did not ask any further questions. Some scars are painful enough once they are opened. He just accompanied her quietly, occasionally drinking beer and eating skewers. Silence is sometimes the best comfort. After a long time, Tao Liao's emotions finally calmed down a little. He put down the half-eaten chicken wing and wiped the corners of his eyes with a tissue. I'm sorry. I made you laugh. His voice was still a little hoarse and had a strong nasal tone. There is also a sense of relief in being able to vent out the pain that has been suppressed deep in my heart. Tao Liao didn't know who to tell these words to, and no one was willing to listen to her. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Yang shook his head and said again in a sincere tone. Who doesn't have some difficult sutras to recite? You have been able to hold on until now, it's already amazing. These words seemed to touch Tao Liao a little. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang with complicated eyes. Thank you, Zhou Yang. Tao Liao said softly, this time, it came from the heart. Today, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. She recalled the scene where she was humiliated in public by the store manager, and the feeling of shame made her feel ashamed. Detected that target Tao Liao's favorability increased by 3. Current favorability, 8 points. Lifespan gained, 3 hours. Award, 300,000 yuan. Don't say that. I originally wanted to buy a watch, and helping you was just a side job. Seeing that more favorability points had been received, Zhou Yang was secretly delighted and raised his glass and said with a smile. Besides, I'm not helping you for nothing. You haven't even treated me to a midnight snack yet. Tao Liao was amused by him and finally a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although it was very faint, it at least dispelled some of the previous haze. Okay, I'll treat you. After saying that, Tao Liao also picked up the wine glass and clinked it lightly with Zhou Yang. Bite. The crisp sound of glass colliding seemed particularly clear in the noisy night. It seemed that after opening her heart, Tao Liao's tense nerves relaxed a lot. She looked at Zhou Yang again and asked with a hint of curiosity. What about you? I haven't heard much about you since graduation. You bought a watch so quickly today. Did you get rich? This question brought a bitter smile to Zhou Yang's face. Get rich? His current wealth was earned with his life, and may disappear at any time. The ease with which I performed in the famous watch store just now was nothing but the confidence given by the system. The real me is still that poor guy who was suffering from a terminal illness and struggling on the brink of life and death. A heavy feeling welled up in his heart, causing the smile on his face to fade a little. How to explain it? He said that he had a terminal illness and relied on a strange system to prolong his life, and made some money by the way? If I say this out loud, I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy. He was silent for a few seconds, and finally chose the most cliched and least likely to go wrong excuse. Oh, I can't make any money. I just messed around after graduation and started a small business. I was lucky and made a little money. Tao Liao looked at him, as if trying to find something from his face. But Zhou Yang concealed it very well, and apart from the fleeting gloom, there were no other flaws. Tao Liao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She filled her glass with wine again. The alcohol made her pretty face flushed and her eyes were a little drunk. That's amazing. After saying that, she raised her glass and said to Zhou Yang, Congratulations, Boss Zhou. With a hint of tipsy teasing, and also with a hint of genuine envy. Zhou Yang pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a slightly awkward smile. The name Boss Zhou sounds particularly ironic. He also raised his glass and clinked it with Tao Liao again. Bite. The crisp sound mixed in with the surrounding noise. Putting down the wineglass, Zhou Yang looked at the woman in front of him who was bent over by life but still maintained her dignity, and suddenly an impulse surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Tao Liao's hand holding the wineglass paused slightly. The drunkenness on his face seemed to have dissipated a little, replaced by a look of confusion. Intend. She murmured to herself, as if she was asking herself, or as if she was answering Zhou Yang. In the end, it just turned into a heavy sigh. What else can I plan? Her voice was full of fatigue and weakness. Now. I just want to make more money to treat my mother's illness. As for the debts he owes. She smiled bitterly, and her smile was uglier than crying. It's an astronomical figure. I will never be able to pay it off in my lifetime. I'll just hide for one day longer. At the end of her speech, her voice became increasingly sad, and her eyes dimmed again. The eyes that had just lit up with a little light because of the confession were now shrouded in deep helplessness. Looking at her like this, Zhou Yang's heart seemed to be pulled by something. There is an inexplicable feeling brewing. This was the girl he once had a crush on, the girl he had fantasized about growing old together with countless times. The feelings that had been gradually diluted by time suddenly burned at this moment. Sympathy, heartache, pity. When his emotions reached their peak, Zhou Yang took a deep breath and said, "If." Zhou Yang paused, as if he was choosing his words, or as if he was trying to encourage himself. "I mean, if possible, I will support you in the future." The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Yang felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest. He knew how abrupt and inappropriate his words were. It might even be seen as taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But Tao Laya was a distant dream that he had once had during his college years. If I suddenly die one day, at least I have fulfilled my dream and my life in this world will not be in vain. Tao Laya, who was sitting opposite, froze when she heard these words. The expression on her face changed from confusion to shock to disbelief. Eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Zhou Yang. That quiet and inconspicuous boy in college. At this moment, say. Support her? Tao Laya was completely stunned and even wondered if she had heard something wrong. What did you say? The voice was trembling and almost out of tune. Zhou Yang did not repeat what he had just said, nor did he make any unnecessary explanations. He just silently picked up the shopping bag with the Vacheron Constantin logo printed on it. Then he took out the exquisite dark brown watch box inside. Together with the neatly folded certificate and the long POS purchase slip, they were pushed onto the greasy table in front of Tao Laya. I don't know exactly how much money you need right now. But these are my little sincerity, if you are willing. Zhou Yang paused, and added with an extremely sincere look. From now on, I will work hard to give you the happiness you want. He said the last sentence very seriously. However, there was one more sentence that he kept in his heart and did not say out loud. When he was still alive. Looking at the $1 million watch on the table in Zhou Yang's serious eyes, Tao Laya shrank back suddenly as if she was scalded. She shook her head desperately, and the color drained from her face. No. No. I can't take it. Tao Laya's voice became a little sharper and flustered. If it were someone else, they might not know the value of the watch, but she knew it very well. This was a famous watch worth more than 1 million yuan, and she had bought it less than an hour ago. This is too expensive. Zhou Yang, you've drunk too much. Chapter 8. I am expensive. Tao Laya knew that Zhou Yang was not drunk, and this sentence was just an excuse for her to escape. But when Zhou Yang heard the other party's polite refusal, he suddenly felt a bitter smile in his heart. A stinky loser is a stinky loser. Even if you have money and a system, what can you do? Some people and some dreams are something you can never have. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang did not show any disappointment, but was surprisingly calm. If you don't want to, then throw it away. After saying this, he no longer looked at Tao Laya's shocked and troubled face. No more nonsense. He stood up and walked out of the food stall. The back view is resolute, without any trace of nostalgia. It seemed like Zhou Yang was really leaving. Tao Laya was torn between her conscience and her desires. Being kept by a male classmate who once had a crush on you? Just thinking about it made her feel humiliated and embarrassed. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. But Mom is still in the hospital waiting for money for treatment. The astronomical debt at home was like a mountain pressing down on her. The future is dark and there is no hope at all. And Zhou Yang's words just now give you the happiness you want. Although absurd, it was like a faint light that illuminated her desperate heart. Wanna catch it? Use the last bit of your dignity to exchange for a possible opportunity? Tangled. Hesitate. Pain. Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. Zhou Yang's figure was about to merge into the crowd on the street. Tao Laya stood up suddenly, her crying voice cutting through the noisy night as she shouted towards the figure that was about to disappear. Wait a moment. Hearing the crying voice behind him, Zhou Yang stopped. He turned around slowly, without going back immediately or speaking. I just looked at the woman standing under the light with tears on her face, quietly, across a few tables and through the noisy voices. Tao Laya took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Are you serious? Zhou Yang looked at her, looking at those eyes that were once clear and proud, but now filled with helplessness and tears. He nodded without any hesitation. Then the volume was raised, and the sound clearly penetrated the night and spread throughout the food stall area. Yes. Tao Laya, don't you know that I liked you when I was in college? This earth-shattering shout was like throwing a piece of ice into a calm frying pan. Wow! In an instant, the entire food stall fell silent for a moment. All the diners who were eating skewers, drinking, and chatting turned their heads in unison. Countless eyes, curious, surprised, and eager to watch the fun, all focused on Zhou Yang and Tao Laya. What the hell? What's going on? Wow, I can meet someone confessing their love at a food stall? That's really new. Tao Layao's cheeks turned red instantly because of this sudden scene and Zhou Yang's undisguised confession. The feeling of shame came over me again. But looking at Zhou Yang, who was standing straight opposite him with burning eyes. Although tears were still welling up in her eyes, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but burst out into laughter. It's very expensive to support me. When these words were spoken, even the owner of the barbecue stall couldn't help but raise his head and eat melons while grilling skewers. Good job. Are young people expressing their love so advanced nowadays? Zhou Yang also laughed. But he didn't come closer, still standing there, asking loudly across the crowd. How much? Tao Laya had tears in her eyes, but she had a very lovely smile on her face. Anyway, it's expensive. So expensive that you probably can't afford it. So, you have to think it over carefully. Chapter 9 Transfers. Zhou Yang looked at Tao Laya, seeing the remaining pride in her eyes and her pretending to be strong. He nodded seriously, and the voice sounded again. Then I'll try my best. The spectators were whispering to each other, and the sound of whispers was surging like a tide. Damn, this guy is so awesome. That woman seemed to be crying? Did she agree or not? Tao Laya was still standing there, tears still on her face, watching Zhou Yang walk back step by step, and then she watched him sit down calmly opposite her, her heart beating like a drum. Sit down. Zhou Yang raised his chin and signaled her. Tao Laya seemed to have all her strength drained away and sat down stiffly. She didn't dare to look Zhou Yang in the eye, and her eyes subconsciously glanced at the Vacheron Constantin watch box on the table, as well as the certificate and purchase slip next to it. The number of 1.3 million burned her eyes like a branding iron. Silence spread between the two of them, heavier than any time before, yet with a hint of inexplicable ambiguity and tension. Zhou Yang didn't say anything. He just picked up a string of roasted chicken wings and ate them slowly, as if nothing had happened just now. His calmness made Tao Laya even more at a loss. In the end, it was Zhou Yang who broke the silence. He put down the half-eaten chicken wing, wiped his hands with a napkin, and his eyes fell on Tao Layao's face. So what? He gently pushed the watch box towards Tao Laya. Have you thought it through? Hearing this, Tao Layao's body trembled slightly. Her fingers were clenched tightly around the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning white. Pride and reality were fighting fiercely in her heart. I remembered my mother's pale face in the hospital, the vicious curses in the debt collection calls, and the mean face of the store manager just now. Dignity? When it comes to survival, how much is dignity worth? Tao Laya took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her strength, before slowly raising her head. Zhou Yang. My mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. She didn't directly say yes or accept, but just stated the cruelest fact. Zhou Yang looked at her quietly and nodded, as if he had expected this answer. How much do you need? Tao Laya was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Zhou Yang to ask so directly. She gritted her teeth and reported a number that even made her feel suffocated. The surgery fee plus the subsequent treatment will cost at least 500,000 yuan. This number, like a heavy mountain, weighed down her so much that she could hardly breathe. The meager basic salary plus commission of the famous watch stores is just a drop in the bucket to fill this gap. Zhou Yang heard this without any hesitation. I just took out my phone and opened the bank app. Give me your bank card number. Tao Laya was stunned again, and her brain seemed to be in a state of confusion. What are you doing? Zhou Yang didn't even raise his head, his fingers operating quickly on the screen. I'll transfer 1 million to you first. If it's not enough, we'll talk later. 1 million? Tao Layao's voice suddenly rose, as if she was frightened by the number. No. Not so much. 500,000 is enough. And this watch. Zhou Yang raised his head, interrupted Tao Laya, and said forcefully, a watch is a watch, and a transfer is a transfer. I said I would work hard to give you the happiness you want and make you no longer worry about money. This is the first step. Give me the card number. Tao Laya looked at him and felt like she was dreaming. An absurd but real dream. Finally, she took out her bank card from her bag. Zhou Yang tapped the screen quickly several times, then turned the phone screen to Tao Laya. It clearly shows the successful transfer prompt. The recipient is Tao Laya, and the transfer amount is 1 million yuan. All right. Zhou Yang took back his phone. Tao Laya stared blankly at the string of zeros and felt like her breathing had stopped. 1 million, just like that, was transferred over? Before she even had time to react, her phone vibrated and she received a text message from the bank stating that the money had arrived. The moment she confirmed the text message, the huge impact made her eyes go dark, her body swayed, and she subconsciously supported herself on the greasy table with her hands to prevent herself from sliding down. Tears welled up again. This time, it was not out of humiliation and despair, but a mixture of indescribable shock, confusion, and a hint of relief. Detected that target Tao Loyao's favorability increased by 15. Current favorability, 23 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Award, 1.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind, and he felt slightly happy. Using money to solve problems is indeed the simplest and most direct way. Spend 1 million, earn 1.5 million, and gain 15 hours of life. Although not much. But for a dying person, living one more hour is a blessing. Zhou Yang did not try to comfort the crying Tao Laya, but just silently pushed the box of Vacheron Constantine on the table to her side. Put this away, too. Zhou Yang paused, then said jokingly with a smile, it can be considered as our token of love. Tao Laya raised her tearful face and looked at the $1 million watch. An inexplicable blush appeared on her pretty face. Okay. Tao Laya said a little shyly. Zhou Yang smiled gently, then picked up the beer bottle and refilled the two of them. That's right, let's cure Auntie's illness first. He picked up the wineglass, took a sip and added, from now on, you don't have to go to that store to suffer anymore. Tao Laya looked at him blankly, then nodded slowly and picked up the wineglass in front of her. Bite. The two wineglasses collided gently again, making a crisp sound. The noise around her was still there, but Tao Laya felt that the noise seemed far away from her. In her world, the only person left is the man in front of her. Eat something, it's getting cold. Zhou Yang picked up a bunch of grilled eggplants and placed them on the plate in front of her. Tao Laya silently picked up the skewers and ate them in small bites, but she couldn't help but cry. But this time, she didn't try to hide it, and let the tears flow down her face. Chapter 10 Tao Loyao's Home. As the night deepened, the diners at the food stalls began to disperse. The two walked out of the noisy food stall side by side and stood on the dimly lit street. The evening breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness. Shall I take you back? Zhou Yang asked. Hearing this, Tao Loyao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Good. Boss, pay the bill. Zhou Yang shouted to the barbecue stall owner who was busy peeking at the excitement. The boss came to his senses and hurried over, his eyes moving back and forth between the two people and the watch box, and finally gave a number. Zhou Yang took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and paid. His movements were quick and efficient. Tao Loyao stood aside awkwardly holding the watch box, and whispered, it was agreed that. I'll treat you. Zhou Yang glanced at her without saying anything. He just pulled her wrist and walked out of the food stall without saying anything. Tao Loyao's wrists are very thin and her skin is cold. Being held in his warm hands, her body trembled slightly and she subconsciously tried to break free, but finally gave up. The two men walked through the noisy crowd and left the food stall. Where do you live? Zhou Yang broke the silence. Tao Loyao gave an address, her voice still very low. It was an older neighborhood in the city center, in stark contrast to her once wealthy family. Zhou Yang nodded, let's take a taxi back. He took out his mobile phone and started operating the taxi app. Tao Loyao stood beside him, holding the watch box worth millions, feeling like she was holding a red-hot iron. She secretly raised her eyes and looked at the man next to her. She had a freshly cut haircut, fitted casual clothes, and had nothing on her wrist, but she had just casually bought a watch that she might never be able to afford in her entire lifetime. He has really changed a lot. Or rather, she never really knew him. Zhou Yang. She mustered up her courage and called his name softly. Whom? Zhou Yang turned his head to look at her. I? Tao Loyao bit her lip, seeming to be struggling to organize her words. What should I do next? After all, she had no experience of being kept, so she was very panicked inside. Zhou Yang looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to do anything, just enjoy your happiness. Tao Luoyao's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know what to say, and her eyes were inexplicably moist. She originally thought that the word happiness would never have anything to do with her in this life, but the sudden appearance of this old classmate made her desire for happiness again. Then, an ordinary online hailing car was parked on the side of the road. Zhou Yang opened the back door. "Get in the car." Tao Luoyao held the watch box and sat in the car hesitantly. Zhou Yang then got in and closed the car door. The space in the car was small and the two people sat side by side. They could clearly smell the faint smell of alcohol and fireworks on each other. The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror, said nothing, and started the car. All the way in silence. The car quickly drove into the old neighborhood. Under Tao Luoyao's guidance, the car stopped in front of a residential building that looked quite old. "We're here," said the driver. Tao Luoyao woke up as if from a dream and quickly opened the car door. "Thanks." She got out of the car and stood on the roadside holding the watchbox. Zhou Yang did not get out of the car immediately, but rolled down the window. "Well, I drank a lot of wine just now, and now I'm very thirsty." He paused, his eyes fell on her slightly pale face, and asked casually, "Would it be convenient for you to go up and ask for some water?" Tao Luoyao, who was standing outside the car, suddenly stiffened and subconsciously hugged the watchbox in her arms. She raised her head slightly, her eyes showing some confusion and surprise. "Now." There was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice as she asked subconsciously, "It's so late. Bringing home a male classmate who had just supported her. And bringing her back to this shabby shared apartment that made her feel ashamed?" Zhou Yang's smile remained unchanged, he just nodded slightly. "Yeah. Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. I won't force you." Tao Luoyao's heart was pounding and her cheeks were rapidly heating up as if they were on fire. She looked down at the heavy watch box in her arms, and thought of the string of numbers in her bank card that made her dizzy. Refuse? It seems like she doesn't have the right to refuse. She bit her lower lip for several seconds before she spoke as if she had made up her mind. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and her face was obviously flushed. "It's convenient." She paused, and her voice became even lower, with a strong sense of embarrassment. "It's just, the place where I live is a bit messy, please don't mind." "It's okay." Zhou Yang smiled again. "My place is a mess too." He pushed open the car door swiftly, said the fare has been paid to the driver, and then got out of the car. Tao Luoyao looked at him standing in front of her. What else could she say? She could only bite the bullet, turn around, and lead him to the dark residential building in front. The light in the corridor was dim, and the voice-controlled light seemed to be broken. Only the light from the mobile phone screen could barely illuminate the road under my feet. Soon, the two came to an old-looking security door on the third floor. Tao Luoyao took out the key from her small bag. Her fingers trembled slightly and she tried several times to align it with the keyhole. With a soft click, the door opened. A complex smell mixed with cheap air freshener and a hint of cooking smoke hit me in the face. Tao Luoyao stepped aside, not daring to look Zhou Yang in the eye, and greeted him in a low voice. "Come in." Zhou Yang stepped in. The first thing that catches your eye is an extremely narrow space, which is more like a forcibly divided corridor than a living room. Several simple wooden doors that were obviously installed later were closed, indicating that this place was divided into several independent small rooms. Obviously, it is an extremely cheap shared house. Zhou Yang's eyes quickly swept across the entire space. There was no special expression on his face, but a hint of complexity flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Ha, not bad, better than where I live." This rather straightforward remark pricked Tao Luoyao like a needle. She did not respond, but said in an almost inaudible voice with a hint of pleading. "Well, it's too late now, keep your voice down, don't disturb others." Hearing this, Zhou Yang nodded and stopped talking. "Walk along the narrow corridor that was forced out by the partition and go to the innermost part." Finally, at the end of the corridor, in front of an equally old door, Tao Luoyao stopped. She picked up the key again and opened the door clumsily. Zhou Yang's eyes swept in, and then his whole body froze slightly. This room is suffocatingly small. A narrow single bed took up almost 2/3 of the space, and next to it was an old wardrobe with peeling paint and a desk that could barely fit a desk lamp. How can this be a place for people to live? Zhou Yang felt a sharp pain in his heart. He could hardly imagine what that once dazzling pearl had gone through. This environment was even worse than the rental house he had rented before, which was jokingly called a doghouse. Chapter 11 Impulse. Noticing the scrutiny in Zhou Yang's eyes and the fleeting pause, Tao Luoyao's cheeks instantly flushed, becoming so red that they almost bled. She subconsciously turned sideways, blocking part of her sight, and her voice was as low as a mosquito's hum. My place is too small, there is no place to sit. She pointed to the edge of the single bed covered with washed white sheets. How about, if you don't mind, why don't you sit by the bed first? Zhou Yang looked at her embarrassed expression and said nothing more, just nodded slightly. He did as he was told and sat sideways on the edge of the narrow single bed. The mattress was a bit hard, and I could feel the springs underneath through the thin sheets. When Tao Liao saw him sit down, she seemed relieved and quickly picked up a glass with a cartoon pattern on it on the desk. Wait a minute, I'll get you some water. After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly out of the room, almost as if running away, closing the door gently. Zhou Yang was the only one left in the room. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Who would have thought? The girl who was once the center of attention in college, the class beauty who drove a Mercedes-Benz at the beginning of the school year and didn't even bother to look at him, the Tao Liao who was as proud as a white swan. Now, how come I end up living in such a pigeon cage? Nothing is more cruel than fate playing tricks on us. The door was gently pushed open, making a slight creaking sound. Tao Liao came back holding the glass with cartoon patterns printed on it. The glass was filled with steaming water. Her footsteps were very light, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Her eyes were still a little evasive, and she didn't dare to look directly at Zhou Yang who was sitting beside the bed. She walked up to Zhou Yang and handed him the cup of water. Give. Zhou Yang reached out to take it, and his fingertips accidentally touched her slightly cold fingertips, and both of them subconsciously shrank back. Tao Liao stood there awkwardly, her hands unconsciously twisting the corners of her dress, her head lowered, her eyes fixed on her pair of white sneakers. The room was small, and standing like that, she almost blocked the only source of light at the door. Zhou Yang gently blew away the hot air from the cup and took a sip of warm water. He raised his head, looked at Tao Liao who was standing at the door at a loss, and smiled softly. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come sit down. Zhou Yang patted the small empty space on the edge of the bed next to him. Tao Liao was a little timid and worried that something might happen. But now that he's been brought back to the room, she doesn't even realize she's being coy. In the end, Tao Liao bit her lower lip, moved her feet, walked slowly to the bed, and then sat down next to Zhou Yang in an extremely unnatural manner. The distance between them was very close, close enough that they could feel each other's body temperature, close enough that they could smell the faint scent of shampoo in her hair, mixed with a hint of the faint feminine fragrance. Zhou Yang's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. After many years, I sat on the same bed with my secret crush during college. An inexplicable excitement surged in my heart. He picked up the cup again and took another sip of hot water, trying to use this action to hide his inner turmoil. A single man and a single woman, staying in the same room. This was right after he had bought the other person for 1 million and a famous watch. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Yang's mind, and a primitive restlessness surged in his body. But when the words came to my lips, I didn't know what to say. Just as Zhou Yang was racking his brains, thinking about how to break the silence, Tao Liao beside him spoke first. Her voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, as if she was testing someone, or stating an unavoidable reality. Are you not going to leave tonight? This question also stirred up a lot of waves in Zhou Yang's heart. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and a slightly awkward smile appeared on his face. Not leaving? Looking at Tao Liao who was so close, lowering her head slightly, revealing her fair neck, I felt the gentle breath coming from her. Zhou Yang admitted that he was moved, very moved. The goddess whom he could only admire from afar during college was now sitting next to him, and in name, she was already his. Countless beautiful images were churning in his mind. As long as he nodded, or said something suggestive, maybe tonight. However, he was just a theorist who had lived for 27 years and had never even held a woman's hand properly. When it came to the battle, he got scared. Zhou Yang held the water cup, applying slight force with his fingertips, trying to hide his embarrassment. Instead of answering directly, he cleverly threw the question back. Do you want me to leave, or stay? After these words were spoken, Tao Liao was slightly stunned. She slowly raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang. Under the dim light, her eyes were a little confused, but soon, the confusion turned into a clear bitterness. Do I still have the right to choose now? Tao Liao's words were like an ice-cold needle, piercing Zhou Yang's beautiful fantasy that was stirred up by alcohol and impulse. Without waiting for his response, Tao Liao stood up suddenly from the bed as if she had made up her mind. She walked over to the small window with the cheap curtains and held out her hand. Crash! The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the last ray of dim street light outside the window. The room instantly fell into deeper darkness, with only the faint light coming through the crack in the door barely outlining the contours of objects. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the two people slightly rapid breathing. Zhou Yang could hardly see Tao Liao's figure, and could only vaguely see a blurry outline standing by the window. From the darkness, Tao Liao's voice was heard, as thin as a mosquito's, yet trembling with a sense of resignation. I don't have much experience. If I make you unhappy, please bear with me. These few words, like the spark that ignited the fuse, instantly detonated all the pent-up restlessness and desire in Zhou Yang's body. The blood rushed to the top of my head and my ears were buzzing. What is adding insult to injury? What does it mean to take advantage of someone's misfortune? Fuck you. He now only wants to possess this woman. This is the goddess whom he once didn't even dare to look up to. This gave him the opportunity to rekindle his hope of survival. Let this damn short life not leave any regrets. Zhou Yang suddenly stood up from the bed, his movements were quick and rough. Almost instinctively, he pounced towards the slender figure that was vaguely visible in the darkness. He held the soft, slightly trembling body tightly in his arms. In an instant, an indescribable soft touch, mixed with the faint shampoo fragrance in her hair and a hint of girl's body fragrance, completely overwhelmed Zhou Yang. His breathing became hot and heavy. I lowered my head and accurately captured those two slightly cool and soft lips in the darkness. Without any hesitation, I printed it directly. Chapter 12 Sanity. Tao Liao's delicate body trembled violently, like a frightened deer, and her body tensed instantly. Nervous, uneasy, and even with a hint of resistance. But she clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, and ultimately did not push him away, allowing this kiss with such a strong and aggressive aura to take away her breath. Zhou Yang completely lost his mind. The desires that had been suppressed for many years burst out at this moment. His hands also became restless, following the smooth fabric of her dress and began to wander over her exquisite curves. Just when he was about to take further action and explore the forbidden area that had never been touched. Bang! A crisp cracking sound suddenly exploded in the silent room. It was because Zhou Yang's movement when he stood up was too big that he knocked over the water cup on the edge of the bed. The cup of water rolled back and forth beside the bed for more than 10 seconds, and finally fell to the ground. Torn apart. Water splashed everywhere. This sudden sound seemed particularly harsh in the dead and ambiguous atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, a burst of dissatisfied and inarticulate complaints came from the next room. What the hell is going on? Can't you let me sleep in the middle of the night? That untimely complaint was like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing the raging fire that had just risen in the room and was about to burn all reason to ashes. Tao Liao suddenly broke free from Zhou Yang's rough embrace, took a step back, and hit the cold wall. In the darkness, she was breathing rapidly, her chest heaving violently. After a few seconds, she whispered with a heavy nasal tone, almost against the wall. How about, let's just go get a room outside? Zhou Yang stood there. The surging desire in his body had not completely subsided, and his throat was still a little dry. He could feel his heart still beating fast, but the complaint from next door and Tao Liao's voice, which was obviously full of resistance and shame, made his impulse-filled brain cool down a little. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the resentment and restlessness in his heart. All right. He tried to make his voice sound calmer. As you say. Tao Liao seemed relieved after getting Zhou Yang's response. She felt along the wall and found the switch. Pa! The low wattage, dim incandescent lamp in the room lit up. The glaring light made both of them squint subconsciously. Under the light, all embarrassment is exposed. Tao Liao's cheeks flushed and her eyes avoided, not daring to look at Zhou Yang. She walked quickly to the paint-chipped desk, opened the drawer, and began to search for something inside. I'll find my ID card. Her voice was still small and a little flustered. Zhou Yang stood there, looking at her slightly thin back and her shoulders trembling slightly under the light. He licked his dry lips with satisfaction, and the soft touch just now seemed to still remain on his lips. He bent down and put on the coat he had taken off when he came in. At this moment, Tao Liao seemed to have found her ID card, stood up and turned around. When she faced Zhou Yang clearly saw that her eyes were red, and there were even tears flashing in them, as if she had just cried again. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. Why are you crying again? He took a step forward, his tone containing a hint of confusion. Tao Luoyao seemed to be startled. She quickly lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. I forced myself to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. No, no. Just now, sand got in my eyes when I was closing the window. Don't think too much about it. After hearing this incredibly fake reason, the remaining fantasy in Zhou Yang's heart completely faded away. He is not a fool. From her breakdown and crying at the food stall just now to her forced smiling explanation at this moment, all clearly point to one fact. She agreed to his support, accepted his 1 million and the famous watch, and even the intimate contact that almost happened just now. All of this is just a result of being helpless when there is nowhere else to go. She simply didn't want to. It can even be said that she may not even have the slightest real affection for herself at the moment, let alone love for her. For her, giving her body to him might just be a desperate deal, a compromise with great humiliation and pain. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang felt unhappy. At this moment, there was no desire at all, and he just smiled bitterly and said, "If you don't want to, why force yourself?" Tao Luoyao raised her head suddenly, as if these words had touched a sore spot, and her eyes became even redder. But she still shook her head vigorously, and once again forced a smile on her face that was uglier than crying, and even raised the ID card that she was holding tightly in her hand. Not unwillingly. Look, I even have my ID card ready. She was trying hard to prove something, but her forced attitude looked so fragile under the dim light. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yang's heart seemed to be gently pulled by something. He suddenly remembered himself long ago. Those days when I was exploited by my leaders and excluded by my colleagues in the company. Even though he was clearly feeling extremely aggrieved, he still had to put on the same flattering and humble smile in front of the other person. He knew that feeling very well. So Zhou Yang sighed again, moved his eyes away from her face, and looked at the window blocked by cheap curtains. It's too late. Let's not bother with it anymore. After saying this, he no longer looked at Tao Luoyao's eyes that were filled with tears and seemed like they would burst again at any time. No longer looking at her heartbreaking, forced calmness. Zhou Yang turned around, opened the creaking old wooden door, and walked out alone. The footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor, gradually fading away. Looking at Zhou Yang's leaving back, Tao Luoyao opened her mouth and her throat rolled, as if she wanted to say something. You? Is it to retain? Is it an explanation? Or something else? But in the end, she just dropped her arms helplessly, letting the unspoken words dissipate in the oppressive air. The door was closed gently, isolating the outside world. Soon, Zhou Yang walked out of the dilapidated residential building. He stopped and felt his confused mind become much clearer. Looking up, Zhou Yang's gaze turned to the window on the third floor where the dim light was on. The curtains were drawn tightly, and I couldn't see what was going on inside. But he could imagine that Tao Luoyao might be alone at this moment, sitting beside the narrow bed, crying silently, or feeling at a loss. It's undeniable that I was using you, but I also like you. How could I bear to see you like this? Chapter 13 Farewell to the Past. Zhou Yang muttered to himself. The love that was diluted by time is rekindled today. He wanted to possess this woman. Not just her body, but her heart as well. I used to like her secretly, but that was because the gap between us was too big and he was too inferior. But now it's different, he is qualified to pursue it. After making up his mind, Zhou Yang retracted his gaze, turned and walked to the side of the road. Zhou Yang stopped a taxi with its empty lights on. Go to Xingfuli community. The driver responded, and the car started smoothly, merging into the sparse traffic flow late at night. On the way, Zhou Yang checked the remaining lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 114 hours. Current system account balance, 2.4 million yuan. The cold numbers emerged in his mind, reminding him of the urgency of reality. More than 100 hours may sound like a lot, but it's only a little over 4 days. This amount of time is not enough for him to squander, let alone truly change his fate. You must gain more favorability and accumulate more lifespan as quickly as possible. Zhou Yang returned to the small and messy rental house. The only advantage here may be that it is a little bit bigger than Tao Luoyao's pigeon cage. The putty on the wall was falling off piece by piece, and there were mold spots everywhere. There were several holes in the sofa, the window glass was gone, and the windowsill was covered in rust. Your own life isn't much better, yet you still feel sorry for others. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly. She took off her newly bought clothes, threw them on the bed, and walked into the tiny bathroom. Turn on the shower head and let the hot water rush over your body. The warm water took away some of his fatigue and made his confused thoughts a little clearer. He needs to plan it out. The system is the foundation and lifespan is the core. As for Song Chingwei, Zhou Yang really couldn't think of any way to quickly take down a woman like this. I can only use Kiki as a breakthrough point, take it step by step, and use the method of tutoring homework to slowly cultivate feelings and make it last for a long time. As for Tao Liao, although she started off very aggressively, spending money and giving away watches directly, her favorability also increased a lot. But it is obvious that she is more grateful and helpless due to the reality, and is still far from true love. Moreover, it is unclear whether his seemingly gentlemanly departure at the end of the night was a plus or minus. Alas, where are those gold diggers? Where are the socialites? Why can't I meet any of them? Zhou Yang complained that he was now eager to meet those women who were blinded by money. As long as you keep spending money on her, you can improve her favorability and gain more life. There's no need for so much sentimentality. Zhou Yang turned off the shower, dried his body, and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in an old towel. He sat cross-legged on the creaky single bed. My eyes swept across this familiar yet unfamiliar rental house. There are yellowed anime posters on the walls and a few old books on programming and project management on the desk, which now seem useless. This place holds all his memories of working like a cow and a horse after graduation. Now, it's time to say goodbye to the past. He picked up his phone and checked the time. It was past 1 in the morning. After thinking about it, he opened WeChat and found the leader's profile picture with the note Wang Baopi. Tap your finger quickly on the screen. Mr. Wang, I have decided to resign. I will not go to the company starting tomorrow. Please settle my salary as soon as possible. Thank you. Without any hesitation, click send. A prompt sound will sound indicating that the message was successfully sent. Zhou Yang let out a long sigh, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Fuck 996, fuck the empty promises. I won't serve you anymore. An unprecedented sense of relaxation instantly swept over my body. Zhou Yang put his phone down and fell directly onto the bed. He fell into a deep sleep almost the moment he touched the pillow. The next morning, a shrill cell phone alarm sounded on time. Ding ling 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 ling. Zhou Yang sat up from the bed almost reflexively. Before my eyes were fully open, my body had already subconsciously begun to grope its way out of bed and prepare to wash up. This has been his biological clock that has remained unshakable over the past few years. He had even put on his wrinkled old coat and walked to the bathroom door. As soon as his hand touched the door handle, his movements suddenly stopped. Etc. I think I've already resigned? He stood there in a daze, and it took him several seconds to react. Yes. No need to go to work now. He now has a system and money. Why are you still working like a slave in that crappy company? Thinking of this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but grin. A sense of freedom from all restraints washed away last night's depressed emotions, making him feel extremely relaxed. He walked slowly into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He had messy hair but exceptionally bright eyes. Well, the new hairstyle is not bad, but it's flattened due to sleeping. He washed up carefully and changed into the casual clothes he had bought yesterday. He looked full of energy, completely different from the young man who was desperately drunk on the rooftop yesterday. My stomach growled. Zhou Yang walked out of the rental house and went to a breakfast shop downstairs that he often went to. Boss, a bowl of soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and a tea egg. Still the same old rules. But today, it tastes different. After breakfast, Zhou Yang did not rush to the bus stop as usual. He strolled slowly down the street with his hands in his pockets. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. Watching the pedestrians coming and going, and the lively shops on the roadside. For the first time, he felt that the city where he had lived for many years did not seem so hideous. Of course, the most important thing cannot be forgotten. Improve your living environment. He is not short of money now, so there is no need for him to force himself to live in that shabby rental house. Let's find a better house and let Liao live with us. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yang took out his mobile phone and searched for nearby real estate agencies. I transferred 1 million to Tao Liao last night, plus the 1,300,000 I spent on buying a watch, and most of the system's reward evaporated in an instant. What's left in his account now isn't very rich. But he has no plans to buy a house. Firstly, his lifespan is still uncertain, so there is not much point in buying a fixed asset. Secondly, renting an apartment in a high-end residential complex and moving in right away obviously better suits his current pursuit of enjoyment while also facilitating his hunting needs. Cost performance is king. Soon, a Lianjie real estate store with a rather impressive facade came into view. Welcome. The store is decorated in a simple and bright style. Several agents wearing white shirts and black trousers are busy working in front of computers or talking on the phone in low voices. Hello sir, how can I help you? A young male agent who looked to be in his early 20s was the first to react. He quickly stood up from his seat with a professional and enthusiastic smile on his face. Zhou Yang looked at him and saw Zhang Wei written on his name tag. It's a very common name, and the person looks quite energetic. However, the smile on his face reveals the immaturity and eagerness of someone who has just entered the industry. I want to rent a house. Zhou Yang said directly. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, and he quickly led Zhou Yang to sit on the sofa in the reception area next to him, and then quickly poured him a glass of water. Okay sir, do you have any specific requirements for the location, apartment type, and area? Chapter 14 Renting a House. Zhou Yang leaned against the sofa in a casual posture. The location doesn't matter, as long as it's convenient for transportation. As for the size of the apartment, a bigger one is best. The key is that the environment should be good, the decoration should be exquisite, and the grade should be higher. Zhang Wei nodded while quickly assessing the customer's purchasing power in his mind. The way he dresses doesn't make him look like an ordinary person, as he's wearing branded goods worth thousands of dollars. So, sir, what is your approximate budget range? Zhang Wei asked cautiously. This is the most critical question. Zhou Yang picked up the water cup, took a sip, and said calmly. The price is negotiable, as long as the house satisfies me. This casual remark made Zhang Wei's heart skip a beat. Is the price negotiable? He suppressed his inner excitement, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Sir, if you really don't care about the price, then I have a top-notch house that meets your requirements. Then, Zhang Wei began to chatter. It's the top-floor duplex in the most upscale Boy Waifu community in the city center. It's finely decorated and fully furnished. It's definitely a model house. I couldn't afford to rent it before, but the landlord relented recently. But? Zhang Wei paused and added, the rent is indeed quite expensive, and the landlord requires at least 1 year's rent and a 3-month rent deposit. Platinum residence? Zhou Yang had some impression of this community, which was a famous high-end community in Hushan City. Sounds good. Zhou Yang became interested and asked, let's see some photos or videos of the house first? No problem. Zhang Wei immediately sat back in front of his computer, his fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard. Soon, he pulled up a property listing on the computer screen and turned the monitor towards Zhou Yang. Look, sir. This is the top-floor duplex in Boyue Mansion. It is 360 square meters, with 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 5 bathrooms, a large sky garden and a private swimming pool. A set of beautiful photos is displayed on the screen. The modern light luxury decoration style uses exquisite materials and is full of design sense. Especially the open-air sky garden and the azure blue private swimming pool are simply extravagant. Zhou Yang was completely dumbfounded. He had only seen such a magnificent house on TV before. It's really good. Zhou Yang retracted his gaze and asked with a little excitement, is it convenient to look at the house now? I'll contact the landlord right away. Seeing Zhou Yang was interested, Zhang Wei immediately picked up his phone and excitedly dialed a number. He explained the situation respectfully to the person on the other end of the phone and made an appointment to view the house. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei had a happy look on his face. It's done, sir. The landlord happens to be at home, we can go over there now. Let's go. Zhou Yang stood up. Zhang Wei quickly picked up his helmet and electric bike key. Sir, can I take you there on my electric scooter? Boyue Mansion is not far from here, and driving there might cause traffic jams. Zhou Yang didn't explain that he didn't have a car, he just nodded. Sitting on the back seat of Zhang Wei's electric car, which was covered with advertisements. 10 minutes later, the electric car stopped in front of the gate of a heavily guarded community. There is a security guard standing at the door, and you need to swipe your card and use facial recognition to enter. Zhang Wei communicated with the security guard for a few words and reported his reservation information and room number before he was allowed to pass. Entering the community, it is a different world. The greening rate is extremely high, the environment is quiet, pedestrians and vehicles are separated, and carefully manicured garden landscapes and valuable sculptures can be seen everywhere. The air seems to be a little fresher than outside. The electric car stopped in front of a building that looked particularly grand. This building is obviously taller than the other surrounding buildings, and its facade is made of dry hung stone, which makes it look particularly heavy and luxurious. "Sir, we are here, building A7. Zhang Wei parked the car and led Zhou Yang into the brightly lit first-floor lobby, which was comparable to the lobby of a five-star hotel. Take the sightseeing elevator directly to the 8th floor. When the elevator door opened, there was an independent entrance hall facing a heavy dark brown solid wood door. Zhang Wei adjusted the collar of his shirt, then walked forward and politely rang the doorbell of room 801. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell rang in the quiet corridor. Waited for about 10 seconds. There were no footsteps coming from inside the door. Click. The door lock turned. The heavy solid wooden door slowly opened inward. Apparently, the house is very soundproofed. Behind the door stood a woman. She looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a well-cut black women's suit. Under the long skirt, a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings were revealed, and her feet were wearing a pair of black high heels. Her facial features are extremely beautiful, and her face is painted with delicate light makeup, which makes her breathtakingly beautiful. The woman just stood quietly at the door, her eyes lightly sweeping over Zhang Wei at the door, and then falling on Zhou Yang. Target detection. Name, Gu Man. Overall score, 85. 85 points. Oh my god. With such a high score, she is definitely the highest rated woman so far. Chapter 15, What a Cold and Arrogant Woman. Gu Man's gaze stayed on the young agent Zhang Wei's face for less than half a second, then he turned to Zhou Yang behind him with obvious displeasure. His brows knitted slightly, almost imperceptibly. I remember emphasizing that I only rent this house to single women. The smile on Zhang Wei's face froze instantly, and a layer of cold sweat even seeped out of his forehead. He nodded and bowed quickly, his tone containing a hint of embarrassment and flattery. Yes, Miss Gu, you did say that. But the rent of your house is too high. There are not many single ladies who meet the requirements, and even fewer who are willing to pay such a high rent. Zhang Wei secretly glanced at Zhou Yang, who was calm and composed beside him, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhou is sincere about renting the property, and he has a sufficient budget. I finally found a suitable client, so I wanted to bring him here for you to see. Gu Man pursed her red lips and said nothing, but her beautiful phoenix eyes swept towards Zhou Yang again. Zhou Yang looked at her frankly, with a faint smile on his face. He seemed neither awkward nor overly enthusiastic. The air stagnated for a few seconds. Finally, Gu Man sighed softly, with obvious helplessness and irritation in her sigh. She turned sideways, clearing the way to the room. Come in. The voice was still cold and no emotion could be heard. Zhang Wei felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly made a pleased gesture to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang stepped into the entrance hall, and Zhang Wei followed behind him, closing the heavy door. The scene inside is even more shocking than what you see in the photos. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the prosperity of the entire Hushan city. Underfoot are imported marble tiles as smooth as mirrors, and above head is a crystal chandelier with a full sense of design. Simple, yet luxurious. No wonder so many people like lofts, they are really nice. He secretly admired it in his heart. The duplex house is divided into 2 floors. Ordinary lofts usually have a living room and kitchen on the first floor and 2 rooms on the second floor. This one is different, there are rooms on the first and second floors, and there is an open-air bath and garden on the second floor balcony. Zhang Wei was diligently introducing the various advantages of the house, with saliva flying all over the place. Gu Man just folded her arms across her chest, leaned against the wall near the entrance, and watched coldly. Zhou Yang ignored Zhang Wei's enthusiastic sales pitch and focused more on the icy beauty landlord. He turned around and his eyes fell on Gu Man's delicate yet cold face. Excuse me, why would you rent out such a nice house? Gu Man raised her eyelids, her eyes calm. No reason, I just want to rent it. Zhou Yang's lips curled up slightly when he heard this. This girl is really cool. But it's rare to find a top-notch product with a score of 85, so no matter how cool you are, you have to find a way to get it. I am very satisfied with the house. Zhou Yang stopped beating around the bush and directly expressed his attitude. He looked at Zhang Wei. That's it. Zhang Wei's eyes widened instantly and he almost jumped up with excitement. Done. With such a big order, we've secured the title of sales champion this month. Great, great. Mr. Zhou really has good taste. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands, his excitement evident on the surface. So shall we sign the contract now? Zhou Yang nodded and looked at Gu Man again. How do I pay the rent? How much do I have to pay as a deposit? Gu Man didn't seem to expect that he would make the decision so decisively. There was a barely perceptible flash of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her previous coldness. 15,000 a month, 3 deposits and 12 payments. Paying 1 year's rent in one lump sum plus 3 months' deposit is not a small amount of money. Zhang Wei, who was listening at the side, was worried for Zhou Yang. However, Zhou Yang didn't even frown. No problem. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. Is it convenient to sign the contract now? I'm in a hurry. Gu Man looked at Zhou Yang deeply, as if trying to see something from his face. Finally, she just nodded. Come with me to the study. She turned around, stepped on her high heels, and walked towards a door at the end of the corridor. Zhang Wei quickly took out the rental contract and pen that he had prepared long ago from his bag and followed happily. Zhou Yang put his hands in his pockets and followed slowly at the end. Gu Man sat on the expensive-looking leather boss chair behind the desk, while Zhang Wei spread the contract on the desk and guided Zhou Yang to sign. Zhou Yang picked up the pen and quickly read through the terms of the contract. After confirming that they were correct, he signed his name in the lessee column with great fanciness. Then, he took out his mobile phone and directly transferred the money in front of Gu Man. Transfer amount, 225,000 yuan. As the phone prompted that the transfer was successful, Zhang Wei's face turned red with excitement. Gu Man looked at the text message about the bank's arrival on her phone. Her expression remained calm, but she looked at Zhou Yang with some surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man would not even bargain and pay all at once. The contract is made in triplicate, signed and stamped. Zhang Wei carefully handed the contracts belonging to Zhou Yang and Gu Man to them respectively. Ms. Gu, Mr. Zhou, happy cooperation. Just when Zhang Wei was about to say a few polite words and then retire, Gu Man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Her eyes fell on Zhou Yang's face, her expression was serious, and even had a hint of warning. There is something I need to make clear to you in advance. Gu Man stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the study, and looked at the wide balcony outside. In the corner of the balcony, there is a silver suitcase. Don't touch that box, and don't open it. I'll find time to come and take it away in 2 days. Chapter 16. A surprise for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang just nodded indifferently. New. Seeing that he agreed so readily, the warning in Gu Man's eyes faded a little. She said no more, carefully folded her signed contract in half, and put it into the black handbag she was carrying. Then she pulled out a bunch of keys from her bag, with an exquisite metal pendant hanging from it. She placed the key on the smooth desk, making a slight click sound. After doing all this, she turned around and walked straight towards the entrance in her high heels. I watched the tall and cool figure disappear at the door. Zhou Yang's voice sounded at the right time. Miss Gu. Gu Man paused, turned slightly, and looked at him with a questioning look, but she didn't turn around completely. Zhou Yang had a perfect smile on his face and his tone seemed very natural. Look, if there are any water, electricity or other problems when we live here in the future, it will be inconvenient to contact you. He paused, his eyes sincere. How about, we add each other on WeChat? As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhang Wei, the agent who hadn't had time to slip away, took a deep breath and thought to himself, dude, you're really brave. Didn't you see how much this client dislikes men? Sure enough, Gu Man's pretty face, which was already dull to begin with, instantly became even colder. Her beautiful brows frowned again, and there was even a hint of undisguised annoyance in her eyes. She seemed extremely reluctant. But Zhou Yang's words do have some truth to them, regarding tenants and landlords. After a few seconds of silence, Gu Man seemed to be holding back great unhappiness and made a soft sound through her nose. She took out her mobile phone, quickly opened the WeChat interface, and directly called up her QR code. The phone screen was facing Zhou Yang, and the tone was cold and unquestionable. Just scan me. Zhou Yang was secretly happy, but he remained expressionless. He immediately took out his cell phone and scanned it swiftly. Drop. The prompt sound indicating that the friend has been successfully added sounds. All right. Zhou Yang put away his phone. Guman took back her phone almost as soon as he finished speaking, without even looking at him. She opened the heavy wooden door and walked out without saying goodbye. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed in the empty corridor and quickly disappeared. Bang! The door was gently closed, isolating the inside and the outside. Call. Zhang Wei let out a long sigh and felt his back was wet from the nervousness. He quickly put on a more enthusiastic smile and moved closer to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, then, our agency fee. Zhou Yang turned around, the smile on his face faded, and he regained his composure. How many? Zhang Wei quickly gave a number, which was 1 month's rent. Zhou Yang nodded. Knowing that rental agencies usually charge 1 month's rent as agency fee, he immediately took out his mobile phone and quickly made the transfer. Okay, turn around. Hey! Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you so much. Zhang Wei looked at the notification of the money arriving on his phone and smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. Then, Mr. Zhou, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. He tactfully did not stay any longer, but bowed and said goodbye before leaving. Soon, Zhou Yang was the only one left in the room. The study room, which seemed a little crowded just now, suddenly became empty. Zhou Yang walked out of the study slowly and looked at this home that would soon belong to him again. A living room spacious enough for horse racing. In the open kitchen, the brand new kitchenware is very high-end, and even the refrigerator has double doors. He went up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The space on the second floor is equally huge, with several bedrooms each with their own separate bathroom and dressing room. It's big enough. Finally, he pushed open the glass door that led to the open-air balcony. A huge sky garden appears before your eyes, surrounded by lush green plants. In the center of the garden is a sparkling azure private swimming pool. Zhou Yang stood by the swimming pool, looking at his clear reflection in the water. He couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his face. It all seems like a dream. I never thought that one day I would be able to live in a place like this. He muttered to himself. Is this the life of rich people? It's really cool. He remembered that damn life countdown. Current remaining lifespan, 101 hours. Current system account balance, 2.32 million yuan. The money has been almost spent and the life expectancy has not increased much. The joy of living in a luxury house was soon diluted by the urgency of reality. Zhou Yang opened the address book and found the name that had just been noted, Tao Laya. His fingertips hovered over the dial key and hesitated for a moment. We parted on bad terms last night, I wonder how she feels now. He pressed the dial button. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. Tao Laya's slightly tired and cautious voice came from the receiver. Hello? Zhou Yang? It's me. Zhou Yang walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and looked at the busy traffic outside. Where is it? There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, as if hesitant. I was just at the hospital, paying some bills for my mom. Her voice was low, with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. Hospital. This word made him feel uncomfortable. Have you paid the fee? Where are you going now? Well, getting ready to go to work at the store. Tao Laya's answer surprised Zhou Yang a little. Work? There was a hint of confusion and even some dissatisfaction in his tone. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I'll support you in the future. Why are you still going to that shabby store and enduring that humiliation? There was silence on the other end of the phone again. After a long while, Tao Laya's voice sounded again, with an almost stubborn stubbornness. Zhou Yang, thank you for your kindness, but one thing is one thing, I still want. I want to have a job, at least. I can prove that I am not a useless person, and I still have some value in existence. Hearing her words, Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the phone. He felt helpless, yet somehow understood. The pride in one's bones is not so easy to erase. Even if I fall into dust, I still want to retain the last bit of dignity. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly. Whatever. Okay, whatever you want. He didn't force it anymore. Then you go to work first. I'll send you a location later and come directly after get off work. Tao Laya seemed stunned for a moment, her tone full of obvious curiosity. Location? Where are you going? What are you going to do there? Zhou Yang's tone was full of mystery as he said. You'll know when the time comes. I'll give you a surprise. Chapter 17, Body Hidden in a Suitcase? After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Tao Luoyao to ask any more questions. After putting away his phone, Zhou Yang's mood inexplicably improved. He turned around and strolled leisurely to the open-air balcony on the second floor. The afternoon sun is shining brightly. He leaned back on a lounge chair by the pool, squinted his eyes comfortably, and admired the scenery of the city in the distance. Inadvertently, Zhou Yang's eyes swept across the corner of the balcony. There, a silver-gray metal suitcase was quietly placed. The style is pretty ordinary, but the material looks pretty good. Zhou Yang's gaze stayed on the suitcase for a few seconds. In my mind, I unconsciously recalled Guman's cold eyes when she left, and her serious warning. Don't touch the suitcase on the balcony. I'll come pick it up in 2 days. He didn't care too much at the time and agreed casually. But now thinking about it, Guman's cautious and even nervous expression seemed a little unusual. It's just an ordinary suitcase, is it necessary to warn so seriously? What's inside? Countless bizarre thoughts flashed through Zhou Yang's mind in an instant. Body hidden in suitcase? Or is it filled with huge amounts of cash that are hidden from view? Or is it a rare treasure worth a fortune? He even thought of those melodramatic scenes in movies where golden light shines everywhere after the box is opened. Soon, Zhou Yang smiled self-deprecatingly. It's a pity that I don't use my imagination to write novels. Although he was indeed a little curious about the contents of the silver-gray suitcase, he had already made his promise and could not go back on his word. Besides, it's better to have less trouble than more. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Yang retracted his gaze, turned around and walked back to the spacious and bright living room. He didn't want to disrupt his plan of prolonging his life because of his momentary curiosity. As time passed, the sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the city lights lit up one after another, like scattered stars. In the evening, Zhou Yang's cell phone rang. It was Tao Luoyao who called. Hello? Zhou Yang, I'm downstairs in the neighborhood you sent me the message from. On the other end of the phone, Tao Luoyao's voice was a little hesitant and uncertain. But, it seems that you need to swipe your card to get on the elevator here. Zhou Yang walked to the French window and glanced at the slightly thin figure downstairs. Wait a moment, I'll pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang straightened his clothes, walked quickly to the door, and took the elevator downstairs. When he walked out of the elevator and came to the brightly lit lobby on the first floor, he immediately saw Tao Luoyao standing at the door, looking a little uneasy. She was still wearing the light blue dress she had worn during the day, and holding the Vacheron Constantin shopping bag tightly in her hand, as if she was holding on to her only life-saving straw. When Tao Luoyao saw Zhou Yang coming out, her eyes visibly brightened, but were immediately replaced by a deeper nervousness. Zhou Yang walked up to her and took the bag from her naturally with a gentle smile on his face. Let's go, up. He didn't say much, just turned around naturally and motioned for her to follow. Tao Luoyao followed closely behind, walked into the foyer that was comparable to the lobby of a 5-star hotel, watched Zhou Yang swipe his card skillfully, and then enter the sightseeing elevator. The elevator rises smoothly, and outside the transparent cabin is the dazzling city night view. Tao Luoyao had no mood to appreciate it. Her heart was beating fast and her palms were even slightly sweaty. Bite. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. When Zhou Yang used the key to open the heavy wooden door, the luxurious palace-like scene inside was revealed. Tao Luoyao was completely stunned. She stood in the porch, her eyes wide open, her rosy lips slightly parted, unable to utter a word for a long time. The scene before her was completely beyond her imagination. The huge crystal chandelier, the mirror-like marble floor, the expensive furniture with a strong sense of design, and the blurred city night view that comes in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. All this made her feel as if she had strayed into an unreal dream. Zhou Yang, where is this? Zhou Yang closed the door, isolating himself from the outside world. He turned around and walked in front of Tao Luoyao. Under the dim light of the entrance hall, his eyes were gentle and focused, with an unprecedented seriousness. He did not answer immediately, but slowly reached out and gently took Tao Luoyao's cold little hand. Tao Luoyao's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but she didn't do it in the end. Zhou Yang took her hand and led her to the center of the living room. Then he stopped and a doting smile appeared on his lips. From now on, this is your home. These words, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly exploded in Tao Luoyao's mind. Her body suddenly froze and her mind went blank. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Yang, completely unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. Home? This is her home? Seeing Tao Liao, who was completely dumbfounded and standing there in a daze, Zhou Yang showed a gentle smile on his face. He gently shook their still held hands and asked softly, "What's wrong? Don't you like it here?" Tao Liao suddenly came back to her senses as if she was awakened. She hurriedly shook her head, looked at Zhou Yang in panic, and quickly scanned the unbelievably luxurious living room. No. No way. How could I not like it? Just. But she couldn't say the following words. It was too sudden, too dreamy, and it all seemed like she was walking on clouds, making her feel nothing was real. Zhou Yang looked at her incoherent, shocked and helpless appearance, and the tenderness in his eyes became even stronger. He let go of her hand and instead gently held her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. "Lu Yao, look at me." Tao Liao subconsciously raised her head and met his deep and serious eyes. "What I said to you last night was not drunken nonsense, nor was it impulsive." Zhou Yang's tone was extremely serious. "I said I would work hard to give you the happiness you want, and now, this is just the first step." He paused, his eyes swept across the spacious and magnificent room, and finally fell back on her pretty face filled with astonishment and emotion. "In the future, I will let you live a better and happier life than this." Look at the sincerity in his eyes and listen to his resounding promise. Tao Liao felt a warm current suddenly rushing to her eyes, and her vision instantly became blurred. My nose felt sore and tears almost fell uncontrollably. Happiness, these two words are such an unattainable luxury for her now. But the man in front of him put it in front of him so easily. Detected that target Tao Liao's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 33 points. Gained lifespan, 10 hours. Award, 1 million yuan. Chapter 18 Uncle, you are so narcissistic. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. Tao Liao took a deep breath, forced down her surging emotions, lowered her head slightly, her voice was heavily nasal, and there was a hint of obvious shyness. "Thank you, Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang looked at her slightly red ears and her drooping, adorable appearance, and smiled gently. "This is what I should do." He released his hand from her shoulders, took a half step back, and a slightly playful smile appeared on his face. "Okay, now. I'm going to give you a glorious and difficult task." Upon hearing this, Tao Liao looked up blankly, with moisture still in the corners of her eyes. "Mission? What mission?" Zhou Yang pointed to the empty but slightly deserted room and said with a smile. "You see, although this place has everything, it still lacks a bit, the feeling of home, so your task is." He deliberately prolonged the sound. "Before I come back, clean this place up and make it look more like a home for the two of us. As for the pots and pans, your toiletries, clothes, etc., you don't have to go back to get them. It's time to throw away those things in such a shabby place. If you need anything, just order a new one online and fill in your address here. If you don't have enough money, just tell me at any time." Tao Liao was stunned at first, and then a faint but very real smile slowly blossomed on her pretty face, which was still covered with traces of tears and blush. This smile dispelled some of the sadness and anxiety between her brows, making her look more lively. "Make sure to complete the mission." She raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang. Although her voice was still not loud, it contained a trace of vitality that she had tried hard to regain. She even playfully saluted with a not-so-standard gesture. Seeing her rare cute look, Zhou Yang also started laughing. He raised his hand, and with his warm fingertips, he gently scratched the tip of her small, upturned nose. This sudden intimate gesture made Tao Liao's smile freeze instantly, her cheeks suddenly turned red again, and even her ears were dyed pink. Zhou Yang withdrew his hand, turned around and picked up the new coat that was draped over the armrest of the sofa. "Then I'll be leaving now. I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, he no longer looked at Tao Liao's shy and slightly helpless expression, walked straight to the entrance, opened the door, and walked out. Soon. Walking out of the gate of the Platinum Mansion community, Zhou Yang scanned a shared bicycle on the side of the road with familiarity. Although he is now considered a rich man and can afford a taxi. But shared bikes are a feeling. Soon. The familiar red sign of Wang Xiangyuan came into view again. It's not yet the peak mealtime, but there are already quite a few customers sitting in the store and business is still booming. Zhou Yang parked the car and pushed the door open. He glanced around the hall out of habit. I didn't see the charming figure of Song Qingwei, nor did I see the quirky little girl Chi Chi. "Are you here? Sit here." It was still the familiar waitress Xiaowan, who greeted him warmly and led him to the same corner as last time. Zhou Yang sat down and spoke directly without waiting for Xiaowan to ask, his tone full of curiosity. Sister Wan, didn't Chi-Chi come to do homework today? When Xiaowan heard this, a smile appeared on her face that said, I knew you were going to ask, and she quickly cleaned the table. I'm coming, why aren't you here? She nodded in the direction of the second floor and lowered her voice, with a hint of sharing gossip. The little girl is doing her homework in the tulip box upstairs. Our lady boss specifically told us today that the box will not be available for reservations from now on. It will be reserved for our little princess Kiki to use as a study. TSK, that's really well intentioned. Zhou Yang picked up the tea that Xiaowan had just poured and took a sip. He put down the teacup, a casual smile appeared on his face, and said to Xiaowan, who was about to turn around and do something. That's perfect. I'm not too hungry yet. I'll go upstairs to see how Chi-Chi is doing with her homework. I promised to tutor her yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, then go up. It's the room at the back of the second floor. It has a tulip sign on the door. Zhou Yang responded, stood up, and walked towards the stairs to the second floor as if he knew the way. The wooden stairs made a slight creaking sound when stepped on. The corridor on the second floor is much quieter than that on the first floor. It is covered with dark red carpet and has several landscape paintings hanging on the walls, making it look quite elegant. He walked to the door of the tulip box at the back. The door was ajar, and soft light shone from inside, and there was the subtle sound of a little girl occasionally turning pages of a book. Zhou Yang knocked on the door gently. Come in. Kiki's crisp response came from inside. Zhou Yang pushed the door open and walked in. The box is not big, but it is decorated very warmly. A clean wooden desk was placed by the window. Chi-Chi was sitting upright in front of the desk, concentrating on writing something. The little girl changed into a pink and blue sports suit today. Her hair was still tied into two playful pigtails, which swayed slightly as she wrote. Hearing the door open, Kiki looked up and saw that it was Zhou Yang. Her big black eyes lit up instantly and a surprised smile appeared on her face. Uncle, you're here. The call of uncle was sweet and crisp. Zhou Yang felt inexplicably relieved and walked forward with a gentle smile on his face. Yes, let's see if our Chi-Chi has any difficulties with her homework today. His eyes fell on Chi-Chi's open homework book, which contained some Chinese homework on how to write words based on pinyin and compose sentences. Chi-Chi picked up the eraser and erased a wrong word, pouting her lips slightly with a hint of pride. Humph, today's homework is not difficult for me. But... She changed the subject and pointed to a sentence-making question, her brows furrowed again. I'm having trouble figuring out how to put this not only, but also into a sentence. Zhou Yang leaned over to take a look. He smiled, picked up a pencil, and wrote a line on the draft paper next to him. Uncle Zhou is not only handsome, but also very smart. Chi-Chi looked at the line of words, was stunned at first, then burst out laughing, and her eyes curved into two cute crescents. Uncle, you are so narcissistic. Really? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Uncle is teaching you how to make sentences, and what Uncle said is also true. Chapter 19, Heartache. Chi-Chi was amused by him and laughed continuously, her little shoulders shrugged. Looking at the innocent look of the little girl, the sense of urgency in Zhou Yang's heart caused by the countdown of his life seemed to be temporarily diluted. Although this little girl is sometimes quirky and has a big mouth, she is really adorable when she is serious, and the innocence that she reveals inadvertently. He patiently guided Chi-Chi to think and helped her analyze the meaning and usage of words. Chi-Chi, use this conjunction to name two of your strengths. Chi-Chi pouted and thought for a few seconds, then smiled and said, Not only can I sing, I can dance too. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction and continued. What are the disadvantages? Not only do I not have a father, but also, and... Zhou Yang was speechless. He looked at Chi-Chi, who hadn't replied for a long time, but he suddenly felt sympathy for her. When asked to name her shortcomings, the first thing that came to her mind was that she didn't have a father. Obviously, this fact has become a shortcoming in her mind. It's hard to imagine how inferior she is in this regard. While feeling distressed, Zhou Yang saw Chi-Chi's little face gradually drooping and she looked a little depressed. Zhou Yang gently touched her face, without saying anything on this topic, but just said softly, Chi-Chi is so smart. You will learn it after your uncle teaches you once. You are the cutest and smartest girl your uncle has ever seen. Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy, and she said with a smile. Really, uncle? Real. After receiving Zhou Yang's affirmative answer, Chi-Chi stood up, held Zhou Yang's head and kissed him on the forehead. Hee, uncle is also the most handsome boy I have ever seen. Zhou Yang felt an unprecedented tenderness in his heart, and no one else could make him feel this way. But this little girl in front of me. Zhou Yang gently rubbed Chi-Chi's head and said. Uncle is a man, not a boy. Oh, why? But you are obviously a boy. Zhou Yang explained to her the meaning of man and boy in a serious tone. Then, Kiki started doing the questions again. Zhou Yang sat beside her, watching her patiently and giving advice from time to time. Time passed quietly in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. I saw that there were only a few questions left in Kiki's homework book. There was another gentle knock on the box door. Chi-Chi, mommy is coming in. It was Song Qingwei's gentle voice. As the words fell, the door was pushed open. Song Qingwei walked in carrying a tray. Today she changed out of her neat chef apron and put on an off-white slim-fit sweater, paired with a pair of dark blue jeans, which outlined her amazing curves. On the tray were 2 plates of stir-fried dishes that looked delicious, as well as a bowl of steaming white rice. The aroma instantly filled the entire small box. Mr. Zhou, you haven't eaten yet? Song Qingwei placed the tray on the small round table next to her and looked at Zhou Yang with gentle eyes. I saw that you didn't eat much of the rice you ordered on the first floor, so I asked the kitchen to stir-fry 2 dishes. Don't be disgusted. Eat them while they're hot. Zhou Yang quickly stood up with a polite smile on his face. Boss Song, you are too polite. We agreed that a bowl of rice would be enough. Why did you add more dishes? He pointed to the 2 plates of exquisite stir-fried dishes. You really don't need to go to all that trouble. Give me a bowl of rice next time and I'll be fine. Song Qingwei's voice was still soft, with a comfortable warmth. It's not a big deal. The kitchen just cooked 2 more dishes. Chi-Chi, you should eat some too. You need to replenish your energy to do your homework. When Chi-Chi heard this, she immediately looked at Zhou Yang with sparkling eyes, as if she had received an imperial decree, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Mom's cooking is the best. Uncle, please try it. It smells delicious. The little girl even put down the pencil in her hand, ran to Zhou Yang, gently pulled the corner of his clothes, raised her little face, and had an expression that said, if you don't eat, you're not giving me face. Zhou Yang laughed softly. Then I will respectfully obey your command. He pulled over the empty chair next to him and sat down at the small round table. Thank you, Boss Song. This dish smells really good. When Song Qingwei saw him finally sit down, a barely perceptible hint of relief seemed to flash across her eyes. She picked up the dishes and chopsticks on the tray, and gently placed the bowl of steaming white rice and a pair of clean chopsticks in front of Zhou Yang. Eat it quickly. Don't be polite. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After she finished speaking, she turned around and looked at Chi-Chi, who was already impatient and stretched out her little finger to secretly pinch a piece of meat, her tone containing a hint of helpless doting. Chi-Chi, go wash your hands. Eat with chopsticks, not with your hands. Oh. Kiki pouted. Although she was a little reluctant, she still slid down the chair obediently, ran out of the box, and went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. As soon as the little girl left, the box became quiet instantly. Only Zhou Yang and Song Qingwei were left. The air was filled with the aroma of food, and a subtle atmosphere of quietness quietly grew. Song Qingwei did not leave immediately. She stood by the table, slowly and methodically picking up the scattered draft papers on Chi-Chi's desk. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow, and her eyes would occasionally glance at Zhou Yang, who was picking up chopsticks as if unintentionally. Zhou Yang picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of tempting fried pork with peppers. The meat slices are tender and cooked to the perfect degree. The aroma of the chili peppers and the aroma of the fermented black beans blend perfectly. The spiciness is moderate and goes very well with rice. It's delicious, it's really delicious. Boss Song is a great cook. He exclaimed sincerely and looked up at Song Qingwei with real admiration in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on Song Qingwei's fair cheek, making her look charming and beautiful. As long as you like it. That's all. While eating, Zhou Yang occasionally gave Chi-Chi guidance on the last few homework questions. Song Qingwei sat quietly beside her, watching her daughter's profile as she wrote seriously. From time to time, she glanced at Zhou Yang, who was explaining patiently, with a look of gratitude in her eyes. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability has increased. Current favorability increase, 5 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Award, 2.5 million yuan. Current balance, 4.82 million yuan. Zhou Yang's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. 5 points of favorability. 15 hours of life. There is still a reward of 2.5 million. This is coming already? Chapter 20 Ex-Husband? Zhou Yang was a little surprised, but more of ecstasy. It seems that to deal with a mature and family-oriented woman like Song Qingwei, starting with Chi-Chi is the wisest choice. Zhou Yang was excited inside, but he remained calm on the surface. He continued to pick up a piece of beef and chewed it slowly. Chi-Chi, you have to pay attention to the order of writing. You are writing in the form of being characters. Come, uncle will show you how to do it. As he spoke, Zhou Yang took the pen from Chi-Chi's hand and started writing on the draft paper. Zhou Yang held the pencil, moved his wrist slightly, and wrote a neat yawn clearly on the draft paper. As he wrote, he quietly explained the order of strokes and the techniques of pen movement. Chi-Chi came very close, staring at his movements with her big black eyes without blinking, her little face full of seriousness. Song Qingwei sat quietly beside them, a gentle smile on her lips, her eyes moving between her daughter and Zhou Yang. The atmosphere in the box was warm and harmonious. Just then, a sudden cell phone ring broke the silence. Ding-ling-ling. The ringtone came from the cell phone that Song Qingwei placed on the corner of the table. Song Qingwei was slightly startled and reached out to take the phone. When she saw the name on the caller ID on the screen, the gentle smile on her face froze instantly, and even a trace of barely perceptible panic and annoyance flashed across her face. Her brows knitted slightly. He didn't answer the call immediately, nor did he say anything. He just held the vibrating phone, nodded apologetically to Zhou Yang, then quickly stood up, turned around, and walked out of the box quickly. The door was closed gently, blocking out the sounds from outside. Zhou Yang watched her hurried figure disappear at the door, a hint of curiosity flashing through his mind. Whose call caused her to react so strongly? But this thought only flashed through my mind. He didn't think much about it. After all, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in other people's private affairs. Right now, it is more important to finish tutoring Kiki's homework first. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the homework book in front of Chi-Chi. Okay, let's move on to the next question. More than half an hour passed. With Zhou Yang's patient explanation, Chi-Chi finally finished all her homework for today. Zhou Yang checked it carefully for her, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Chi-Chi performed very well today and did everything right. When Chi-Chi was praised, a happy smile immediately appeared on her little face. Of course, it doesn't matter who taught you that. The little girl felt a little sleepy, but while yawning, she did not forget to flatter the master. Zhou Yang smiled and rubbed her head. Okay, it's getting late, uncle should go back. Tomorrow is Saturday. I will come to teach you the rest tomorrow at noon. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Subconsciously, he wanted to say hello and goodbye to Song Qingwei, and looked around the box, but did not see her. The 2 plates of exquisite stir-fried dishes and the bowls and chopsticks had also been cleared away, obviously she had been back before. Is he still busy at the store? Or is he still on the phone? Zhou Yang didn't think much about it and waved at Chi-Chi. Goodbye, Chi-Chi. Goodbye, uncle. Chi-Chi waved her little hands obediently. Zhou Yang turned and walked out of the box and came to the corridor on the 2nd floor. The lobby downstairs was still a little noisy, but it was much quieter than during the peak mealtime. Without stopping, he walked straight down the stairs, crossed the hall, and pushed open the glass door of Wangshan Garden. Zhou Yang took out his cell phone and checked the time. 10:15 at night. There are fewer pedestrians on the road and fewer vehicles. It's time to go back. After muttering to himself, Zhou Yang walked to the side of the road and found the shared bike he had parked earlier. Unlocked and ready to ride. Just as he put one leg onto the bicycle pedal, a faint sound of quarreling, filled with suppressed anger, came from a dark alley not far away. I don't want to repeat what I just said. The sound was not loud and was intermittent, but it seemed a little abrupt in the quiet night. Zhou Yang paused. There are many such backstreets and alleys in the old city area of Hushan City, which are usually gathering places for garbage cans or paradise for stray cats. He hesitated. It seems that meddling in other people's affairs is not his style. But in the quarrel, the woman's voice seemed familiar. Could it be her? Driven by curiosity, Zhou Yang put down his foot that he had just raised. He pushed his bicycle and quietly approached the entrance of the alley that smelled damp and moldy. With the help of the hazy moonlight above his head, he could see the situation in the alley clearly. It was indeed Song Qingwei. She had her back to the alley entrance and looked a little tense. In front of her stood a man wearing a dark suit and with a slightly hunched figure. The man seemed to be whispering something, his tone was a little pleading and unclear. Song Qingwei just listened coldly, with her hands folded across her chest, and the lines of her profile looked particularly cold. I'm telling you it's absolutely impossible. Just give up on this idea. Song Qingwei's voice came, with undisguised anger. She seemed not to want to continue the argument, so she turned sideways and prepared to leave the alley. Qingwei. Don't leave. When the man in the suit saw this, his emotions seemed to go out of control in an instant. He took a step forward, his tone becoming excited and irritable. Moreover, he actually raised his hand and wanted to pull Song Qingwei's arm. Song Qingwei obviously did not expect the other party to suddenly attack. She screamed and dodged backwards subconsciously. Just when the man's hand was about to touch Song Qingwei's arm. Stop! A scolding came from the alley. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed over quickly. Zhou Yang reacted almost instinctively. He took a step forward and stood directly in front of Song Qingwei, protecting her behind him. The outstretched hand of the man in the suit froze in mid-air. With a look of surprise and displeasure at being interrupted, he looked at Cheng Yaojin, who suddenly appeared. Song Qingwei was also stunned. Zhou Yang? Why, are you here? Zhou Yang didn't turn around, his eyes still vigilantly staring at the man in the suit in front of him, and just explained casually. I was just about to go back, but I heard some noise over here, so I came over to take a look. After saying that, he turned his head slightly, glanced at Song Qingwei behind him, and asked calmly. Boss Song, are you okay? Do you need help? Do you want me to help you call the police? Without waiting for Song Qingwei to answer. The man in a suit standing in front of her, the man named Su Hui, was the first to frown impatiently. Who are you? We are talking about family matters, what does it have to do with you? Get out of here. Don't be an eyesore here. When Song Qingwei heard the word family affairs, her face instantly became uglier. She turned sideways abruptly and retorted to Su Hui harshly. Su Hui, what nonsense are you talking about? You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. After hearing this conversation, Zhou Yang instantly understood. Ex-husband. Most of them are here to cause trouble. Chapter 21. Everything is up to you. Zhou Yang ignored Su Hui's glare that was almost spitting fire, and just calmly took out his cell phone. He pointed his phone screen at Su Hui, his tone calm but with an unquestionable warning. I don't care what your relationship was before. Now, leave here immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police and sue you for harassment. Su Hui seemed to not expect Zhou Yang to be so direct, and the muscles on his face twitched. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Song Qingwei again, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He seemed too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhou Yang and just sneered at Song Qingwei. Okay, Song Qingwei, you're so cruel. Since you don't care about our past, don't blame me for being rude. I'm going to take custody of Chi-Chi. He paused and deliberately emphasized his tone, as if he was dropping a bombshell. When the time comes, I will take Chi-Chi abroad with me. You will never see her again in your life. Song Qingwei's face turned pale, she gritted her teeth, her body shook uncontrollably, and her fingers holding the wall were so hard that her knuckles turned white. Su Hui looked at Song Qingwei and seemed very satisfied with the damage he had caused. He didn't say anything more, just glared at Zhou Yang fiercely. Snort! With a cold snort, Su Hui straightened his slightly wrinkled collar of his suit, turned around and strode out of the alley with a heart full of anger and unwillingness. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the wet ground quickly disappeared at the entrance of the alley. In the dim alley, only Zhou Yang and the distraught Song Qingwei were left. Zhou Yang put away his phone, turned around and looked at Song Qingwei, who was leaning against the wall with a still pale face. He slowed his voice, his tone concerned. Boss Song, are you okay? He paused and added. That guy just now, did he do anything to you? Is there anything that I can help you with? It seemed like it took Song Qingwei a long time to come back to her senses. She slowly raised her head, her eyes still somewhat empty, and looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of complexity. She shook her head gently, Her voice was soft and trembling with an imperceptible sound. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. After a simple thank you, she said no more. It was as if all the strength had been drained out of him. He lowered his head slightly, looked dazed, and was full of worries. She didn't even look at Zhou Yang again. She just held on to the wall and walked out of the alley with a somewhat unsteady step. She soon disappeared into the night. Looking at her back, which was obviously uneasy and even a little panicked as she left, Zhou Yang stood where he was, frowning slightly. It seems that Su Hui's threat had a huge impact on her. At this moment, a cold mechanical sound rang in Zhou Yang's mind. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 2 points. Gained lifespan, 6 hours. Award, 1 million yuan. Current balance, 5.82 million yuan. Added 2 more points of favorability. Although it's not much, it's still a pleasant surprise. Zhou Yang looked at the direction where Song Qingwei disappeared and sighed softly. This woman looked strong, but the pain in her heart was probably more than he could imagine. Zhou Yang understood that this was probably not a simple dispute, but a brutal battle involving the child's ownership. He is rich now, and the system has given him some confidence. But for things like this, money alone is far from enough. What's more, Song Qingwei didn't ask him for help. He had just stepped forward out of moral obligation and a little selfishness. But if we go one step further, we will cross the line. If he, an outsider, rashly intervened in other people's family affairs, especially such a complicated mess involving divorce, children, and property, he would not only be unable to help, but might make things worse. It might even cause Song Qingwei's disgust and vigilance. Zhou Yang sighed softly. Never mind. You have to walk one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. The relationship with Song Qingwei has just made some progress, so we shouldn't rush it. At least, tonight I gained 7 points of favorability, 21 hours of life, and a bonus of 3.5 million. Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze. He didn't think any more about it. After walking out of the alley, he got on the shared bicycle on the roadside again. Zhou Yang's mood gradually became cheerful from being slightly depressed just now. He thought about the place he was about to return to. His new home. Platinum Residences. 10 minutes later. Zhou Yang pushed open the heavy wooden door. A warm breath with a faint floral fragrance instantly hits you in the face. It was completely different from the cold and empty feeling when I first arrived during the day. Zhou Yang's expression was slightly stunned. He stepped inside. His eyes scanned the hall. There was an exquisite glass vase on the coffee table in the living room, with a few flowers in it that he couldn't name. Soft leather sofa. There are a few brightly colored cushions placed randomly. It adds a touch of softness to the originally cold and hard space. 2 sets of tableware were neatly placed on the dining table. There is also a small fruit plate next to it, which contains washed grapes and cherry tomatoes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He sighed in his heart. Designing and organizing seemed to be a natural talent in every woman. With just a few simple changes, this luxurious but lifeless house has become noticeably more warm and homely. Zhou Yang put the key on the shoe cabinet in the entrance hall. Put on slippers. His eyes eventually landed on the sofa area in the living room. A figure was sitting on the sofa. I heard the door open. Tao Liao stood up slowly, holding a remote control in her hand. Standing there, a look of joy appeared on his face. She looked like a little woman waiting for her husband's praise, and was a little shy. You're back? Zhou Yang nodded. Yeah, I'm back. As he spoke, he put on slippers. He looked at Tao Liao, who was standing beside the sofa. Why aren't you resting yet so late? Zhou Yang asked casually. Tao Liao lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her home clothes, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. I don't know which room to sleep in. Her voice was very low. Zhou Yang was slightly surprised, then chuckled. You can sleep in any room you want. It seemed like a joke, but also had a hint of ambiguity. Zhou Yang looked at her with a burning gaze and continued. If you are willing to sleep in the same room with me, it's not impossible. Tao Liao lowered her head suddenly. The blush on her face instantly spread to her ears, and even her fair neck was stained pink. She didn't say anything, but her body trembled slightly. A few seconds passed. She hums like a mosquito. Respond quietly. It's all right. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. with a kind of resigned obedience. Everything is up to you. Chapter 22: The Secret of the Suitcase. These words made Zhou Yang's heart beat faster suddenly. It seemed as if the blood rushed to the top of my head. Are you serious? Tao Luoyao did not answer. She just kept her head down, not daring to look at him, but her body shrank back slightly. Zhou Yan looked at her reaction. The excitement in my heart receded quickly like the tide, and was replaced by a complex emotion. He sighed softly. Last night in her small rental house came to my mind. Her expression was tearful, helpless, and reluctant. There is also the sentence, "I don't have much experience, please bear with me." What he wanted was her willingness and her love from the bottom of her heart. It's not this kind of compromise forced by helplessness, nor is it the emptiness after forcibly occupying the other person's body. The smile on Zhou Yang's face became gentle again, and his eyes regained calmness. Well then. His tone became relaxed. I'll sleep in the master bedroom. He pointed in the direction of the second floor. From the remaining rooms, just pick the one you like and decorate it however you want. Hearing this, Tao Luoyao raised her head suddenly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She seemed to have never expected Zhou Yang to make such arrangements. Not forced. Let her choose for herself. This was completely different from what she had experienced or imagined as being kept. Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 5 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. He was secretly happy. It seems. His not forcing just now actually had an unexpected effect. He did not take advantage of her misfortune, but instead won more of her trust and favor. Zhou Yang was just about to turn around and go to the master bedroom on the second floor. His eyes inadvertently swept across the coffee table in the middle of the living room. There was a silver gray metal suitcase. It was left by the landlord Guman, and he repeatedly warned us not to touch it. What made him even more stunned was that the lid of the suitcase seemed to have been opened. The edge was slightly raised, and one could even see a small black corner sticking out from inside. It looked like the things inside had been touched by someone. The gentle smile on Zhou Yang's face froze slightly. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Tao Luoyao, who was still standing there. Lu Yao. Zhou Yang's voice unconsciously became a little hurried. This suitcase was opened by you? Tao Luoyao was stunned by his sudden change in tone. She nodded subconsciously, with a hint of confusion and innocence in her eyes. Yeah, didn't you ask me to clean up the house? She pointed to the living room, which had become noticeably warmer and tidier. I think this box is a bit of a nuisance here, so I thought of helping you take out the things inside and put them in the bedroom. After she finished speaking, she seemed to notice that something was wrong with Zhou Yang's expression, and her voice couldn't help but become smaller, with a hint of timidity and uneasiness. What's wrong? Zhou Yang, did I do something wrong? Zhou Yang raised his hand and slapped his forehead hard. Damn! Pig brain! How could he forget this? He was so busy asking for WeChat that he didn't take the warning from the icy landlord Guman before she left seriously. I wanted to tell Tao Luoyao something before I left, but she interrupted me by saying I promised to complete the task, and I completely forgot about it. He did not answer Tao Luoyao's question, but took a deep breath and asked again. So, what about the things in the suitcase? It's just one suitcase, so there shouldn't be much stuff in it, right? Tao Luoyao felt a little relieved when she saw that he was not angry, but just had a strange expression. She raised her white finger and pointed in the direction of the spiral staircase on the second floor, to be exact, the location of the master bedroom. Well, there's just a box in there. I'll put it on the bedside table in the master bedroom for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang turned around without saying a word and walked quickly towards the second floor. His steps were a little hurried, and Zhou Yang pushed open the heavy door of the master bedroom. The lighting in the huge bedroom is soft. His eyes were immediately fixed on an elegant white bedside table next to the large European-style double bed. Really? On the bedside table, there was a pink square paper box lying quietly. The box is not very big, about 40 centimeters long and wide. It looks very delicate, with a beautiful ribbon bow tied on it. The style is a bit like a box for cakes or high-end gifts. Zhou Yang walked forward and carefully picked up the pink box. The box is not heavy, but it feels heavy in the hand. He held the box, turned around, walked quickly down the stairs and returned to the living room. That's it? Zhou Yang held the box in front of Tao Layao and confirmed it again. Nothing else in the suitcase? Tao Layao nodded seriously. Yes, just this one box. She paused and added, as if trying to prove her innocence. I haven't opened this box before. It looks like a gift, so I'll just put it away for you. Hearing this, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't open it. Although he was indeed a little curious about what was in the box that Gu-man had hidden so solemnly. But curiosity is curiosity, but it is better not to touch other people's things, especially those of that ice beauty. He was going to put the box back into the silver-gray suitcase and wait for Gu-man to take it away. However, just at this moment, an accident happened. The bottom of the pink paper box that Zhou Yan was holding in her hand was not glued firmly, or it could not bear the weight of the items inside. Sudden. It's like something was leaking. A muffled thump sound. Something fell out from the bottom of the box and hit the smooth, cold marble floor. Immediately following. Crash. It's like a chain reaction. The contents of the box lost their support and all poured out from the broken bottom. Scattered all over the ground. Zhou Yang's movements froze instantly. He lowered his head. When your eyes fall upon the objects of various shapes and ambiguous colors on the floor, the whole person felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Fuck! On the smooth marble floor, there were some oddly shaped sex toys. For a moment, Zhou Yang's mind went blank. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Chapter 23 Lesbian? I could even hear a buzzing sound in my ears. That icy beauty Gu-man, who seemed to be out of touch with the world, actually had these sex toys hidden in her suitcase? And Tao Loya, who was standing aside. When she saw the scattered objects on the ground, which carried strong suggestive meanings. That pretty face, which originally had a hint of curiosity, instantly turned red from the cheeks to the neck, like a cooked shrimp. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly open, revealing an expression of disbelief, astonishment, and surprise. This. He looked at the things on the ground, then raised his head to look at Zhou Yang, who had a stiff expression. An absurd but seemingly reasonable idea instantly formed in her mind. No wonder he looked so nervous when he heard himself opening the suitcase just now. No wonder he ran upstairs in a hurry to look for it. It turns out these things are his. Who is he preparing for? Or did he keep it for his own use? Is it because he doesn't want to touch me? Think of this. Tao Layao felt her cheeks were burning as if they were on fire. My heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of my throat. He usually looks so serious, but in private. You actually have this kind of hobby? And they hid these things in the suitcase? In the living room. The huge crystal chandelier emits bright light. There is also a kind of indescribable atmosphere. Zhou Yang felt his scalp tingling and his heart seemed to be jumping out of his throat. Fuck. You are kidding me. That icy beauty Gu-man, who looks aloof and abstinent, is she so extravagant in private? The key point is that he has now run into this mess. Moreover, looking at Tao Layao's shocked and stunned expression, and her face flushed to the point of bleeding. She was 100% misunderstood. 1,000 MMPs flashed through Zhou Yang's mind instantly, and he wanted to rush out immediately to pull that unreliable female landlord back to explain everything clearly. But he knew it was too late to say anything now. Explain? How to explain? Lu Yao, listen to my explanation, these are really not mine, they were left by that beautiful landlord. No one would believe this. It sounds like the lamest excuse after being caught doing something bad. Zhou Yang's brain was working rapidly, and a layer of cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Calm. Must stay calm. The most important thing now is to stabilize Tao Layao and not let her favorability, which has just risen, drop again because of this misunderstanding. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the fuck in his heart. On his face, he tried hard to force out an expression that appeared as natural as possible, or, in other words, as not surprised at all. He even shrugged his shoulders pretending to be relaxed, bent down, and began to pick up things slowly. Cough. Zhou Yang cleared his throat, trying to break the suffocating awkwardness. I can't believe that this landlord looks serious, but he is actually this kind of person in private. Tao Layao stood there, her body still a little stiff, with an awkward smile on her pretty face. She looked at Zhou Yang's calm and composed appearance as he picked up those embarrassing things, and her mind became even more confused. But one thing is certain, he probably doesn't want to use it himself. If that were the case, there would be no way he would want to maintain a woman. Thinking of this, Tao Loya was stunned. Could it be that this guy wants to use these things on me? Think of this. The blush on Tao Loya's face did not fade at all, and her body even trembled inexplicably. This is too weird. Zhou Yang was secretly observing Tao Loya's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the other person's face changing all the time, like a red and green traffic light, he was completely confused. But never mind. With a few soft clicks, Zhou Yang fastened the lock of the suitcase again. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and turned around. Okay, return it to its original owner. Zhou Yang walked up to Tao Loya, looked at her still red face and flickering eyes, and deliberately teased her. It seems that this landlord is quite playful. Next time I see her, I must remind her to put away her personal belongings. Tao Loya listened to Zhou Yang emphasizing and explaining over and over again. It has been determined that he is guilty. She subconsciously lowered her head, avoiding Zhou Yang's gaze, and muttered softly. Is that so? The voice carried a hint of shame and struggle, but was not very lethal. On the contrary, it's a bit like she's acting coquettishly. When Zhou Yang looked at her like this, the depression caused by embarrassment in his heart disappeared instantly. It's getting late. You've been busy all day and are tired. Go choose a room and rest. You can choose any room except the master bedroom. Tao Loya's pretty face was still red, and after hearing this, she seemed to have completely recovered from her previous embarrassment. She raised her head, looked at Zhou Yang, and said softly. Then I'll go up first? She didn't even dare to look at Zhou Yang again. Holding the shopping bag containing Vacheron Constantin, she walked quickly towards the spiral staircase on the second floor as if she was escaping. I watched her slightly panicked figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. The smile on Zhou Yang's face slowly faded. He walked to the sofa, sat down heavily, and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I managed to fool him for the time being. He rubbed his swollen temples and his eyes fell on the silver-gray suitcase in the corner again. Gu Man. You said we just met by chance, how come you gave me such a big gift? Zhou Yang complained silently in his heart. At the same time, he also became more interested in the true face of that ice beauty. A beautiful woman with a score of 85 and a cold appearance, but she has a bunch of sex toys hidden in her suitcase. I remember she hated men a lot. She doesn't seem to want to pretend. Zhou Yang rubbed his face and was about to get up and go back to the master bedroom to rest, but he felt a strange touch on the soles of his feet. It felt like I stepped on something thin that stuck to the sole of my slippers. He frowned, bent down, reached out and tore the thing off the bottom of his slippers. It feels slightly hard to the touch, with a slightly smooth texture. With the help of the bright crystal light in the living room, he could see clearly what was in his hand. What the hell? It turned out to be a photo. The background of the photo seems to be in a luxuriously decorated bedroom, with ambiguous lighting. The protagonist of the photo. Zhou Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. In the photo, there were two naked women. One of them is the owner of this house, the cold as ice Gu Man. The other woman was equally beautiful and had a hot body. Although Zhou Yang didn't know her, her looks and figure were definitely goddess level. The two were entangled naked together, their lips pressed tightly against each other's lips, in an extremely intimate posture. The picture is extremely erotic. Fuck. Zhou Yang just felt a buzzing sound in his head and his whole body was numb. What the hell? Zhou Yang cursed in his heart and felt like his head was going to explode. What's going on? No wonder there are a bunch of sex toys in that suitcase. After all this time, it turns out she didn't use it herself. But, for use with women? Zhou Yang felt that his 3 views were repeatedly rubbed against the ground in just one day. He looked at Gu Man's face in the photo, which was still a little cold, but was tinged with lust during the kiss. Then I thought about how she kept strangers away and was extremely disgusted with men during the day. A thought that could explain everything suddenly popped up in my mind. This woman is actually a lesbian? Zhou Yang stood there holding the photo, muttering to himself. Chapter 24, Has the epidemic been digested internally? Zhou Yang couldn't help but mutter under his breath, feeling that his cognition was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Is it popular to digest beauties internally these days? No wonder Gu Man is so repulsive to men. She looks at him as if he is looking at something dirty. After all this time, it turns out that they are not even playing on the mail track. Is there a volcano under the iceberg, or a lily-scented volcano? Zhou Yang took the photo and looked around, confirming that there were no hidden cameras or the like installed in this living room that was comparable to a palace, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. I dare not imagine what kind of hell it would be if Guman knew that he had seen this kind of thing. Soon, Zhou Yang put the photos and the various toys back into the silver suitcase intact. I'll leave this 85-point big boss alone for now. His level is not high enough, his equipment is not good enough, and he doesn't like men. I'll just be sending him to hell if I go up to him. Zhou Yang shook his head, getting rid of Guman's cold and lustful face from his mind. For now, it's better to stabilize Tao Liao first, and then make further efforts to capture the boss lady. He raised his head and looked towards the second floor. He guessed Tao Liao was hiding in some room right now, staring at the ceiling and questioning her life. Zhou Yang had no intention of going up to comfort or explain anything right now. Some misunderstandings should be left as misunderstandings for the time being, perhaps they will produce some unexpected chemical reactions. After a busy day today, he still feels quite tired. Zhou Yang walked up the spiral staircase covered with soft carpet. Second floor. He pushed open the heavy door of the master bedroom. Even though he was mentally prepared, Zhou Yang was still a little shocked by the luxury of the master bedroom. The room was tidy and had all the necessary clothes and beddings. No need to think, it must have been sorted by that girl Tao Liao. While thinking about it, Zhou Yang's eyes were attracted by a pink box on the bedside table. What the hell is this? Just as Zhou Yang was about to go forward to check, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. As Zhou Yang turned around, a beautiful figure rushed over and threw him onto the bed. Have you come to terms with it? Tao Liao's face was red and her expression was very ugly, shy and embarrassed. She responded incoherently. Yes. I've come to terms with it. Have you figured it out? Zhou Yang was stunned. Feeling the soft body on his body, his mind was confused. What's wrong with this girl? Why did she suddenly rush in and make dirty jokes? And she doesn't seem like someone who would say something like that. The depressed state lasted for a few seconds. When Zhou Yang was about to turn over and become a human being, he felt his body lighten. Tao Liao stood up with a blushing face, then stepped out of the room with her hands behind her back, humming. I suddenly don't want to drive anymore. Let's do it another day. Having said that, she turned around quickly, slammed the door shut, and fled like the wind. Zhou Yang sat on the bed, scratching his head blankly. What are you doing? It's incomprehensible. After being depressed for a few seconds, Zhou Yang turned his gaze to the bedside table. That pink box is gone? You are so good, Tao Liao, you are trying to play this trick on me, right? Zhou Yang was both angry and amused. After all this time, it turns out that Tao Liao has other intentions than drinking. What's that pink box? Originally Zhou Yang was just guessing that it might be BYT, but now it is basically confirmed. If the room that Tao Liao cleaned up today was left by the landlord, she would definitely get rid of it, and it was impossible for the landlord to leave it. Then there is only one possibility. Bought by Tao Liao. What did you buy it for? There are only two of them here. If they bought it for someone else to use, they would not put it in Zhou Yang's room. So, she thought she couldn't escape this disaster today, so she bought condoms in advance? Zhou Yang secretly regretted it. The girl was already ready tonight, but he insisted on being aloof? It's okay now. Of course, this is not entirely Zhou Yang's problem. The little incident that happened tonight must have had a big impact on Tao Liao. Zhou Yang tossed and turned in bed. Half an hour later, he sat up and made up his mind. Outside Tao Liao's door. Zhou Yang raised his hand to knock on the door, then put it down and wandered in the corridor. After repeating this several times, he sighed and returned to his room dejectedly. Forget it, brother is still too kind. Zhou Yang just lay on the strange and luxurious big bed with his arms and legs spread out, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day. No jarring alarm clock, no urgent urging. Zhou Yang was awakened by the sunlight. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gorgeous crystal chandelier above his head with some confusion. It took a few seconds before I realized where I was. Oh yeah, he lives in a mansion. He stretched out his body and felt all the bones in his body making comfortable clicking sounds. I feel more refreshed than ever before. He sat up from the bed, stepped barefoot on the soft shag carpet, and walked into the bathroom, which was larger than his entire rental house before. After completely letting out a lot of water, Zhou Yang pulled up his pants contentedly. He turned on the high-end looking shower system and took a comfortable hot shower. After putting on the new clothes I bought yesterday, I felt like I was exuding an expensive aura. Well, although my pocket is almost empty again. Current remaining lifespan, 91 hours. Current system account balance, 3.825 million yuan. The favorability contributed by Tao Liao and Song Qingwei last night restored a small amount of his lifespan and savings. But it is far from enough. After several days of tossing and turning, the lifespan is still around 80 or 90 hours. No, you have to work harder. Zhou Yang walked out of the master bedroom and came to the corridor on the second floor. Tao Liao's bedroom door was still closed. But the smell of breakfast could be smelled from downstairs. Zhou Yang got angry when he thought about what happened last night, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Go straight down the stairs. Zhou Yang followed the smell to the open kitchen. Tao Liao was seen wearing a pink apron which was obviously newly bought, and was doing something clumsily. Hearing footsteps, she turned around and saw that it was Zhou Yang. A trace of panic flashed across her face. Morning. Good morning. She greeted him quietly, her eyes always secretly observing Zhou Yang. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she was still not sure whether Zhou Yang had seen the box of condoms. Morning. Zhou Yang walked over to her and looked at the 2 eggs in the pan that were obviously burnt, and the few slices of burnt bread on the plate next to it. The corners of his mouth twitched and he tried to hold back his smile. It seems that this young lady, who once had never done any housework, still has a lot of room for improvement in her cooking skills. Well, I'm not very good at cooking. Tao Liao looked at her masterpiece and felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Yang was in a good mood as he looked at her embarrassed yet cute appearance. He picked up the spatula next to him and naturally took over the position of chef. It's okay. I'll do it. Zhou Yang took the innocent spatula from Tao Liao's hand, and performed a handsome throwing and catching move, almost throwing the spatula onto the ceiling. I promise to let you taste the cooking skills of a 5-star chef. You will definitely want to eat it. After hearing the second half of the sentence, Tao Liao's pretty face instantly turned red, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Now she didn't dare to respond like she did last night. That was done on purpose last night, just to distract Zhou Yang's attention. Thinking of this, she became more and more worried about whether Zhou Yang had discovered it. After taking a deep breath for a long time, Tao Liao said carefully. Didn't you see anything strange in your room? Chapter 25 Warm Breakfast. Zhou Yang pretended to be confused and asked, what strange things? Those little gadgets of the landlord? Yes, right. When Tao Liao heard this answer, she felt embarrassed and relieved at the same time. Fortunately, Zhou Yang didn't find out, otherwise she would not be able to survive. He died instantly. Zhou Yang had no intention of exposing her now and started cooking as if nothing had happened. Tao Liao also turned her attention away from that matter. She stood aside, watching Zhou Yang cooking, and then looked at the 2 charred unidentified objects in the pot that could be used as hidden weapons. She muttered quietly, "Can you really do this?" "Of course I can." Zhou Yang quickly opened the refrigerator and took out fresh eggs and milk. His movements were incredibly skillful. When I was in college, I could feed half of the room's livestock with just a small electric cooker. This is just a small scene, but it's a relief. As he spoke, he had already beaten the eggs again, added milk and a little salt, and stirred well. Heat the pan, add butter, and it will make an attractive sizzling sound when melted. He poured the egg liquid into the pan and shook his wrist gently. Soon, a golden and tender scrambled egg with a rich milky aroma came out of the pan. Next was the toasted bread slices. He controlled the time and heat precisely, and the toasted bread slices were golden and crispy on both sides, just right. The last step is the dish presentation. Simple scrambled eggs, bread slices, a few washed cherry tomatoes, and a little ketchup. It actually looks quite presentable and instantly increases the appearance of the dish. Tao Liao's eyes widened as she watched from the side. Is this really the Zhou Yang who looked taciturn and even a little dull in college? When did he click on the cooking skill point? Try it? Zhou Yang pushed one of the perfect breakfasts in front of Tao Liao with a hint of pride on his face. Tao Liao picked up the fork, carefully picked up a small piece of scrambled egg and put it into her mouth. It is tender and smooth in the mouth, with a rich milky flavor and moderate saltiness. Tasty. It's 100 times better than the dark dish she just made. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang. In addition to surprise, there was something indescribable in her eyes. Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 1. Gained lifespan, 1 hour. Award, 100,000 yuan. Zhou Yang was delighted, but his expression remained calm. He just raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of sarcasm, "How was it? Were you impressed by my charm and cooking skills?" Tao Luoyao was amused by his sudden narcissism, her cheeks slightly reddened, she rolled her eyes at him in reproach, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Yes, you are the best." The two ate breakfast quietly. The atmosphere was no longer tense and awkward like last night, but instead had a strange, warm feel. After breakfast, Zhou Yang took the initiative to clean up the dishes, washing them and putting them away quickly. "I'm going out for a while." Zhou Yang wiped his hands and turned to look at Tao Luoyao, who was sitting at the dining table and seemed to be savoring the taste of breakfast. Upon hearing this, Tao Luoyao immediately sat up straight, with a questioning look in her eyes. Where? There's something I need to take care of." Zhou Yang didn't elaborate, but just smiled. "What about you? It's the weekend today, so you shouldn't be working, right? Do you want me to take you to a nearby mall and buy some things you need?" Tao Luoyao quickly shook her head. No, I can do it myself." She paused, as if remembering something. "I want to go to the hospital to see my mother first and tell her about the money so that she can feel at ease." Zhou Yang nodded. "Okay, Auntie's place is really urgent. Do you need me to go with you?" "Don't bother, I can go by myself." Tao Luoyao refused again, but her tone was much softer. "Just do your thing." "Okay, then be careful and call me if you have any questions." Zhou Yang didn't force it. After all, he was afraid of going to the hospital. "After that," he added, "you can buy whatever you like at home. The combination lock is 454102, and the access card is on the cabinet in the entrance. If you want to eat something, you can just order takeout. Don't starve yourself." After explaining all this, Zhou Yang picked up his coat, put it on, and walked to the entrance to change his shoes. Tao Luoyao followed him and stood behind him, looking at his bent back, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Zhou Yang changed his shoes, stood up, and met her eyes that were filled with some complicated emotions. "What's wrong?" Tao Luoyao bit her lip and finally asked in a low voice. Will you come back, tonight?" Zhou Yang finally revealed a meaningful smile. "It's true." Recalling what happened last night, Zhou Yang made an expression as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. He forced himself to adjust his mood, raised his hand to scratch her nose, and said softly, "Of course I'll come back." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Zhou Yang walked out of the Platinum Mansion community and recalled the remaining time of his life. He began to feel bitter again. The most urgent thing is to go to Wangshan Garden. Song Qingwei is a high-potential stock with a score of 82, and she just went through the threat incident of her ex-husband last night. It's a good time to take advantage of her. It's a good time to take advantage of her to improve her favorability. Today is the weekend, and Kiki didn't finish some homework last night, so Zhou Yang made an appointment to continue teaching her at noon today. That's all. Zhou Yang scanned a shared bicycle as if he was familiar with the route, humming a tuneless little song as he rode towards Wangshan Garden. At noon, Wang Xiangyuan's business is even busier than at night. Zhou Yang pushed the door open and almost fell over due to the smell of food and voices. The hall was packed with people, and Xiaowan and several other waiters were busy all the time. "Why are you here so early today?" Xiaowan was sharp-eyed and spotted Zhou Yang at a glance. She quickly took the time to greet him. "There's no room now." "How about you wait a moment?" Zhou Yang smiled and waved his hands. "It's okay, Sister Wan. I won't eat. I'll go upstairs to see Chi-Chi." "Oh, sure." Chi-Chi and the boss lady are both in the private room upstairs. After Xiaowan finished speaking, she was called away by other guests. Zhou Yang nodded, walked straight through the noisy hall and went up to the second floor. Arriving at the door of the tulip box, he knocked on it as usual. "Come in." Song Qingwei's gentle voice came from inside. Zhou Yang pushed the door open and walked in. In the box, Kiki was lying on the desk, drawing with a colored pencil. Song Qingwei was sitting on a chair next to her, reading an account book in her hand, but her brows were slightly furrowed, and she seemed a little absent-minded. Seeing Zhou Yang coming in, Song Qingwei put down the account book and showed a slightly forced smile on her face. Mr. Zhou is here. Chi-Chi immediately dropped her colored pencil, pounced over like a little swallow, and hugged Zhou Yang's thighs. Uncle, you're here. Look at the picture I drew. Zhou Yang smiled and touched Chi-Chi's head, then looked down and saw that the little girl had drawn 3 little people holding hands, with a crooked sun and a few small flowers next to them. It's a beautiful painting. Zhou Yang praised sincerely. Whose painting is this? Chi-Chi pointed at the little man in the painting and introduced in a baby voice. This is Mom, this is me, and this is you, Uncle. Zhou Yang was delighted. This little girl was getting better and better. He raised his head and met Song Qingwei's gaze. Her eyes dodged for a moment, and she turned her head away embarrassedly and said, "It's just a kid's random drawing, please don't mind it, Mr. Zhou." Chapter 26, not wanting to talk about it anymore, I stopped asking. Boss Song, you don't look very well today. Zhou Yang changed the subject and pretended to ask casually, didn't you get enough rest last night? Song Qingwei's eyes dodged for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and shook her head gently. Nothing, just a lot of work in the store, a bit tiring. She obviously didn't want to talk about what happened last night. Seeing that she didn't want to talk more, Zhou Yang stopped asking. He knew that a mature woman like Song Qingwei, who had experienced a failed marriage and was raising a child alone, often had very strong inner defenses. She certainly didn't want to recall the embarrassing scene of last night, and she didn't want to show her vulnerability too much in front of outsiders. If you push too hard, it will easily cause resentment. The plan to prolong your life must be taken step by step. Zhou Yang pointed at the stick figure in the painting who looked somewhat like himself and said in a deliberately exaggerated manner. Chi-Chi's drawing is so great. She made my uncle look so handsome. Chi-Chi was so amused that she giggled, with a look of pride on her little face. Of course. Uncle is handsome. The little girl has a very sweet mouth. But. Chi-Chi suddenly tilted her head, pointed at a smeared mark next to the little figure representing Song Qingwei in the painting, and asked curiously. Mom, I think I accidentally drew that bad uncle in there, the one who had an argument with you in the alley last night, and I erased him. Children speak without restraint. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Song Qingwei's face froze, and the hands on her legs unconsciously clenched the edge of the account book. Su Hui's hideous face and vicious threats last night once again appeared clearly in her mind. What she feared most was that Chi-Chi would get hurt, and she was even more afraid that Su Hui would really take Chi-Chi away from her. Seeing Song Qingwei's face turn pale instantly, Zhou Yang said in his heart, "Here it comes." He immediately squatted down, looked at Chi-Chi at eye level, and changed the subject in a gentle tone. Chi-Chi, sometimes you make mistakes when drawing. Just erase it and draw again. Look, you drew your uncle and mom so well. They are holding hands and look so happy. Having said that, Zhou Yang pointed at the 3 little figures standing close to each other in the painting and smiled again with his eyes narrowed. Let's be like in the painting from now on, okay? Uncle will come and play with Chi-Chi and help Chi-Chi with her homework when he is free. Chi-Chi's attention was successfully attracted back. She nodded vigorously, looking at Zhou Yang with her big, bright eyes. Yes, yes. Uncle is the best. She even stretched out her little hand, took Zhou Yang's fingers and shook them gently, as if to confirm the agreement. Song Qingwei looked at the scene in front of her and saw Zhou Yang patiently comforting her daughter and deftly resolving the awkwardness, and a complex and indescribable emotion surged in her heart. There is gratitude, relief, and also a sense of dependence that is hard to explain. Although this young man looked a little cynical, he always gave her an inexplicable sense of security at critical moments. Her tense nerves seemed to relax a little. The color on his face slowly returned. She took a deep breath and gave Zhou Yang a grateful look. Although her voice was still a little weak, it had returned to her usual gentleness. Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry to bother you. Zhou Yang stood up and smiled at her with a sincere smile. It's no trouble. I like Chi-Chi too. She's very cute. After he finished speaking, he paused and his eyes fell back on Kiki's homework book. Okay Chi-Chi, let's put the drawing aside for now and finish yesterday's homework first, shall we? Okay, I'll listen to Uncle. Chi-Chi responded obediently, sat back down at the desk and picked up her pencil. Zhou Yang also pulled over a chair, sat next to Chi-Chi, and began to patiently explain the questions to her. Song Qingwei did not look at the account book again, but just sat quietly aside, looking at her daughter's serious profile with gentle eyes, and occasionally looking at Zhou Yang, and the vigilance in her eyes seemed to fade a little. The sunlight shines through the window and falls on the three people, making the picture warm and harmonious. Detected that the target Song Chingwei's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability, 13 points. Gained lifespan, 9 hours. Award, 1.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded again. Zhou Yang was delighted. Sure enough, gentleness and patience, coupled with a little bit of just the right amount of hero saving the beauty follow-up comfort, have a significant effect on a woman like Song Chingwei, who is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. The lifespan increased by another 9 hours and the account increased by 1.5 million. Watching the numbers changing on the system panel, Zhou Yang felt more confident. Chapter 27. This craftsmanship is really amazing. The tutoring lasted until after 1 in the afternoon. Chi-Chi completed all her homework, and under Zhou Yang's guidance, she also previewed the new lesson. Uncle, you explain it better than our teacher. Chi-Chi closed the book and looked at Zhou Yang with admiration. Really? Then Uncle will tell you a story next time, okay? Zhou Yang smiled and rubbed her head. Good. Seeing her daughter's happy expression, the smile on Song Chingwei's face became much more genuine. She stood up, walked to Zhou Yang, and spoke sincerely. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much today. Lunchtime has passed. How about having a simple meal here? I'll ask the kitchen to make you a bowl of noodles. Zhou Yang looked at the time and it was indeed late. And he really hadn't had a proper lunch yet. Okay, then I'll obey your orders. Thank you, Boss Song. Not overly polite. Appropriately accepting the other party's kindness is also a way to bring the relationship closer. You're welcome. Please wait. Song Chingwei smiled gently, turned and walked out of the box. Soon, she came back with a tray with a bowl of steaming pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles and a small plate with some exquisite Hunan-style side dishes. There's nothing to serve you, just eat it while it's hot. Song Chingwei placed the bowl of noodles and side dishes in front of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang thanked him and picked up the chopsticks. The noodles are chewy, the soup is delicious, and the pickled mustard greens and shredded pork have just the right flavor. He ate with gusto. Chi-Chi watched from the side and couldn't help swallowing. Mom, I want to eat noodles too. Song Chingwei looked at her daughter helplessly yet lovingly. Didn't you just eat? If you want to eat, Mom will make it for you in the evening. She turned to look at Zhou Yang and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry to embarrass you, little kid. It's okay, the child is still growing. Zhou Yang responded with a smile, but his speed of eating noodles did not slow down at all. The bowl of noodles was quickly finished, and even the soup was drunk up clean. Zhou Yang put down his chopsticks and burped contentedly. Boss Song's cooking skills are really amazing. Song Chingwei felt a little embarrassed by his praise, her cheeks slightly reddened. It's just a common way to cook it, as long as Mr. Zhou likes it. That's all. After dinner, Zhou Yang played games with Chi-Chi for a while. Almost an hour later, Zhou Yang looked at the time and stood up to say goodbye. Boss Song, Chi-Chi, it's getting late and I should go back. Song Chingwei nodded and stood up. I'll take you there. Chi-Chi also jumped down from the chair and pulled Zhou Yang's clothes, reluctant to leave. Will Uncle come tomorrow? Zhou Yang squatted down and scratched her little nose. It depends on the situation. Uncle will definitely come if he has time, okay? Hook. Chi-Chi held out her little finger. Okay, pinky promise. Zhou Yang smiled and made a pinky promise with her. Song Chingwei sent Zhou Yang to the stairs and watched him make an agreement with his daughter, with a hint of warmth in her eyes. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much for today and last night. Hearing this, Zhou Yang naturally knew what she was referring to about last night, so he waved his hand indifferently. Boss Song is too polite. It's just a small favor. After he finished speaking, he paused, looked at Song Chingwei's eyes, which were still slightly worried, thought about it, and mentioned it in a relatively tactful way. Boss Song, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the future, or, if you need help, you can actually tell me. Although I may not be able to help much, but with more people, we can always come up with more solutions. Zhou Yang said this to the point, without probing too much or appearing overly enthusiastic. It just expresses an attitude of I'm here, you can find me if you need me. Song Chingwei was slightly startled when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang. He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally shook his head gently with a bitter smile on his lips. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. But these are just some household chores, so I won't bother you. She still chose to carry it herself. Zhou Yang was not surprised either. He nodded and didn't insist. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Be careful on the road. Song Qingwei also nodded. Zhou Yang said no more, turned around and walked down the stairs. Song Qingwei stood at the stairs, watching his back disappear into the noisy hall downstairs, without moving for a long time. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 14 points. Lifespan gained, 3 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. After walking out of Wangshan Garden, Zhou Yang looked back at the window on the second floor. Although only 1 point of favorability was added this time, the meaning is different. This 1 point represented that Song Qingwei's inner defenses had loosened a little. Trust is being built slowly but surely. That's enough. There is no time to rush when dealing with Song Qingwei. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go home first. Just as Zhou Yang was about to put his phone back in his pocket, a WeChat message suddenly popped up, and it said Landlord Guman. Chapter 28. Come and get your suitcase tonight. The content is concise and to the point, in line with her usual style. I'll go pick up the suitcase around 8 tonight. Zhou Yang's footsteps paused instantly, and cold sweat almost broke out on his forehead. Take the suitcase? Tonight? He subconsciously glanced at the time. It was just after 3 in the afternoon. That means less than 5 hours left. Zhou Yang subconsciously thought of the things in the suitcase, those blushing things, and that extremely erotic photo. Although Zhou Yang had put the things back intact and closed the box. But the bottom of that pink gift box was broken. What else more, that girl Tao Liao did open the suitcase. What if Guman asks? Zhou Yang rubbed his temples and felt a little overwhelmed. There is a sense of déjà vu, as if I did something wrong and was discovered by my parents. It's not that he is a coward, the key point is that he promised something to others and didn't fulfill his promise, although it was not intentional. But it's true. You said you would come earlier to get it, why would there be so much trouble? Zhou Yang felt a pain in his balls. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in panicking. The most urgent thing is to hurry back to Platinum Mansion and check in with Tao Liao to make sure everything goes well. He did not call Tao Liao immediately, as such things could not be explained in a few words over the phone. It is safer to explain it in person. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang did not delay any longer. He quickly scanned a shared bicycle on the side of the road and rode towards Platinum Mansion. Back downstairs at Platinum Residences, Zhou Yang locked his bicycle and hurried into the lobby. The elevator rose smoothly. He took out the key and opened the door of room 801. In the living room, Tao Liao was sitting on the sofa, holding a pillow in her arms, watching the variety show on TV with a blank look in her eyes. She had changed back into her home clothes, her hair was casually disheveled, and it looked like she had just returned from outside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Tao Liao came to her senses and saw that it was Zhou Yang. A faint smile appeared on her face. You're back? Zhou Yang put on slippers, walked over to sit next to her, and tried to sound casual. I went to the hospital to see my aunt today. How is she doing? Tao Liao hummed softly, her voice a little low. The doctor said my mom was recovering well, but her mood was not stable. I told her about the medical expenses. She didn't believe it at first, but she gradually accepted it later. She paused, looked up at Zhou Yang, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of barely perceptible dependence. Thank you, Zhou Yang. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. Zhou Yang waved his hand with a gentle smile on his face. Why are you being so polite to me? He changed the subject and mentioned it seemingly casually. By the way, the landlord, Nisku, just sent me a WeChat message saying that she will come over later to pick up the suitcase she left here. Tao Liao's expression froze slightly when she heard this. Apparently, she didn't expect that the suitcase actually belonged to the landlady. Recalling that he had misunderstood Zhou Yang before, he thought he was going to use it for himself. The feeling of shame exploded instantly. Tao Liao's little face was so red that it was unbearable. After a moment, she subconsciously glanced at the suitcase in the corner of the living room and said in a calm voice. Oh, she's coming to get it. Zhou Yang observed her reaction calmly and continued. That Miss Gu is, a bit of a germaphobe, and she takes her things very seriously. So, we'd better not let anyone see that her suitcase has been moved, otherwise she will be unhappy and cause trouble again. The implication is that you must not let anything slip. Tao Laya was very smart and immediately understood what Zhou Yang meant. She nodded quickly, with a tone that said, I understand. Well, I understand. Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense. Time passes by every second. The sky outside the window gradually darkened and the neon lights in the city lit up one after another. Nearing 8 o'clock, Zhou Yang and Tao Laya sat on the sofa in the living room tacitly, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. The TV was on, but neither of them was paying attention to it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang without warning, breaking the silence of the living room. Zhou Yang and Tao Laya looked at each other and saw a hint of nervousness in each other's eyes. Here we come. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, stood up, walked over and opened the door. The person standing at the door was Gu Man. She was still wearing a well-tailored professional suit, and the black trousers made her legs look even longer and straighter. Her face was made up with delicate yet cold makeup, her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and she exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers away. When her eyes swept behind Zhou Yang and saw Tao Laya sitting on the sofa in the living room, her brows frowned slightly, and an indescribable look flashed in her eyes. But she said nothing, just turned her gaze back to Zhou Yang with a cold tone. I'll get something. Zhou Yang turned sideways and let her in. Ms. Gu, please come in. Gu Man walked into the living room in high heels, looking straight ahead, and went straight to the silver-gray suitcase. Tao Laya stood up from the sofa somewhat awkwardly, nodded politely to Gu Man, but did not dare to speak. The landlady's aura was so strong that she felt a little depressed. Gu Man bent down and picked up the heavy-looking suitcase with one hand, with quick and decisive movements. She didn't even check to see if the box was intact or open it to see what was inside. Picking up the suitcase, she turned around and prepared to leave. During the whole process, she did not say a single unnecessary word. Zhou Yang and Tao Laya both breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like we have gotten through it smoothly for now. However, just as Gu Man turned around and passed the heavy solid wooden door in the entrance hall, the accident still happened. Maybe the suitcase was a little heavy, or maybe it was the angle at which she turned. With a loud clang, the edge of the suitcase hit the protruding part of the doorframe exactly. Then, the things in the suitcase seemed to fall apart, and a crashing sound was heard. Gu Man paused, and her pretty brows instantly furrowed. Zhou Yang on the side also suddenly became nervous. Without waiting for Gu Man to take the next step. Buzz buzz buzz. Perhaps the previous violent collision triggered the switch of a small gadget in the suitcase? A rhythmic vibration sound of buzz 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 came from the suitcase. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Gu Man's eyelids twitched suddenly, and a hint of panic appeared on her calm face. Chapter 29, How Calm? Zhou Yang watched as Gu Man's pretty face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, showed tiny cracks for the first time. Her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The fingers holding the suitcase handle also tightened subconsciously. That calmness and coldness on her face showed a slight relaxation. At the same time, Tao Laya was so surprised that her mouth opened slightly. A pair of beautiful almond eyes widened. She looked at the suitcase that was still vibrating stubbornly. Then he looked at Gu Man, whose expression was obviously not right. All the ridiculous speculations about Zhou Yang before now quickly dissipated like the receding tide. Instead, there was an even stronger feeling, a mixture of shock and incredible embarrassment. It turns out that box and those things really belong to this beautiful landlady. Moreover, something inside is still working? Cough. In the dead silence, Zhou Yang coughed dryly, trying to break the suffocating awkwardness. He took a small step forward. He tried hard to put on a smile that he thought was natural. Well, Miss Gu, do you want me to help you? As soon as he said this, Zhou Yang wanted to slap himself. Depend on. I have such a stupid brain. Although I should try to ease the embarrassment at this time, I shouldn't say such stupid things. Upon hearing this, Gu Man's sharp eyes suddenly swept towards Zhou Yang. His eyes remained cold. But there seems to be a hint of warning. She ignored Zhou Yang's words. Instead, he slammed the suitcase to the ground. Then squat down quickly. His slender fingers fiddled quickly with the lock of the suitcase. Click. The lock is opened. The continuous buzzing sound seemed to become more audible the moment the lid of the box was opened a crack. It's also more ambiguous. Zhou Yang could even see a very faint, almost imperceptible blush on Gu Man's ears. Tao Loya was completely petrified on the spot. Even though she was just a bystander, she could feel her cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg on. If the roles were reversed with Guman, he would probably want to find a hole to crawl into immediately. Or just lose your memory right there. Guman obviously didn't want this embarrassing scene to last too long. She quickly reached into the suitcase. Fumbled for a few seconds. The annoying buzzing sound finally stopped. The world seemed to have returned to peace at this moment. But the thick awkwardness and ambiguity in the air did not dissipate at all. On the contrary, the disappearance of the sound made people even more uneasy. Guman slammed the lid of the box shut with a loud bang. The movements are still crisp and neat. It was as if the embarrassing scene just now had never happened. She picked up the suitcase again. Still, he didn't look at Zhou Yang and Tao Laoyao again. Wearing high heels. He walked out of room 801 without looking back. Bang. The heavy wooden door was gently closed. It separates the two worlds inside and outside the door. In the living room, Zhou Yang and Tao Laoyao looked at each other. There was a long silence. There seemed to be a faint aftertaste of vibration lingering in the air. There was also that lingering feeling of awkwardness. She just left like that? After a long while, Tao Laoyao seemed to have found her voice again. There was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. There is also a sense of relief that I have survived the disaster. Zhou Yang let out a long sigh of relief. I feel my back is a little wet. It's good that you're gone. It's good that you're gone. He walked over to the sofa and sat down. I feel more tired than after a fight with someone. That Guman has such a strong aura. Especially in that situation, she could still remain so calm. So awesome. Tao Laoyao slowly moved to the sofa and sat down carefully. Her cheeks were still rosy. Eyes flickering. He seemed to still be savoring the shocking scene just now. Zhou Yang. She suddenly spoke in a low voice. Zhou Yang turned his head to look at her. Those things, are they really hers? Tao Laoyao's tone was full of disbelief. There is also a hint of gossip. Zhou Yang couldn't help laughing when he saw her curious and shy look. He nodded, his tone somewhat teasing. What else? Could it still be mine? Tao Laoyao's cheeks turned even redder when she heard this. She lowered her head and muttered softly. I thought. What for? Zhou Yang asked deliberately. Nothing. Tao Laoyao suddenly raised her head and glared at him in reproach. That look, however, had no lethal power. Instead, she has a bit of the cuteness and naivety of a little girl. Zhou Yang laughed. After such a commotion, the misunderstandings and estrangements between the two people caused by the suitcase incident seem to have dissipated a lot invisibly. At least, Tao Laoyao is now 100% sure that those toys have nothing to do with Zhou Yang. Detected that target Tao Laoyao's favorability increased by 2 points. Gained lifespan, 2 hours. Award, 200,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. Zhou Yang was slightly stunned. Then I felt happy. This is also okay? It seems that experiencing embarrassing events together can sometimes unexpectedly enhance relationships? He looked at Tao Laoyao's profile, which was still blushing. My mood inexplicably improved. Chapter 30. The world is crazy now. Zhou Yang laughed and felt in a good mood when he saw Tao Laoyao's coquettish look. Tao Laoyao felt a little embarrassed by his laughter and gently pushed him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Zhou Yang restrained his smile, but the smile in his eyes became even stronger. Nothing, I just think that sometimes the feeling of resolving misunderstandings is quite wonderful. Tao Laoyao pursed her lips, her eyes drifted towards the corner where the suitcase that Guman had just taken away had been, and whispered. I really didn't expect that Miss Gu, she looked so. She couldn't seem to find the right words to describe it. Zhou Yang added, so aloof, so out of touch with the world, right? Tao Laoyao nodded vigorously, yeah. That's the feeling. The result? She didn't say the rest, but the expression on her face said it all. Zhou Yang spread his hands and said, so, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean. Everyone has a side that is unknown to others. He paused, looked at Tao Laoyao, and his tone became more serious. However, we should just take a look at other people's private affairs and don't take it too seriously. Tao Laoyao also understood this truth and said softly. I know. But after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but get closer to Zhou Yang, lowered his voice. and asked curiously, "You said, are all those things of hers used by her?" Zhou Yang looked at her cautious yet curious look and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He cleared his throat and nodded mysteriously, maybe, possible, right. After saying this, Zhou Yang's mind inexplicably emerged with the scene in the photo. It's so fucking impactful. Tao Luoyao took a deep breath, and after a long while, she sighed softly. The world right now is really crazy. Zhou Yang smiled and didn't respond. After all, he didn't want Tao Luoyao to know the crazier inside story, so as not to lead her astray. It's getting late and you've been tired all day. You should go to bed early, Zhou Yang said as he stretched. Tao Luoyao glanced at the wall clock and it was indeed almost 10 o'clock. She nodded and stood up. Well, then you should rest early too. After saying that, she hugged the pillow and walked towards the stairs. When she reached the stairs, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Zhou Yang. What plans do you have for tomorrow? Tao Luoyao asked in a low voice. Zhou Yang thought about it and realized that Song Qingwei had just improved her favorability today, so tomorrow would be a day off to let her digest it. As for Tao Luoyao, she can strike while the iron is hot. Tomorrow. Zhou Yang deliberately prolonged his tone. There is no special arrangement for the time being. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? Tao Luoyao's cheeks flushed slightly. No, nothing happened. It's just that my mom has been worried that I've learned bad things, so if you're okay, can you? When she reached this point, her voice became smaller and smaller, and she felt a little embarrassed to continue. After all, any parent would feel doubtful if they suddenly had to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars out of thin air to pay for medical expenses. Zhou Yang immediately understood what she meant and said with a smile, "Sure, no problem. I'll go to the hospital with you tomorrow. It just so happens that I also want to see how Auntie is recovering." Hearing Zhou Yang agree so readily, Tao Luoyao's eyes lit up and a sincere smile appeared on her face. Really? That's great. Thank you, Zhou Yang. You're still being polite to me. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Go to bed early. I'll wake you up tomorrow. Yeah. Tao Luoyao responded happily, turned around and went upstairs briskly. Watching her back disappearing around the corner of the stairs, the smile on Zhou Yang's face slowly faded and his eyes became deeper. Gu Man's unexpected incident actually increased Tao Luoyao's favorability a lot, which was a pleasant surprise. Current remaining lifespan, 93 hours. Current system account balance, 4.025 million yuan. Life expectancy and money have increased a little, but the sense of crisis still exists. Going to the hospital tomorrow will also be an opportunity, Zhou Yang thought to himself. Although he still felt a little reluctant about going to the hospital. But there's no way. For the sake of favorability, you have to overcome everything. We can't let down our guard, Zhou Yang muttered to himself. He turned around and walked towards the second floor. The night deepens. The lights in Platinum Mansion were also turned off one by one. The next day, sunlight shines into the master bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Yang opened his eyes and glanced at the time on the bedside table out of habit. 8 o'clock in the morning. He stretched and got up from the bed. After washing up and changing into casual clothes, Zhou Yang went downstairs. There was a slight noise coming from the kitchen. Zhou Yang walked over and saw Tao Luoyao wearing an apron and awkwardly trying to fry eggs. Although his movements were still not very skillful, it was a clear improvement compared to yesterday's disaster scene cooking skills. At least the eggs in the pot didn't turn into charcoal. Good morning, Zhou Yang greeted with a smile. Tao Luoyao heard the voice, turned around, and saw that it was Zhou Yang, with a shy smile on her face. Morning. I was thinking of trying to make a decent breakfast. Zhou Yang walked over to her, looked at the two barely formed poached eggs in the pot, nodded, and gave affirmation. Not bad, there's progress. Much better than yesterday. Tao Luoyao's cheeks flushed slightly when she received Zhou Yang's praise, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Then let me help, Zhou Yang said, and naturally picked up another frying pan from the side. The two of them worked together, and soon, a simple but warm breakfast was ready. At the dining table, the two sat opposite each other. By the way, Tao Luoyao asked while taking nibbles of her sandwich, about what time are we going to the hospital? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, after breakfast, let's take a short rest and then leave. The earlier we go, the less people there will be in the hospital. Yeah, okay. After breakfast, I tidied up briefly. The two took a taxi to the First People's Hospital of the city. Tao Liao looked at the street scenes passing by outside the window, and seemed to be in a much more relaxed mood than yesterday. From time to time, she would turn her head and secretly glance at Zhou Yang beside her. This boy, who was once a little vague in her college memories and even had a bit of a loser label, has now become increasingly difficult for her to understand and is attracting more and more of her attention. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Yang seemed to notice her gaze and suddenly asked. Tao Liao was like a child who had been caught, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head to look out the window. "No, nothing." Chapter 31, Visit to the Ward. Zhou Yang chuckled and didn't ask any more questions. The atmosphere inside the car is indeed a bit subtle. The taxi soon stopped in front of the First People's Hospital of the city. Zhou Yang paid the taxi fare and walked into the inpatient building side by side with Tao Liao. The strong smell of disinfectant hit him in the face, and Zhou Yang frowned slightly. He really didn't like this place. He secretly adjusted his breathing. Today he was here to act as an actor, an impeccable, reliable college classmate. The two came to the outside of Tao Liao's mother's ward. Tao Liao paused, took a deep breath, as if to cheer herself up, then reached out and gently pushed open the door. The light in the ward was a little dim and the curtains were half drawn. A haggard middle-aged woman was leaning against the hospital bed, looking at the gray sky outside the window with empty eyes. She looked quiet and sick. Hearing the door open, the woman turned her head slowly. When his eyes fell on Tao Liao, a faint light finally appeared in her dim eyes. But then, her gaze shifted to Zhou Yang, who was following behind Tao Liao, and her brows frowned slightly. "Lu Yao, I'm here." The woman's voice was hoarse, revealing the weakness of long-term illness. "Mom." Tao Liao walked quickly to the bedside, trying to force a smile, and deliberately relaxed her tone. "How do you feel today? Are you feeling better?" "Same old, neither dead nor alive." The woman sighed softly, but her eyes were like hooks, looking back and forth at Zhou Yang inconspicuously, full of scrutiny and a hint of subtle vigilance. "Who is this?" Tao Liao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly pulled Zhou Yang over, introducing him with a slightly stiff smile. "Mom, this is my college classmate, Zhou Yang." She paused and added, He heard that you were sick, so he came with me to see you." Zhou Yang stepped forward at the right time, with a gentle and polite smile on his face, and put the fruit basket in his hand on the bedside table. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Zhou Yang. I'm sorry to bother you." He bowed slightly, his attitude seemed very sincere. "You should take good care of yourself, your health is the most important thing." The woman looked at Zhou Yang, and the alertness on her face did not decrease at all because of his politeness. She just nodded lightly, and there was no emotion in her voice. "Hello, Xiao Zhou. Thank you for your kindness." This indifferent attitude made Tao Liao feel a little nervous. She quickly changed the subject. "Mom, don't worry about the medical expenses I told you about yesterday. It's all settled. Just focus on your treatment." As soon as money was mentioned, the woman's expression instantly became complicated. She first glanced at Zhou Yang with her sharp eyes, then stared at Tao Liao closely. Her tone was full of unquestionable majesty. "Liao, tell me honestly, where did all that money come from? Hundreds of thousands is not a small amount. How long have you been working? Where did you get so much money?" She didn't believe that her daughter could come up with so much money at once with her meager salary at a famous watch store. The money came too suddenly and was too strange for her to help but think about it. Tao Liao was a little flustered by the question and subconsciously turned her head to look at Zhou Yang with obvious help in her eyes. Zhou Yang received her signal and calmly took half a step forward, just blocking Tao Liao, with a calm expression on his face. "Auntie, please don't misunderstand Lu Yao. The money I received this time was mainly because Lu Yao had helped me a lot in the past. My family was in a difficult situation at that time, and she helped me without hesitation. Now that I have a little more money, I started a small business and made some money, so I thought I'd repay this favor first. It's only natural for classmates to help each other, don't you think?" These words were flawless. They not only explained the sudden source of the money, but also attributed all the credit to Tao Liao's previous generous help, and cleverly maintained her face. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, the woman's expression obviously eased a little, but the doubts in her eyes were not completely eliminated. After all, these words still sounded too coincidental and idealistic. "Is that so, Lu Yao?" She looked at her daughter again with a hint of confirmation in her tone. Tao Liao didn't dare to say no and nodded quickly. "Yes, Mom, what Zhou Yang said is true. He did help me before, and I helped him too. Just focus on your recovery and don't think too much." The woman was silent for a moment, looking at her daughter, then at the calm and composed young man in front of her, and finally sighed softly. Oh, it's really hard for you kids. It's not easy. After that, her eyes fell on Zhou Yang again. Xiao Zhou, from what you said, you are running your own business now? Zhou Yang smiled and answered in neither humble nor arrogant manner, neither appearing ostentatious nor timid. Yes, auntie, I started a small business out of thin air. It's just starting out, and I can barely make a living. He didn't say too much, as he thought that too much talk would lead to mistakes and cause unnecessary questions and trouble. In the following time, the atmosphere in the ward finally eased a lot. Zhou Yang did not interrupt too much. Most of the time, Tao Leia was chatting quietly with her mother about family matters, interesting things at school or the news they had seen recently. He just listened quietly by the side, and when Mother Tao coughed, he would unnoticeably hand her a cup of warm water. Although the woman still didn't say much, the look in her eyes when she looked at Zhou Yang gradually became less wary and scrutinizing than at the beginning, and more filled with subtle scrutiny and contemplation. Especially when she saw Zhou Yang subconsciously reached out and supported Tao Liao's waist when she got up to go to the window to get some fresh air, to prevent her from accidentally bumping into the bedside table next to her. The tacit understanding and natural closeness between the two of them made the woman's eyes become more complicated. This is not as simple as ordinary college classmates. After staying in the ward for about an hour, seeing that her mother's face was gradually showing signs of fatigue, Tao Loyao took the initiative to say goodbye. Mom, then you have a good rest, we will come to see you tomorrow. Well, you should go back early too, and be careful on the road. The woman nodded, her eyes stayed on Zhou Yang's face for a few seconds, and her tone was much gentler than before. Xiao Zhou, thank you for today. Auntie, you are too polite. It's my duty. You should have a good rest. Zhou Yang was still as gentle and polite as ever, and no one could find any fault with him. When the two walked out of the ward, Tao Liao seemed to have unloaded a huge burden. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on her face. Zhou Yang, thank you so much for today. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Yang with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shining brightly. My mother has always been quite wary of strangers and very suspicious. It's not easy for you to make her calm down so much today. Zhou Yang smiled and said in a relaxed tone, it's nothing. Auntie is just worried that you will be cheated. It is more important than anything else to make her feel at ease. Tao Loyao looked at him. The sunlight shone in through the window in the corridor and fell on his smiling face, making her feel an inexplicable warmth in her heart. This man always seemed to be able to give her just the right help and comfort when she needed it most, in a way that made her most comfortable. She suddenly felt how ridiculous and ignorant her previous prejudices against him as a loser and a dull guy were. Oh, right, Tao Liao seemed to suddenly remember something, blinked playfully, lowered her voice and moved closer to Zhou Yang. My mother seemed to have been secretly looking at you just now, with a strange look in her eyes. Do you think did she see something? Chapter 32, Housewarming Party. Oh, right. Tao Liao seemed to suddenly remember something, blinked playfully, lowered her voice and moved closer to Zhou Yang. My mother seemed to have been secretly looking at you just now, with a strange look in her eyes. Do you think did she see something? Zhou Yang's heart was moved, but he pretended to be confused. What did you see? Did you see that I'm a good young man who was willing to help others? Tao Loyao was amused by him and chuckled. She punched him lightly and said, you're so annoying. I'm talking to you seriously. Her cheeks blushed slightly, and she said angrily, I feel like she seems to have misunderstood our relationship. Oh? What's the misunderstanding? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and asked even though he knew the answer. The misunderstanding is that we are. Tao Liao said halfway and her face turned even redder. She couldn't say the rest of the words, she just stamped her feet and said angrily, oh, I won't talk to you anymore. Look at her shy and lovely appearance. Zhou Yang smiled, with a hint of mischief in his tone. What's the misunderstanding? Is it that we are a couple about to get married? Tao Liao's cheeks turned red instantly, like a ripe apple. She was really shy this time, even the tips of her ears turned pink. He shook his head vigorously, but didn't dare to look Zhou Yang in the eye. He just whispered back, no. Don't talk nonsense. Haha, what is that? Zhou Yang was in a good mood and couldn't help but continue teasing her. It can't be a misunderstanding that I'm keeping you, right? He deliberately emphasized the word support. Hearing this, Tao Loyao's body suddenly stiffened. Most of the blush on her face faded away in an instant, replaced by a barely perceptible paleness and panic. She remembered the night they spent together at the food stall, remembered what Zhou Yang said when he pushed the watch box in front of her, remembered her own tearful and provocative words, "It's very expensive to keep me." That word, like a brand, was deeply engraved in her heart. Zhou Yang noticed her mood change and knew that he had said too much. He immediately stopped smiling, and his tone became gentle and serious. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made such a joke." He took a step forward, gently held Tao Liao's hand at her side, and felt the coolness of her fingertips. "Lu Yao, listen to me. When I said I would support you that night, I didn't mean what you thought." After saying this, Zhou Yang looked into Tao Liao's eyes and continued word by word. "I just want you to no longer have to compromise yourself for money and suffer humiliation. I want you to live a good life, honestly and with dignity. Not in that way. I want to hold you in my hands, pamper you, protect you, and let you regain your pride and smile. I want you to be truly happy, not because you have nowhere else to turn." As Tao Liao listened to Zhou Yang's words, her eyes gradually became moist. She could feel the warmth of his palms and the sincerity in his voice. The humiliation she felt because of the word support seemed to be somewhat alleviated at this moment. She held Zhou Yang's hand tightly, her voice choking with sobs. Zhou Yang detected that target Tao Liao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 33 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the explanation just now had worked. "Okay, don't think about those unhappy things." Zhou Yang gently squeezed her hand. "It's good that Auntie's attitude has eased. Let's take things step by step in the future." Tao Liao nodded and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. She looked up at Zhou Yang, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of new light. "Okay. I'll listen to you from now on." The two walked out of the hospital and took a taxi back to Platinum Mansion. Along the way, Tao Liao's mood was obviously much better, and she even started talking to Zhou Yang about some interesting things that happened in college. Those memories that she had deliberately kept hidden now seemed no longer so difficult to talk about in front of Zhou Yang. When we returned to Platinum Mansion, it was already completely dark. The luxurious apartment is brightly lit and looks particularly warm. Zhou Yang looked at the lifespan on the system panel, which was still less than 100 hours, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. Current remaining lifespan, 92 hours. Current system account balance, 5.325 million yuan. 92 hours, less than 5 days. Although it was a little longer than the original 86 hours, it was still like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Moreover, this amount of money is far from enough for him to squander to improve his favorability. He needed a more efficient and direct way to gain more life and money. Going it alone, or relying solely on daily contact, is too slow. He needed a big one. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa in the living room, rubbing his eyebrows. "What should I do?" As for Tao Liao, although her favorability is increasing, it obviously takes time to cultivate deeper feelings. Moreover, her current score is 74 points, and each point of favorability only adds 1 hour of life, which is not very efficient. Song Qingwei scored 82 points, which is a bit more efficient, but she has a strong inner defense, and there is also the time bomb of her ex-husband, so it is not easy to attack her. Guman scored 85 points and was highly efficient, but she was a lesbian and was extremely averse to herself, so gaining favor from her was extremely difficult. In fact, Zhou Yang also tried to find some suitable targets. He had been online, in real life, and even to high-end bath centers and bars, but it was difficult to meet new qualified targets. And it's so hard to find one or two who barely meet the requirements, but they are either already taken or very difficult to approach. The most outrageous thing was that a beautiful anchor whom he had been following finally started broadcasting 2 days ago, but the feedback given after the system detection was, male. That's pretty fucked up. I have to change my thinking. This won't work. Zhou Yang muttered with a bit of annoyance. Soon 4 words flashed through his mind. Housewarming party. This thought suddenly popped into Zhou Yang's mind. He just moved into a mansion, and used this as an excuse to hold a small party, bringing together the 3 targets he could currently reach, to make a big splash. That's a good idea. Of course, there are certain risks. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk, and Zhou Yang can no longer care about that. He immediately took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. The first target, Song Qingwei. He clicked on Song Qingwei's WeChat profile picture and typed in the message. Boss Song, I'm Zhou Yang. I just moved to a new house recently, and I'm thinking of holding a small housewarming party tomorrow night and inviting a few friends to come over to liven things up. Are you and Chi-Chi free to come over? The new house has a nice environment, and Chi-Chi should like it. Chapter 33, Smoother Than Expected. After the message was sent, Zhou Yang waited patiently. Song Qingwei is usually very busy and usually doesn't reply to messages very quickly. About 10 minutes later, Song Qingwei's reply finally came. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your invitation. But the store will be busy tomorrow night, so it may not be convenient for you to go. Just have fun. Sure enough, it was rejected as expected. Zhou Yang was not discouraged. He knew Song Qingwei's concerns. She was a cautious person and would not go to a man's home easily. Just as Zhou Yang was thinking about how to convince her, Song Qingwei sent another voice message. Zhou Yang turned on the receiver. Chi-Chi's baby voice came from the voice chat. Mom, I want to go to my uncle's house to play. It must be fun at my uncle's house. Then came Song Qingwei's helpless voice. Chi-Chi, stop making trouble. Mom said she's busy in the store and can't go. Chi-Chi kept on begging, I want to go. Uncle said his house is fun and has a big house. I want to go. I want to go. Then Song Qingwei said to Zhou Yang with a hint of apology, Mr. Zhou, I'm so sorry. Chi-Chi, she insisted on coming to your house to play. I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile as he listened to the voice. Assist's coming. He immediately replied to the text message, it's okay. It's a good thing that Chi-Chi wants to come and play. It means she likes me as her uncle. In this case, you can bring Chi-Chi over. Tomorrow night is Saturday and Chi-Chi shouldn't have to do homework. He added, just think of it as taking Chi-Chi out to relax and unwind. This time, Song Qingwei's reply was a little faster. Mr. Zhou, this is not a good idea. I'm afraid it will be too disturbing. Zhou Yang continued to persuade, don't disturb us, don't disturb us. It will be more lively if Chi-Chi and you come here. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Song Qingwei finally gave in. Well, then thank you, Mr. Zhou. Chi-Chi really wants to go. When would it be convenient for us to go there tomorrow night? Great. Zhou Yang was delighted and immediately replied, just come over tomorrow night, you decide the specific time, you're welcome anytime. After dealing with Song Qingwei, Zhou Yang felt a lot more relieved. Next is the second target, Guman. Guman's score was as high as 85, the highest score Zhou Yang had encountered so far. But this woman was extremely averse to men, which gave him a headache. However, last night's sex toy incident and lesbian photos allowed Zhou Yang to understand Guman a little better. Knowing Guman's secret might be an opportunity to get closer to her, or at least make her look at herself a little differently. Zhou Yang found Guman's WeChat and entered the message. Ms. Gu, I'm Zhou Yang. I just moved in recently, and I want to invite a few friends to my house to warm up the house. If you are free tomorrow night, you are welcome to come and sit down if it is convenient for you. After sending the message, Zhou Yang felt a little nervous. Will the other party block him directly? Or just reply I'm busy? Guman did not reply immediately. Zhou Yang put down his phone and started thinking about what he needed to prepare for the party. Ingredients, alcohol, snacks, drinks. Also, should he ask an aunt to help? As I was thinking about it, the phone screen lit up. Guman, no time. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly. This was indeed her style. Be brief and to the point, and pull no punches. Zhou Yang was about to give up when a new message popped up on Guman's WeChat. Guman, the girl sitting on the sofa last night, is she your girlfriend? When Zhou Yang saw this message, he was slightly stunned at first. Girlfriend? Guman actually cares about this kind of thing? Then, his heart suddenly moved. Why did Guman ask Tao Laiyao? Could it be that she fell in love with Tao Laiyao? This idea surprised Zhou Yang, and he even found it inexplicably funny. However, if Guman is interested in Tao Laiyao, then he might be able to use this to get closer to Guman. Zhou Yang immediately replied, no, she is my sister. Deliberately using the vague term sister not only denied the girlfriend relationship, but also implied that the two had a close relationship, leaving room for Guman's imagination. As expected, Guman was silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting this information. Then, new information came. Guman, let's talk about it tomorrow night. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly when he saw this reply. Done. Using Tao Layao as bait actually successfully aroused Gu Man's interest. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang quickly typed a reply, then see you tomorrow night. After this message was sent, as if a stone fell into the sea, there was no response from Gu Man. However, Zhou Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. If the other party doesn't refuse directly, it means there is hope. It went better than expected, but we have to prepare for it. After finishing the invitation list, Zhou Yang was in a good mood. He yawned and turned back to his room to rest. Getting ready for tomorrow night. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is noon of the next day. Zhou Yang used the newly acquired balance of several million to go on a shopping spree. First, the ingredients. He went to the most upscale fresh food supermarket in the city center and bought the freshest seafood, top quality steaks, and a variety of organic vegetables and fruits. Next is the drinks. Red wine, white wine, beer, juice, drinks, all kinds of grades and flavors are available. I even thought of buying some snacks and toys that children like for Kiki. Zhou Yang was busy the whole afternoon, shuttling between supermarkets, flower shops, and express delivery companies, carrying large and small packages in his hands. Tao Loya was not idle either. She cleaned the entire apartment thoroughly and put the newly purchased items in order. Zhou Yang looked at her busy figure and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that this home was not just a temporary shelter for Tao Layao, but also a place where she felt warm and safe. Zhou Yang, do you think this arrangement looks good? Tao Layao placed a bouquet of flowers in the middle of the dining table and turned around to ask Zhou Yang for his opinion. Zhou Yang walked forward, gently adjusted the angle of the bouquet, and moved the candlestick next to it. Well, it looks better this way. Thank you for your hard work, Loya. Tao Layao's cheeks blushed slightly. It's not hard, I'm very happy too. As time gradually approached evening, Zhou Yang's mood became a little complicated. There is anticipation for the upcoming favorability feast. Gu Man's indifference, Song Qingwei's restraint, Tao Loyao's sensitivity. What kind of sparks will fly between them? Especially Gu Man, is she really here for Tao Layao? Zhou Yang took a deep breath and said, come on, no matter what happens, I'm ready. Chapter 34. Everyone is here, let us get started. Time flies and it is already 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Yang and Tao Loya have made final preparations. The table was filled with delicious food made by Zhou Yang herself, which was colorful, fragrant, and tasty. The air was filled with the aroma of food and a hint of floral scent. Zhou Yang, the friends you invited will be here soon, right? Tao Loya asked softly. Zhou Yang glanced at the time and said, it should be soon. As soon as the words fell. With a ding-dong sound, the doorbell rang. Zhou Yang and Tao Loya looked at each other. Here we come. Zhou Yang walked forward, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Standing at the door were Song Qingwei and Qiqi. Song Qingwei wore a simple long dress today and put on light makeup, looking intellectual and gentle. She was holding a gift box with a polite smile on her face. Qiqi, who was standing next to her, was wearing a pink princess dress with 2 pigtails and holding a stuffed toy in her hands. She looked around Zhou Yang's new home with curiosity in her big eyes. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you? Song Qingwei said softly. Boss Song, Qiqi, please come in. Zhou Yang greeted them warmly, welcome, welcome. As soon as Kiki entered the door, she was attracted by the spacious and bright living room. She exclaimed wow in surprise, then broke free from Song Qingwei's hand and ran in. Uncle, your house is so big. Kiki shouted happily. Run slower, Qiqi. Song Qingwei smiled at Zhou Yang a little embarrassedly, this child is too naughty. I'm sorry to embarrass you. It's okay. Children are just children, so it's better to be lively. Zhou Yang said with a smile. Tao Layao also came over at this time. Seeing Song Qingwei and Qiqi, she showed a friendly smile on her face. Are you Boss Song? I heard Zhou Yang mention you. Song Qingwei was a little surprised when she saw Tao Layao, but she quickly recovered. Although he didn't know who this beautiful girl was, he still gave her a polite smile. Hello, hello. I just run a small restaurant. I don't deserve the title of boss. Qiqi was a little shy and hid behind Song Qingwei, but still looked at Tao Layao curiously. Qiqi, call me sister. Song Qingwei reminded softly. Hello, sister. Kiki said softly. So good. Tao Loyao smiled. Zhou Yang led Song Qingwei and her daughter in, introducing the family's situation and livening up the atmosphere. Song Qingwei looked at the luxurious decoration and spacious space, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden. While Zhou Yang and Song Qingwei were chatting, Qiqi was curiously exploring her new home. With a ding-dong sound, the doorbell rang again. Zhou Yang's heart tightened. Gu Man was here. He walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. The person standing at the door was Gu Man. She was wearing a black velvet dress that outlined her perfect figure. Her face still had that cold and ascetic expression, as if she was not attending a party with friends, but a business negotiation. She didn't hold anything in her hands, but just glanced at Zhou Yang indifferently. "Ms. Gu, you are here, please come in." Zhou Yang suppressed the nervousness in his heart and put on a smile. Gu Man didn't say anything, just nodded slightly and walked in. Her eyes swept across the living room and finally landed on Tao Layao, who was standing not far away. The moment Tao Layao saw Gu Man, her body visibly stiffened. She thought of Gu Man's stunning beauty, the items scattered in her suitcase last night, and the guest Zhou Yang told her later. A complex emotion surged in her heart. She forced a smile at Gu Man and nodded slightly. Gu Man's eyes stayed on Tao Layao for a few seconds, and there seemed to be a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Then, her eyes swept over Song Qingwei and her daughter in the living room. Her expression was slightly stunned, as if she did not expect that there was a more beautiful mature woman present. Ahem. These three high-scoring women finally gathered together. Zhou Yang felt sweat coming out of his forehead. The atmosphere was more awkward and subtle than he had imagined. Song Qingwei and Tao Layao were not familiar with each other to begin with, and Gu Man was like a moving iceberg. Wherever she went, the temperature dropped sharply. "Ms. Gu, this is Boss Song, the proprietress of Wangxiang Garden." Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and continued to introduce, "This is Boss Song's daughter, Qiqi." Gu Man just nodded lightly at Song Qingwei without saying anything. Song Qingwei just smiled politely. "You met this person last night, Tao Layao, my college classmate." Zhou Yang introduced Tao Layao again. Gu Man's gaze fell on Tao Layao again. This time, her eyes seemed to be a little softer, but still with that kind of unfathomable depth. "Yeah," she responded softly. Zhou Yang cleared his throat and put on a warm smile, trying to dispel the almost frozen air. "Well, everyone, stop standing. The dishes are ready. Please take a seat and taste my cooking." He took the lead and walked towards the huge mahogany dining table that could accommodate more than a dozen people. Song Qingwei held Qiqi's hand and followed politely behind. Kiki's little head looked around curiously, full of wonder at the magnificent restaurant decoration. Tao Layao also took a deep breath, tried to make herself look like a qualified hostess, and followed. Gu Man still had that cold look on her face. She moved lightly with lotus steps, but her eyes lingered on Tao Layao's back for a moment without leaving a trace. Zhou Yang secretly observed the expressions of the three people and started to make plans in his mind. The seating arrangement is also a science. He calmly led Song Qingwei and Qiqi to one side of the dining table. "Boss Song, Qiqi, please sit over here. This side has a good view and you can see the night view outside." When Qiqi heard this, she immediately climbed up excitedly by grabbing the chair, and put her little face against the floor-to-ceiling window. "Wow! Look, Mom! It's so beautiful." Seeing her daughter's happy expression, Song Qingwei's smile became more genuine and she nodded to Zhou Yang. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your thoughtfulness." Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 15 points. Lifespan gained, 3 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. Zhou Yang was delighted, it was a good start. Then he looked at Tao Layao and Gu Man. "Lu Yao, please sit next to me." He naturally pulled out the chair next to him. Tao Layao sat down somewhat unnaturally. She could feel Gu Man's vague gaze on her. Zhou Yang then looked at Gu Man with just the right smile. "Ms. Gu, please sit wherever you like." He did not deliberately arrange for Gu Man and Tao Layao to sit together, as that would be too obvious and would easily cause Gu Man to feel repulsed. Gu Man glanced around and finally chose a seat diagonally opposite Tao Layao to sit down. This position allows Tao Layao to be seen clearly without appearing too deliberate. Zhou Yang saw everything and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Okay, everyone's here, let's get started." Chapter 35, Sudden Change in Atmosphere. He picked up the serving chopsticks and first picked up a piece of her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs for Kiki. "Qiqi, try the sweet and sour spare ribs Uncle made to see if they are delicious." Qiqi was immediately attracted by the delicious food. She picked up the small spoon and took a bite. Well, nice time. The little girl's vague praise made Song Qingwei laugh. Song Qingwei looked at Zhou Yang's patience and care for Chi-Chi, and her eyes became softer. Although she always felt that this man had some purpose. But it's really good for Kiki. The atmosphere at the dinner table was finally less stiff because of the presence of Kiki, the little livelier. Zhou Yang took the initiative to bring up some light-hearted topics, such as the recently released animated films or some interesting stories on the internet. Song Qingwei would occasionally chime in, mostly talking about Chi-Chi. Tao Luoyao tried hard to cooperate with Zhou Yang, occasionally interrupting or helping to pass tissues and drinks. Only Guman hardly spoke from beginning to end. She just ate quietly, as if she were dining alone instead of attending a warming party. But her gaze always drifted towards Tao Luoyao intentionally or unintentionally. Tao Luoyao felt uncomfortable being looked at by her, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. Zhou Yang then picked up the wine glass, which contained low-alcohol fruit wine specially prepared for ladies. It's a rare occasion for us all to gather together today. I would like to offer a toast to you all. Thank you, Boss Song and Chi-Chi, and thank you, Miss Gu, for coming. Of course, thank you, Lo Yao, who has worked the hardest. Tao Luoyao's heart skipped a beat when she saw him looking at her. Her cheeks turned even redder and she glared at him in reproach. Song Qingwei picked up the juice cup and smiled at Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. We should thank you for your hospitality. Guman also symbolically picked up the wine glass in front of him and lightly touched the table with the rim of the glass as a response. Chi-Chi held up her small juice cup and shouted loudly. Thank you, uncle. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere seemed to become more harmonious. By the way, Mr. Zhou, did you and Miss Tao have a good relationship when you were in school? Song Qingwei put down her wine glass and asked casually. How should I put it? When Lu Yao was in college, she was the most beautiful girl in our department. At that time, the boys chasing after her lined up from the teaching building to the school gate, so I was basically invisible in her eyes at that time. He said half-jokingly. Tao Luoyao pulled his sleeve embarrassedly. Zhou Yang. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Song Qingwei looked at Tao Luoyao curiously with a hint of smile in her eyes. Really? Miss Tao is so beautiful, she must be very popular. Guman's gaze once again focused on Tao Luoyao, with a hint of interest in her eyes. Tao Luoyao's face was so red that it was about to bleed, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She didn't expect Zhou Yang to say this in such an occasion. But I don't know why, but when this guy praised me in public, I had an inexplicable feeling in my heart. Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Gained lifespan, 2 hours. Award, 200,000 yuan. Zhou Yang was delighted. It seemed that this method was quite useful to Tao Luoyao. At this moment, Guman, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold, yet had a unique magnetism. Miss Tao, which university did you study at? Her question was direct and abrupt. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tao Luoyao. Tao Luoyao was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Guman to take the initiative to talk to her. She calmed herself down and replied, I studied at Hushan Normal University. Guman nodded, her expression still as cold as ice. Nice school. After she did this, the atmosphere inexplicably became cold again. Just as Zhou Yang was about to speak. Ding-ling-ling. A rapid cell phone ring suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the living room. It's Song Qingwei's cell phone. She glanced at the screen, her face turned pale instantly, and her hand on her leg unconsciously clenched the phone. Sorry, I have to take a call. After saying that, Song Qingwei stood up and walked towards the balcony not far away. Hello. It may also be because she stayed in the restaurant for a long time, so the volume of her cell phone receiver was always turned up to the maximum. As a result, even though we were keeping a certain distance, we could still hear the voice on the phone. Song Qingwei. Where are you now? I heard that you hooked up with a rich man? You're hiding in his house, right? As soon as Zhou Yang heard this voice, she knew it was her ex-husband from that night. Su Hui. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't. Song Qingwei tried to lower her voice and deny it. No? Su Hui sneered, his tone even more arrogant. You are hiding in a man's house? Do you want to run away with Chi-Chi? I tell you, no way. Hurry and bring Chi-Chi out to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You dare! Song Qingwei exclaimed, her voice filled with anger and fear. My emotions suddenly became unstable. Kiki, who was sitting at the dining table, was also startled by her mother's sudden movement and looked at her blankly. Seeing this, Zhou Yang immediately guessed what was going on. Su Hui actually found his way here. How did he know Song Qingwei was here? Was there someone following her? Without caring about eating, Zhou Yang immediately stood up and walked to Song Qingwei. Boss Song, what's the matter? No. It's okay, it's okay. Perhaps because she was frightened by Su Hui, Song Qingwei seemed distracted. The phone also fell to the ground unconsciously. Pa! Hello? I'm talking to you, answer me. Hearing the angry voice coming from the phone again, Zhou Yang bent down and picked up the phone without waiting for Song Qingwei to react. I'm Zhou Yang. Boss Song and Chi-Chi are my guests now, please don't make trouble here. Su Hui on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly intervene. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was angered by Zhou Yang's attitude. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Su Hui cursed, the alcohol making him even crazier. I'm telling you, get Song Qingwei to bring Chi-Chi out to me right now. Otherwise, I'll bring people over right now and take you two adulterers down in one fell swoop. There was a fierceness in his voice, and it was obvious that he was not joking. When Song Qingwei heard Su Hui's threat, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Both aggrieved and angry. What's more, there is a feeling of helplessness. Although Tao Liao and Gu Man didn't know the specific content of the call, they saw Song Qingwei's pale face and Zhou Yang's attitude. They also realized the seriousness of the matter. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, but his tone became even colder, and every word he spoke seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I told you, they are my guests today, please stop being so unreasonable. Chapter 36 This woman is extraordinary. Soon, Su Hui's drunken voice came again. Okay, you wait the fuck out. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Yang to speak, the other party hung up the phone. Song Qingwei's face was as pale as paper, and her body was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. She hugged Chi-Chi tightly, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, he will really come. In order not to disturb you. The words have not been finished yet. Zhou Yang forced a smile and said, Boss Song, there are some things you can't avoid. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Hearing this, Song Qingwei was slightly stunned. What did he say yesterday? Without waiting for Song Qingwei to recall, Zhou Yang took out his cell phone and quickly dialed the number of the Platinum Mansion Security Center. Hello, Security Center? I'm Zhou Yang, the owner of Room 801, Building A7. Someone is threatening to break into my residence and cause trouble. They may be downstairs soon. Please send someone to deal with it immediately. Okay, Mr. Owner, we'll send someone over right away. The security guard responded quickly and professionally. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang took a deep breath and looked at Song Qingwei, who was almost on the verge of collapse. Boss Song, take Chi-Chi to the room first. Don't scare the little girl. Leave this to me. In her panic, Song Qingwei found a glimmer of support. She nodded randomly, pulled Chi-Chi, and staggered into the nearest bedroom. Sure enough, after a few minutes, there were faint noises and quarrels coming from downstairs. Su Hui and two burly men were making a scene downstairs. Who is in charge? My daughter was kidnapped by the wild man upstairs. Open the door for me now. Otherwise, I will tear down your place. The property staff were pretty scared, but the security measures at Platinum Mansion are extremely strict, and they would never let anyone up without the owner's consent. Just as several people were pushing and shouting at each other, Su Hui took advantage of the chaotic scene and rushed into the building with one step. Soon. Bang! 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 The security door of the suite was suddenly smashed hard by someone from outside. The force was so great that it seemed to smash through the thick wooden door. What followed was Su Hui's drunken and violent roar. Song Qingwei! Come out here! And that pretty boy! Open the door if you dare! I'll kill you! Zhou Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. How did he get up here? Tao Liao screamed in fear and hid behind Zhou Yan with a pale face. Gu Man was still sitting in the same position, but a hint of disgust flashed across her cold eyes. the banging on the door became louder and more rapid. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and his face regained its calm. He motioned Tao Liao to step back, then walked towards the door step by step. He didn't look into the peephole, because he knew who was standing outside the door. Click. Zhou Yang opened the door expressionlessly. At the door, Su Hui's face, distorted by alcohol and anger, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Behind him followed the two thugs. Both of them looked ferocious and seemed to be holding something in their hands. Damn it, you finally dare to open the door. When Su Hui saw the door open, his eyes instantly turned red, and he rushed in cursing, shouting, Song Qingwei, come out here. Zhou Yang stood at the door like an iron tower, refusing to budge. He looked at Su Hui coldly, his voice devoid of any warmth. You are not welcome in my home, get out. Fuck you. Su Hui was completely enraged by Zhou Yang's attitude. In a rage and shame, he took advantage of the alcohol and swung his fist hard, hitting Zhou Yang in the face. The fist wind is whistling. Tao Liao closed her eyes in fear. Just as Zhou Yang's eyes focused and he moved sideways to block, a black figure passed by him like a ghost. It's Gu Man. She had stood up without knowing when, and now she was the first to arrive. She moved incredibly fast, like a flash of black lightning. At the moment when Su Hui's fist was about to hit Zhou Yang, she dodged to the side, and her slender white fingers grabbed Su Hui's wrist with incredible precision. Su Hui only felt an irresistible force coming from his wrist, as if it was clamped by an iron clamp. Then, Gu Man twisted his wrist and pushed. Crack! A slight sound of bones dislocated. Ah! Su Hui let out a shrill scream and fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Gu Man's other foot was like a snake escaping from a hole, hooking and tripping skillfully. Another gangster who was about to rush up with Su Hui didn't see clearly what happened. He just felt his feet go empty and he fell heavily with a thump. The whole process was smooth and neat. So fast that it's dizzying. Zhou Yang was stunned. He knew that Gu Man was no ordinary person, but he didn't expect that she was such a good fighter. This skill is definitely that of a martial artist. And it's the top one. The remaining gangster was frightened when he saw two of his companions being knocked down in an instant. He held the beer bottle in his hand and did not dare to move forward for a while. Zhou Yang reacted very quickly. While he was distracted, he took a step forward and kicked him in the knee. The gangster screamed, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, the police who received the call and the security guards of Platinum Mansion who rushed to the scene rushed up breathlessly and quickly controlled Su Hui and the other two on the ground. The door to the second bedroom opened with a creak. Song Qingwei stuck her head out of the room and was stunned by the scene outside the door, especially by the sight of Su Hui being held down by the police and in a miserable state. Then she looked at the young man standing in front of her, dealing with it all calmly. At this moment, Zhou Yang's back seemed so tall and reliable in Song Qingwei's eyes. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 30 points. Current favorability, 44 points. Obtained lifespan, 90 hours. Award, 15 million yuan. A series of system prompt sounds exploded in Zhou Yang's mind. Zhou Yang was ecstatic. 90 hours lifespan. 15 million bonus. Huge harvest. Gu Man's expression was still cold. She walked back to the dining table, picked up the glass of red wine, and her eyes were calm. Zhou Yang looked at her, and his curiosity about this woman deepened. Who is this woman? The police briefly learned about the situation and confirmed that Su Hui and others were causing trouble, so they took all three of them away. Peace finally returned to the apartment. But there was still a hint of tension and fear in the air. Zhou Yang walked over to Song Qingwei, looked at her still pale face and frightened eyes, and comforted her softly, Boss Song, it's okay, it's all over. Song Qingwei moved her lips and wanted to say something, but tears flowed down first. Mr. Zhou, thank you, really, thank you so much. She choked up and couldn't say anything except thank you. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder gently, you're welcome, I'm glad you and Chi-Chi weren't frightened. Chapter 37 Catharsis. After saying that, Zhou Yang looked at the time, then looked at the condition of Song Qingwei and her daughter. Obviously, it was not suitable for them to stay here tonight. Boss Song, for your and Chi-Chi's safety, I'd better send you back. Song Qingwei hesitated. However, Kiki was indeed frightened. This is too much trouble for you, she said in a low voice. No trouble. Zhou Yang interrupted her, safety first. Let's go, I'll take you there. He looked at Tao Liao and Gu Man. Liao, Miss Gu, I'm afraid tonight's party will have to end here. Sorry. Tao Liao waved her hands quickly. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Yang, please send Boss Song and Chi-Chi back. I'm here. Gu Man just glanced at Zhou Yang indifferently without saying anything, picked up the bag on the sofa, turned around and left first. Looking at Gu Man's indifferent back, Zhou Yang smiled secretly in his heart. This woman is really hard to figure out. After taking the elevator downstairs, Zhou Yang called a taxi. Along the way, Chi-Chi gradually fell asleep in Song Qingwei's arms. Song Qingwei looked at her daughter's sleeping face, and her tense body relaxed a little. Zhou Yang sat next to her without saying anything, just occasionally turning his head to look at her. In the darkness of the night, her profile looked a little tired, but more of it was the fragility of surviving a disaster. The appearance of Su Hui completely tore off the veil of her attempt to live a peaceful life, forcing her to face her terrible past. The taxi drove out of the bustling area where Platinum Mansion was located and gradually entered the old neighborhood where Song Qingwei lived. Although it is old, the community has good greenery and is very quiet at night. It's the building in front. Song Qingwei pointed to a 6-story building not far away. There was no elevator in this building, so Zhou Yang followed Song Qingwei, carefully supporting her as they walked up the stairs step by step. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Song Qingwei took out the key and opened the door. With a creak, the door opened. Zhou Yang walked into the room. Completely different from the luxury of Platinum Mansion, Song Qingwei's home seems a bit compact. The layout is 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The decoration is very simple, but it is clean and warm everywhere. The living room is not big, and the furniture is a bit old, but it is spotlessly clean. There are Kiki's paintings and photos on the wall, hand-woven cushions on the sofa, and a pot of green ivy in the corner, which is growing well. The whole room exudes a warm atmosphere of life. Although it is not luxurious, it is a home full of love and security. Zhou Yang felt a little touched. This may be everything Song Qingwei is trying hard to protect. Mr. Zhou, please sit down for a moment. After saying that, Song Qingwei carried the already asleep Chi-Chi in her arms and tiptoed into a bedroom. Zhou Yang sat in the living room, looking around this small home full of life. Compared to his cold and empty mansion, this place feels more like a real home. He suddenly felt a little envious. About 10 minutes later, Song Qingwei walked out of the bedroom. Although there was still a hint of fatigue on her face, her eyes were much calmer than before. She walked over to sit opposite Zhou Yang, with a hint of apology on her face. Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry for ruining your party today because of me. Zhou Yang smiled and said, it's okay, as long as the person is okay. Besides, with Boss Song and Chi-Chi coming here, my new home is much more lively. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwei showed a grateful smile on her face. Mr. Zhou, would you like something to drink? Tea? Juice? Zhou Yang blurted out, do you have any wine? Song Qingwei was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Yang to ask for wine. However, thinking about everything that happened tonight, she was indeed feeling angry and wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol, or at least, to relax her tense nerves. Yes. Song Qingwei nodded, stood up, and walked to a small wine cabinet in the corner of the living room. She pulled out a bottle of red wine, which didn't look particularly expensive, but was definitely not cheap either. She brought 2 goblets, poured wine into them, and handed one to Zhou Yang. Thank you. Zhou Yang took the wine glass and looked at Song Qingwei. Under the candlelight, her cheeks seemed to have a faint blush and her eyes looked a little blurry. Neither of them spoke immediately, but just shook the red wine in their glasses silently. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much for what happened today. Song Qingwei spoke again in a low voice. I told you you're welcome. Zhou Yang took a sip of wine and asked, does your ex-husband, do he often do this? Song Qingwei's body trembled slightly and her eyes dimmed. She lowered her head, looked at the red wine in the glass, and was silent for a few seconds. Not often, yes, it used to be often. Was he like this before? Zhou Yang asked indirectly. He knew that in order to get Song Qingwei to let down her guard and tell him the secret in her heart, he needed to guide her slowly. Song Qingwei raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of struggle in her eyes. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision, took a long breath, and drank the wine in the glass. Zhou Yang didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. Song Qingwei poured another glass of wine, held it in her hand, but did not drink it. Looking at the red liquid in the cup, he seemed to be recalling some painful past. Mr. Zhou, you may not know why he and I have come to this point today. Song Qingwei's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of waking up her daughter in the bedroom. Zhou Yang nodded. Well, I just know that you are divorced. He wasn't like this before. When we first got married, he was very good to me and Chi-Chi. Song Qingwei's voice was filled with a hint of nostalgia, but it was soon replaced by pain. But later, he became addicted to gambling. Gambling? Zhou Yang frowned slightly. Yeah. Song Qingwei nodded. It was just a little gambling at first, but he got deeper and deeper into it. In order to gamble, he started to borrow money from loan sharks. In the end, he not only lost all the family savings, but also owed a huge debt. Zhou Yang's heart moved. This was somewhat similar to the experience of Tao Laoyao's father. Gambling. It really does a lot of harm to people. Then what? Zhou Yang asked softly. Then he started to change. Song Qingwei's voice was trembling. In order to pay off his debts, he started to ask me for money. If I didn't give it to him, he would start to attack me. She didn't go into too much detail, but Zhou Yang could sense the violence and harm that she didn't want to mention from her flickering eyes and trembling voice. In addition to gambling, he also cheated on his wife. Song Qingwei's voice became even lower, with a hint of unspeakable humiliation, and it wasn't just once, it was many times. Having said this, Song Qingwei could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. She raised her hand and wiped away her tears carelessly, her voice full of self-mockery. Why was I so stupid back then? I forgave him again and again. I thought he would change. But in the end. Zhou Yang looked at her crying and felt a surge of anger in his heart. People like Su Hui are such scumbags. He stood up, walked to Song Qingwei, and sat down gently. Boss Son, this is not your fault. Zhou Yang said softly, you are just too kind and want to protect this family too much. You are a good wife and a good mother. Hearing this, Song Qingwei lowered her head and cried even more sadly. It seemed as if all the grievances, pains and fatigue of these years were turned into tears and vented out to their heart's content. Chapter 38. The atmosphere came to an abrupt end. Zhou Yang didn't say anything, just looked at the other person quietly. He could feel her body trembling in Song Qingwei's inner fragility. Song Qingwei cried for a long time until she let out all the depression in her heart, and then her tears slowly stopped. Mr. Zhou, I lost my composure. She said a little embarrassedly. Zhou Yang gently wiped the tears from her face. It's okay, just cry it out. Don't hold it in your heart. The two were very close, their breaths intertwined. The air was filled with the aroma of red wine and an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere. Song Qingwei looked at Zhou Yang with complicated eyes. This man gave her support, comfort, and made her feel the long-lost sense of security. Under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks became redder and her eyes became more blurred. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 49 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Award, 2.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. Favorability is increasing. He knew this was a great opportunity. Boss Son, don't be afraid. Zhou Yang stretched out his hand and gently covered Song Qingwei's hand on the coffee table. Her hands were icy and cold. I'm here for you from now on. I won't let that scumbag bully you and Chi-Chi anymore. Song Qingwei's body trembled slightly, feeling the warmth of Zhou Yang's palm. She raised her head and looked at him, with a hint of confusion, a hint of dependence, and a blurred light in her eyes caused by the influence of alcohol. Will you really help me? She asked in a low voice, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Of course. Zhou Yang answered without hesitation, and said firmly, I won't let anyone hurt you and Chi-Chi. These words, like a beam of light, instantly illuminated Song Qingwei's dark heart. She looked at Zhou Yang, the man she had only known for a few days, but who stood up for her at the most critical moment and gave her warmth and commitment when she was most vulnerable. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 59 points. Gained lifespan, 30 hours. Award, 5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. The favorability has really increased. And the lifespan and money rewards have also increased significantly. Zhou Yang looked at Song Qingwei's eyes, which seemed a little blurry due to alcohol and emotions, and felt the warmth of her palms. The atmosphere became ambiguous. The room was very quiet, with only the shallow breathing of the two people and the aroma of red wine. Zhou Yang's heartbeat began to speed up, and as if possessed by a ghost, he slowly moved his face forward. Song Qingwei looked at his approaching face, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and her body subconsciously tried to dodge away. But under the influence of alcohol. Then I thought about Zhou Yang's protection just now, and the tenderness and desire in his eyes at this moment. At this moment, Song Qingwei seemed to have let down all her defenses. And slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Zhou Yang's lips are getting closer and closer. He could even feel the softness and warmth of Song Qingwei's lips. Just when the two were about to touch each other. Mother! Suddenly, Kiki's crying voice was heard from the bedroom. The sudden sound was like cold water poured on their heads. Song Qingwei suddenly opened her eyes, her body trembled, and she woke up instantly. She jumped away from Zhou Yang as if she had been electrocuted, her face instantly turning red. There was a hint of embarrassment, a hint of shame, and a hint of relief in his eyes. Zhou Yang's movements also froze, his body remaining in a forward-leaning position, suspended in mid-air. He looked at Song Qingwei's panic-stricken look and felt annoyed. Shit, just a little bit. Chi-Chi's crying continued, with obvious fear and anxiety. Mom. Mom, where are you? Song Qingwei didn't care about the embarrassment or Zhou Yang. She immediately stood up and hurried towards the bedroom. Chi-Chi, Mommy is here. Mommy is here. Zhou Yang sat alone on the sofa, watching Song Qingwei's back disappear at the bedroom door, feeling like he was dreaming. The ambiguous atmosphere just now seemed to have never existed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner restlessness and loss. From the bedroom came the voice of Song Qingwei coaxing Chi-Chi softly, as well as the sound of Chi-Chi's occasional sobs. Song Qingwei did not come out again. Zhou Yang knew that this was probably the end of his favorability tonight. For Song Qingwei, being interrupted by her daughter could be a relief, or it could be extremely embarrassing and shameful. The other party must be too embarrassed to face him again now. Zhou Yang looked at the time. It was already very late. If he stayed any longer, it would only make Song Qingwei more embarrassed. So he walked to the bedroom door and knocked gently. Boss Song, is Chi-Chi asleep? Song Qingwei's low voice came from inside the door. Not yet. Mr. Zhou, it's getting late, why don't you go back first? As for Chi-Chi, I can just coax her to sleep. Her voice sounded a little tired and a little distant. Zhou Yang sighed inwardly. Really? Okay, I'll go back first. You guys should get some rest early. If there's anything else, feel free to call me. Well, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Song Qingwei's voice sounded a little forced. Zhou Yang said nothing more, turned around and walked towards the door. He picked up his things and gently opened the security door. Bang! The door was closed gently. Zhou Yang stood outside the door, listening to the sounds of being coaxed into sleep gradually subsiding, feeling mixed emotions. Although this attempt was not successful, it did increase my favorability a lot. Moreover, he also learned about Song Qingwei's past experiences, which would help him formulate more effective strategies in the future. It's just, the feeling of being about to succeed but being interrupted in an instant is so frustrating. He shook his head, turned and walked down the stairs. It was late at night and the neighborhood was silent. Back at Platinum Mansion, Zhou Yang took out the key and opened the door. The lights in the living room were still on. Tao Luoya was sitting on the sofa with the remote control in her hand, seemingly waiting for him. Hearing the door open, Tao Luoya immediately stood up and came forward. Zhou Yang, you're back. She had a trace of worry on her face. Are Boss Song and Chi-Chi okay? Did that bad guy show up again? Zhou Yang looked at her concerned eyes and felt a warm feeling in his heart. At least, there is someone at home waiting for him and caring about him. It's okay. We got them home safely. Zhou Yang said as he changed his shoes. Su Hui was also taken away by the police. He shouldn't make any more trouble in the short term. That's good, that's good. Tao Luoya patted his chest, looking relieved. It's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Zhou Yang asked. Tao Luoya whispered, I'll wait for you to come back. Tonight, after what happened, I couldn't sleep. Zhou Yang felt warm in his heart and walked to the sofa and sat down. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Chapter 39, Unnatural Result. Yeah. Tao Luoya responded softly, with her head slightly lowered, but her eyes secretly glanced at Zhou Yang from time to time. The living room was very quiet, with only the shallow breathing of the two people. There is a kind of tranquility and closeness that comes after going through storms. After a moment of silence. Zhou Yang. Tao Liao spoke again in a low voice, with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Zhou Yang turned and looked at her. Tao Liao bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice and said almost inaudibly, "How about? I won't go back to my room to sleep tonight." Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. My brain went blank for a moment. He looked at Tao Liao's cheeks, which turned red instantly, and her hands, which were placed on her legs and nervously twisted together. Of course he understood what the other party meant by that sentence. Happiness comes too suddenly. Are you sure? Zhou Yang asked with a smile. Tao Liao's face turned even redder, and she nodded gently, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Sure. Zhou Yang smiled. In that smile, there was a hint of understanding, a hint of doting, and a hint of mischief. He didn't say anything, but just reached out and gently held Tao Liao's hand on her side. Her hands were a little cold, but her fingertips were trembling slightly. Zhou Yang held her hand in his palm and warmed her with his own warmth. You? Zhou Yang said softly, with a helpless yet indulgent smile in his tone. His eyes slowly changed from gentle to hot. He slowly bent down and approached Tao Liao. Tao Liao closed her eyes nervously, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her body was tense like a frightened deer. Zhou Yang's lips gently fell on her forehead, then between her eyebrows, the corners of her eyes, and finally, stopped at her lips. He didn't kiss her immediately, but just stayed there, feeling her warm breath and the softness of her lips. Are you nervous? Zhou Yang whispered in her ear, his voice a little hoarse. Tao Liao's body trembled even more. She did not answer, but tilted her head back slightly, as if waiting for something. Zhou Yang no longer hesitated. He kissed her slowly. It was a gentle yet tentative kiss. It is not as fierce as a storm, but full of tenderness and warmth. Tao Liao gradually relaxed from being nervous and stiff at the beginning. The kiss slowly deepened, and Zhou Yang's arms gently wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. Tao Liao also stretched out her hand and awkwardly put her arms around Zhou Yang's neck. The two bodies were pressed tightly together, and they could feel each other's heartbeats and each other's warmth. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more intense, Zhou Yang suddenly stopped. Tao Liao opened her eyes confusedly and looked at him puzzledly. Can you please take out the little things you prepared earlier? Zhou Yang raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sly smile. These words stunned Tao Liao. But she soon realized that what Zhou Yang was referring to was the pink, small square box. In an instant, Tao Liao's pretty face flushed. You knew it a long time ago? Of course, how could I not know your little thoughts? Zhou Yang said with a smile. You are so annoying. Tao Liao was so angry that she reached out to hit Zhou Yang's chest, but the force was weak, more like she was acting coquettishly. Zhou Yang let her hit him twice, then grabbed her hand. Silly girl. Zhou Yang looked at her, his eyes becoming serious and gentle. This kind of thing should be prepared by me, right? Tao Liao looked at him, a complex emotion welling up in her heart. Shame, embarrassment, anger, but more importantly, a warmth of being understood and cherished. This man saw through her embarrassment and helplessness, but he did not laugh at her or despise her. Instead, he used this method to resolve her embarrassment and give her dignity. You. Tao Liao was about to say something. Zhou Yang leaned over again, and this time, the kiss was deeper and more passionate. Detected that target Tao Liao's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 45 points. Gained lifespan, 10 hours. Award, 1 million yuan. The system prompt sound flashed through Zhou Yang's mind, but his thoughts were completely occupied by the soft body in his arms and the gradually warming atmosphere. Tonight is very long. In the early morning, the sunlight shines gently into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes. Turning around, I saw Tao Liao lying next to me. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing was steady, and her long eyelashes were like two small fans, quietly covering her eyelids. Her cheeks still had a slight blush from sleep, making her look particularly well-behaved and peaceful. Zhou Yang looked at her and couldn't help but let a gentle smile appear on his lips. Everything last night felt like a dream. After feeling a little emotional in my heart, Zhou Yang gently and carefully reached out his hand and brushed aside a strand of hair from Tao Liao's forehead. Tao Liao seemed to sense something, she moaned, her body moved slightly, and then she naturally leaned towards Zhou Yang. She found a more comfortable position and buried her head in his chest. Zhou Yang's heart softened instantly. He gently put his arms around her shoulders, smelled the faint fragrance on her body, and felt unprecedented satisfaction and peace in his heart. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 60 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Award, 1.5 million yuan. Zhou Yang was delighted. Really? When a woman is truly willing to give herself to you, her favorability will soar quickly. Zhou Yang closed his eyes, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. At this moment, he was just an ordinary man holding his beloved woman. Zhou Yang did not get up immediately. He just held Tao Luoyao quietly, feeling her real warmth and presence. Until Tao Luoyao's cell phone alarm rang, breaking the silence. Tao Luoyao opened her eyes dazedly, her eyes still a little dazed. She moved her body, felt something was wrong, and then suddenly realized something. Her cheeks instantly flushed. The memories of last night came flooding back, making her so embarrassed that she wanted to get under the covers immediately. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh at her cute appearance. "Good morning, Miss Tao." Tao Luoyao buried her head in Zhou Yang's arms, not daring to look at him. "You, don't laugh at me." Zhou Yang patted her back gently. "What's so funny? You are so cute now." Tao Luoyao said in a muffled voice in his arms, I'm a little afraid to look at you." "Why?" Zhou Yang asked knowingly. Last night, how could I?" She spoke incoherently, her voice full of regret and shyness. Zhou Yang gently lifted her chin and asked her to look at him. "Weren't we very happy last night?" Tao Luoyao's heart beat faster when she met his gentle eyes. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, Do you think? "I am very casual." Zhou Yang's expression suddenly became serious. "Why do you think so?" "Luoyao, listen to me, it wasn't you who acted casually last night, it was a natural outcome." He paused and continued. "From the day I told you at the food stall that I would support you, I wasn't just saying it casually. I wanted to give you a home, to give you support. Last night, everything that happened last night was what I wanted to give you, and it was your response to me. You're not just any person. You just trust me and are willing to give yourself to me. That means a lot to me." Tao Luoyao's eyes became moist again as she listened to Zhou Yang's words. She saw the sincerity in his eyes and knew that he was not just trying to please her. She hugged Zhou Yang tightly, buried her face in his chest, and said with a choked voice, "Thank you." "Zhou Yang. Thank you." Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Gained lifespan, 10 hours. Award, 1 million yuan. Chapter 40 We'll be fine. Zhou Yang held Tao Luoyao in his arms, feeling the soft body in his arms, and his heart was filled with peace. This feeling is wonderful. It even makes him feel more secure than simply getting longevity and bonuses. Tao Luoyao rubbed against his arms, her voice full of nasal tone. "Zhou Yang. What will happen to us in the future?" Hearing this, Zhou Yang lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. "We'll be fine. I will treat you well, always treat you well." Tao Luoyao raised her head and looked at him with her watery eyes, tears glistening in them. "Really?" "Of course it's true." Zhou Yang scratched her small nose. "When have I, Zhou Yang, ever broken my word?" Tao Luoyao was so amused by him that she burst into laughter and hit him lightly. "Hate." Although she said this, the smile on her face was brighter than the sun. She buried her head in Zhou Yang's arms again, feeling his strong heartbeat. That's all. The two of them were affectionate for a while before Tao Luoyao reluctantly climbed up from Zhou Yang's arms. I should get up." Her cheeks were still flushed, and her eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look directly at Zhou Yang. Thinking back on last night's craziness and initiative, she felt ashamed. Zhou Yang looked at her shy appearance with a smile on his face. "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" No, I still have to make breakfast for you." Tao Luoyao waved her hands hurriedly, like a frightened little rabbit, and wanted to get out of bed wrapped in the quilt. Zhou Yang grabbed her, pulled her back into his arms, and hugged her tightly. "Why rush? I'll make breakfast today." "Ah?" Tao Luoyao was a little surprised. "Didn't you say that I'd made progress?" "There is progress." Zhou Yang whispered in her ear with a wicked smile, "But today, I want to try something different." Tao Luoyao's face turned red instantly, all the way to her ears. She could understand the meaning behind Zhou Yang's words. You are so bad. She pushed Zhou Yang away and ran into the bathroom as if escaping. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, the smile on Zhou Yang's face became brighter. He stretched and sat up in bed. The sun shines on my body, it feels warm and comfortable. My mood is better than ever. He opened the system panel and took a look. Current remaining lifespan, 242 hours. Current system account balance, 12.325 million yuan. After last night's efforts with Song Qingwei and Tao Laoyao, both life expectancy and balance have been significantly improved. Especially Tao Laoyao, her favorability level soared directly to 70 points. Zhou Yang vaguely remembered that every goddess who met the scoring requirements and had a favorability of 100 points or more would be eligible for a mysterious lottery draw. And now his lifespan is not so tight. It is better to work hard first and raise Tao Laoyao's favorability to 100 points. Try to see how mysterious this so-called mystery lottery is. Well, it's settled. Zhou Yang touched his chin and muttered. Of course, Song Qingwei can't relax either. Although Kiki interrupted me at a critical moment last night, I still managed to raise my favorability to 59 points. Just a little bit to break through the 60 mark. This mature and charming proprietress has extremely strong psychological defenses. But once you break through, that feeling. Zhou Yang's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. As for Gu Man, this ice beauty remains a mystery. Zhou Yang was really amazed by how skillfully she taught Su Hui a lesson last night. Moreover, she seemed to be really interested in Tao Laoyao. Interesting, really interesting. It would be so satisfying if I could max out the favorability of all these goddesses. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Tao Laoyao came out wrapped in a bath towel, her hair was wet and her cheeks were flushed after bathing, making her look even more charming. She saw Zhou Yang sitting on the edge of the bed with his upper body naked. Her eyes immediately became a little flustered and she subconsciously wanted to hide. Why aren't you wearing any clothes yet? Zhou Yang stood up and walked towards her step by step. I'm waiting for you to help me put it on. Tao Laoyao glared at him coquettishly, grabbed the bath towel and wiped her hair roughly. Rogue. Her voice was so soft, like a feather brushing against the tip of my heart. Zhou Yang laughed and was not annoyed. He walked to the closet with his upper body naked and casually took out a set of casual clothes. Tao Laoyao looked at his back, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. The scenes of last night played back in her mind like a movie, making her heart beat like a drum. Zhou Yang quickly changed his clothes and turned around. What are you standing there for? After saying that, he walked up to Tao Laoyao and gently scratched the tip of her nose with his hand. Go change your clothes, I'll make breakfast. Tao Laoyao said and like an obedient kitten, turned around and went to the closet to look for clothes. It took a short while. An exquisite breakfast is placed on the dining table in the living room. Bacon, fried eggs, toast, and steaming milk. They were all made by Zhou Yang himself. Tao Laoyao was wearing the loose home clothes that Zhou Yang bought for her. Her hair was casually disheveled and her face was bare, but she looked even more pure and charming. She ate the fried eggs in small bites, and occasionally glanced at Zhou Yang opposite her. Zhou Yang noticed her gaze and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. What are you looking at? Do you think your husband is not only handsome, but also a good cook? Tao Laoyao was amused by him and burst out laughing, her cheeks slightly red. No. She denied it, but felt sweet in her heart. This feeling of being cared for and held in someone's hands was something she had never experienced before. In the past, she always looked superior and was used to being admired and pursued by others. But I never thought that one day I would cook for a man, and my heart would beat faster because of a joking remark from him. Zhou Yang felt in a good mood as he looked at her shy appearance. After taking a sip of milk, he asked casually, by the way, do you have any plans for today? Tao Laoyao thought about it and shook her head. I'm taking a break today, I don't have any special plans. When Zhou Yang heard this, his eyes lit up and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. That's great. Come out with me later. Tao Laoyao raised her head and looked at him in some confusion. What are you going out for? Zhou Yang put down the cup of milk in his hand, leaned forward slightly, and his voice was a little mysterious. You'll know when the time comes. Soon. After breakfast, Zhou Yang did not give Tao Laoyao much time to react. He took her hand and walked straight out of Platinum Mansion. Downstairs, a taxi that had been ordered through an online taxi hailing app was waiting quietly. Where are we going? After getting into the car, Tao Loyao finally couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Zhou Yang still had that mysterious smile on his face. You'll know when you get there. Chapter 41, Fulfilling the Promise. The taxi drove smoothly on the bustling streets of Hushan City, and finally stopped in front of one of the top shopping malls in the city center. Tianyao Star Plaza? Tao Loyao looked at the magnificent shopping mall in front of her, which brought together the world's top luxury brands, and a complex light flashed in her eyes. This was the place where she would occasionally hang out with her best friend from a wealthy family. At that time, she was confident and proud, and she didn't even blink when choosing products. But now, things are different and people have changed. Zhou Yang didn't give her much time to sigh. He took her hand and walked straight into the mall. The dazzling array of luxury stores and bright and beautiful windows all demonstrate the luxury and high-end nature of this place. Tao Loyao followed Zhou Yang, her steps slightly hesitant. Zhou Yang seemed not to notice her abnormality and continued walking calmly. I walked directly into a high-end women's clothing brand store that was decorated like an art palace. Lu Yao, take a look around. Pick whatever you like. I'll pay for it. Hearing this, Tao Loyao suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang in some surprise. No. No need, Zhou Yang, I have clothes to wear. Zhou Yang looked at her cute, slightly flustered appearance, and the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowed. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Tao Loyao's tender face. The warmth of his fingertips made her body tremble slightly. Silly girl, those clothes of yours are so outdated. How can they suit you now? After saying that, Zhou Yang's eyes swept over Tao Loyao's slightly loose home clothes. Although it was comfortable, it concealed her beautiful figure. Then he added, and I once said that I would give you a happy life. From now on, I will keep my promise. Now the balance in Zhou Yang's account has accumulated more and more. So he wanted to fulfill his promise and also wanted to experience the happiness of being rich. Otherwise, something unfortunate would happen someday. But the money is still there, how frustrating is that? Tao Loyao's eyes turned red instantly. These words, like a warm current, instantly broke down the last line of defense in her heart. The inferiority complex caused by the family's decline and the cold reception he received in the famous watch shops all seemed to be less important at this moment. Zhou Yang. Her voice was heavily nasal, and thousands of words were stuck in her throat, but they only turned into these two words. Zhou Yang ignored the looks from others. Holding Tao Loyao's hand, the soft and boneless little hand was a little cold at the moment, and was trembling slightly, which was hardly noticeable. Come on, my princess, and go and choose your new clothes. Tao Loyao was pulled by him and half reluctantly walked into the dazzling array of clothes hangers. All kinds of the latest styles of brand-name clothing exude an alluring luster under the soft lights. Tao Loyao looked at the expensive labels a little awkwardly and walked hesitantly. Zhou Yang, these are too expensive. Zhou Yang didn't care. You are worthy of me. After saying that, she casually took a finely tailored off-white dress from the hanger. Go try this one. Upon seeing this, the head shopping guide immediately came over with a professional smile. This gentleman has a good eye. This is our brand's flagship new model this season. It uses silk fabric imported from Italy. The design is simple and elegant, which can really set off a woman's temperament. Her eyes moved between Zhou Yang and Tao Loyao, trying to judge the spending power of these two guests. Zhou Yang just nodded lightly and handed the dress to Tao Loyao. Go ahead, wear it for me to see. Tao Loyao looked at his encouraging eyes, then looked at the high-quality dress in her hand, bit her lip, and finally took it and walked into the fitting room. The waiting time is not long. When the curtain of the fitting room was gently drawn open, Tao Loyao walked out shyly. At that moment, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Even the head shopping guide, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. The beige dress perfectly outlines Tao Loyao's exquisite figure, making her skin look whiter than snow, and her temperament instantly elevated by several levels. She originally looked a little dull because of her home clothes, but now she seemed to be reborn and glowed with new radiance. The self in the mirror is both familiar and strange. The long-lost self-confidence gradually grew again from the bottom of my heart. Her cheeks flushed with a charming blush and her eyes became brighter. Does it look good? Zhou Yang did not answer immediately. He walked slowly to her, reached out his hand, and gently tidied the hair around her ears. It's very nice. It's like a fairy descending to earth. Detected that target Tao Loyao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 75 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly. One step closer to 100 points. Tao Liao's cheeks turned even redder when she was praised by him, but her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. The shopping guide standing nearby said with a smile, "This lady has such a great figure and temperament. She wears this dress to its fullest. We have a few new models that just arrived that are also very suitable for your style. Would you like to try them together?" Once a woman's desire to shop is ignited, it is difficult to extinguish. Especially under the encouraging gaze of a loved one. Tao Laya was a little reserved at first, but as she put on beautiful clothes one by one and looked at herself in the mirror becoming more and more beautiful, she gradually relaxed. The pride and confidence that she once had returned to her little by little. The smiles on his face became more and more numerous and brighter and brighter. Pack up all the clothes she just tried on and pay with your credit card. Zhou Yang came to a shopping guide, handed over his bank card and said. The moment the words fell. Not only the shopping guides were stunned. Tao Liao's mind also buzzed and went blank. She originally thought that Zhou Yang would only buy her 1 or 2 pieces of clothing at most, but she didn't expect that he would actually pack up all the clothes she tried on. What a waste. She subconsciously reached out and gently pulled Zhou Yang's sleeve. Zhou Yang, no. No need for so many. I'll just pick 1 or 2 that I like. There are so many clothes, and each one is very expensive. How much would it cost to buy them all? She didn't even dare to think about that number. Zhou Yang gently patted the back of Tao Liao's hand, signaling her to be at ease. It's okay. I like all the clothes you just tried on, and I think these clothes are only valuable when they are worn on you. After saying that, Zhou Yang looked at the female shopping guide beside him with a smile. Listen to me and pack everything up. The head shopping guide suddenly came to his senses, and the professional smile on his face instantly became extremely sincere and enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Okay, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Oh my god. This is a real super customer. Usually, those so-called rich ladies are picky and compare things when they buy things. It is extremely rare to find someone like this young man who would say pack everything without even blinking. Several other shopping guides also reacted and looked at Tao Liao with envy. Tao Liao stood there, feeling like she was standing on clouds, her feet were light and everything seemed so unreal. Those expensive clothes that she once only dared to admire outside the window are now being packed one by one and will soon become her property. This feeling is both strange and carries an indescribable impact. Zhou Yang. Chapter 42 Dazzling Brilliance. Tao Liao wanted to say something, but Zhou Yang gently held her waist. Okay, my little princess, don't think so much. Zhou Yang leaned close to her ear, and his warm breath sprayed on her earlobe, making her shrink her neck sensitively. You just need to be beautiful, and leave the rest to me. At this moment, Tao Liao's heart was completely filled with an emotion called happiness and emotion. She no longer tried to stop him, but just leaned silently in Zhou Yang's arms, feeling the surprise and pampering he brought her. Soon, more than a dozen pieces of clothing were packed into exquisite shopping bags printed with the brand's logo. The head shopping guide personally held the POS machine and walked respectfully to Zhou Yang. Sir, the total is $378,600. Even the shopping guide, who was used to big scenes, had a barely perceptible excitement in his voice when he reported this number. When Tao Liao heard this number, her heart skipped a beat. More than 300,000. This was almost her salary for several years. Zhou Yang didn't even frown and directly entered the password on the POS machine. Drop. The POS machine made a slight sound and the purchase slip was slowly spit out. The transaction was successful. The head shopping guide respectfully handed the bank card and purchase slip back to Zhou Yang with both hands, the smile on his face becoming even brighter. Please keep your card, sir. Also, do you want us to deliver these clothes to your house? The head shopping guide asked cautiously. Zhou Yang looked at the piles of shopping bags and nodded. Send it to room 801, building A7, Yue Mansion. Okay, we'll arrange for someone to deliver it. Zhou Yang didn't say much. He took Tao Liao's soft little hand and turned to leave. Walking out of the women's clothing store, Tao Liao still felt like she was dreaming. After a long while, he recovered and said a little embarrassedly, Zhou Yang, am I too wasteful? Zhou Yang gently scratched her nose. I am happy to spend money on you. Besides, this little money is nothing to me. Tao Luoyao's heart felt sweet, as if it was filled with honey. She knew that Zhou Yang was not only buying clothes for her, but also making up for what she had lost and helping her regain the glory that belonged to her. So where are we going now? Tao Luoyao raised her little face and looked at Zhou Yang, her eyes full of love. Hearing this, Zhou Yang grinned. At the next stop, I'll give you some jewelry and a new hairstyle. I'll make sure my little fairy looks brand new from head to toe. Tao Luoyao's heart began to beat violently again because of his words. She could feel that Zhou Yang was using his own way to gradually erase the shadow of her past and help her regain her former glory. She was addicted to the feeling of being cherished and cared for. The two did not leave Tianyao Star Square. Soon, Zhou Yang took Tao Luoyao directly to the most conspicuous jewelry area on the first floor of the mall. The world's top jewelry brands gather here. Every store is decorated magnificently, and the jewelry displayed in the windows shines with dazzling light under the lights. Zhou Yang's goal was clear, he went straight to a store called Cartier. The receptionist at the door saw the two of them. In particular, he noticed Zhou Yang's expensive casual clothes and his calm demeanor, and immediately smiled professionally and enthusiastically. Welcome to Cartier. There were not many customers in the store, making it seem even quieter and more luxurious. Under the soft light, every piece of jewelry in the glass display case looks like a work of art. Tao Luoyao looked at the dazzling diamonds, rubies and sapphires, and subconsciously her breathing became lighter. A capable female shopping guide wearing a black business suit came up to us with just the right smile on her face. Good afternoon, sir, ma'am. How can I help you? Zhou Yang's eyes swept across the exquisite jewels, then fell on Tao Luoyao's face, his tone gentle. Lu Yao, see what you like. Necklaces, earrings, bracelets, rings, anything is fine. As long as you like it, we will buy it. When the female shopping guide heard Zhou Yang's words, her eyes lit up slightly, and she looked at Tao Luoyao with a little more enthusiasm. Tao Luoyao's cheeks felt a little hot. She gently pulled Zhou Yang's sleeve and whispered, Zhou Yang, everything here is too expensive. We can just take a look. She knew that Zhou Yang was rich and was willing to spend money on her. But she still found it difficult to adapt to the sudden jump from clothes to jewelry, especially from a top brand like Cartier. Zhou Yang didn't care, but instead held her hand tightly. Silly girl, I told you that I would make you the proud princess again. When you change into new clothes, you should also have jewelry that matches. After saying this, Zhou Yang turned his gaze to the female shopping guide and spoke again in a calm tone. Show us the latest necklaces and earrings in your store that are suitable for young girls. The female shopping guide was delighted, knowing that she had met a big customer. The smile on his face grew even brighter, and he immediately responded, Yes, sir, please wait a moment with this lady. Soon, the female shopping guide came over holding a black velvet tray. On the tray, several exquisitely designed necklaces and earrings inlaid with sparkling diamonds sparkled under the light. Sir, madam, these are from our brand's latest love series. The design inspiration comes from eternal love and is very popular among young couples. The female shopping guide gently placed the tray on the glass display case and began introducing the products one by one. Tao Luoyao's attention was attracted by one of the platinum diamond necklaces. The design of the necklace is simple yet elegant. The pendant is a heart-shaped pink diamond, dotted with tiny white diamonds, reflecting a dreamy glow under the light. Zhou Yang keenly noticed the change in Tao Luoyao's eyes. So the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Do you like the heart-shaped one? Tao Luoyao's cheeks turned red and she nodded embarrassedly. Very beautiful. Zhou Yang didn't hesitate at all and said to the female shopping guide, Take out this necklace and let her try it on. Yes, sir. The female shopping guide carefully took out the necklace and gently put it on Tao Luoyao. The cold platinum chain touched her skin, causing Tao Luoyao's body to tremble slightly. When the pink heart-shaped diamond pendant hung steadily between her collarbones, she subconsciously raised her hand and touched it gently. In the mirror, the pink diamond emitted a soft and bright light, making her skin look even whiter and more delicate. The already beautiful face, embellished with diamonds, adds even more dazzling brilliance. She looked at herself in the mirror with a dazed look in her eyes. At this moment, she seemed to have turned back into the once confident and dazzling Tao Luoyao. Zhou Yang walked behind her, looked at her in the mirror, and said with gentle eyes, It's so beautiful. This necklace seems to be tailor-made for you. Chapter 43 The Most Beautiful Princess. Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. The favorability finally broke through the 80 mark. The smile on Zhou Yang's lips deepened. Tao Liao felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her, and her cheeks became even redder. But her heart was filled with unprecedented sweetness and satisfaction. Let's take this one, Zhou Yang said directly to the female shopping guide in a crisp and clear tone. After saying that, he took another look at the earrings on the tray that were from the same series as the necklace. Pack up the earrings as well. The female shopping guide's face was beaming with joy, and there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Yes, sir. You have a very good taste. This necklace and earrings are the star products of our collection and many customers love them. Tao Liao wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhou Yang with a look. She knew that what Zhou Yang decided was difficult to change. Moreover, deep down in her heart, she really could not resist the temptation of this beauty. Soon, the necklace and earrings were put into an exquisite red gift box. Sir, the total is 1.28 million yuan. When the female shopping guide quoted the price, her voice was still professional and steady, but her eyes could not hide her excitement. This is a big order. When Tao Liao heard this number, her heart beat faster again. More than 1 million. This was beyond her understanding of money. Zhou Yang was still as calm as ever. He took out his bank card, swiped it, and signed, all in one go. It was as if he was not buying jewelry worth millions, but small accessories from a roadside stall. Soon, when the two of them walked out of the Cartier store, Tao Liao felt her legs go a little weak. She subconsciously touched the necklace around her neck. The cool touch and heavy weight reminded her that all this was real. Zhou Yang, this is too expensive. Tao Liao's voice trembled slightly. Zhou Yang stopped, turned around and looked at her seriously. Lu Yao, I told you that as long as it can make you happy and help you regain your confidence, it's worth spending any amount of money. Besides, you deserve the best. Tao Liao's eyes became moist again. She looked into Zhou Yang's deep and sincere eyes, and all her words turned into deep emotion and dependence in her heart. She stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to give Zhou Yang a light kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang felt the soft touch on his cheek and his heart was moved. He smiled and rubbed Tao Liao's hair. Let's go, last stop, change the hairstyle and make our beautiful Lady Tao look completely new. On the top floor of Tianyao Xingshan Plaza is a high-end hair salon called Meishang. The decoration style here is fashionable and avant-garde, full of artistic atmosphere. There is a light fragrance in the air and soft music surrounds your ears. As soon as Zhou Yang and Tao Liao walked in, they were immediately greeted by a fashionably dressed receptionist. Welcome to Meishang, do you have a reservation? Zhou Yang shook his head, no appointment, but we want to find the best hairdresser here. The receptionist looked at Zhou Yang and Tao Liao, especially noticed the valuable Cartier necklace on Tao Liao's neck, and the smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. Okay, sir, our chief designer, Mr. Connie, happens to be free right now. I'll help you arrange it. Soon, a trendy male hairdresser who looked to be around 30 years old came over. When he saw Tao Liao, his eyes lit up slightly and he gave a professional smile. Hello, I'm Carney. What kind of hairstyle does this lady want? Tao Liao grabbed the corner of Zhou Yang's clothes nervously. She hasn't taken care of her hair for a long time. Because of the hardships of life, she always tied her hair up casually or just let it hang loose. Now that she has to change her hairstyle, she is a little at a loss. Zhou Yang noticed her nervousness and patted the back of her hand gently, signaling her to relax. Then he spoke to the so-called chief designer Carney. Just look at the design. The goal is to make her more beautiful, more elegant, and more confident. Hearing this, Carney raised a confident smile. No problem, leave it to me. He carefully observed Tao Liao's facial shape, hair quality and overall temperament, and then began to communicate with Tao Liao. Tao Liao was a little reserved at first. But under Carney's professional and patient guidance, he gradually relaxed and expressed some of his own ideas. In the end, Carney designed a fashionable yet gentle long curly hairstyle for her, and dyed her hair into a flax brown color that made her look whiter and more fashionable. Wash, cut, dye, perm. The whole process lasted nearly 3 hours. Tao Liao sat in front of the mirror, watching herself change little by little, and her mood was full of anticipation. When Carney put down the hairdryer in his hand, smiled and said okay to her, Tao Liao slowly opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. At that moment, she could hardly believe her eyes. Is that woman in the mirror her? A head of fluffy and shiny flaxen brown long curly hair, casually draped over her shoulders, makes her face look even more petite and delicate. The slightly curved bangs cleverly modify her forehead, making her look sweeter and more lovely. The hair, which had originally looked a little dry due to long-term malnutrition, now became shiny and full of vitality. Paired with the new clothes she just bought and the diamond necklace around her neck, she exuded an unprecedented radiance and confidence. How is it? Are you satisfied? Connie's voice was filled with a hint of pride. Zhou Yang also came over and stood behind Tao Layao, looking at her in the mirror with amazement in his eyes. It's so beautiful. Detected that target Tao Loyao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 85 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded again. Tao Layao looked at her radiant self in the mirror, then looked at Zhou Yang, who was smiling gently beside her. She knew that all this beauty was brought to her by this man. The feeling in my heart is beyond words. Zhou Yang, thank you, really, thank you so much. Zhou Yang smiled gently and said in a gentle voice. Silly boy, I told you that you deserve the best. Now, you are the most beautiful princess in my heart. Chapter 44, Keep up the good work. Zhou Yang gently let go of Tao Layao, looked at her red eyes due to excitement, and said with a smile. Okay, my princess, my tears are almost ruining my makeup. Upon hearing this, Tao Layao rubbed her eyes embarrassedly. She glared at Zhou Yang in reproach. Her charming look, coupled with her new look, was even more captivating. Carney, who was standing by, came over at the right time with a perfect professional smile on his face. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Tao, the overall styling fee this time is 3,800 yuan. This price is undoubtedly a considerable expense for ordinary people. But in this kind of top salon, especially when it comes from the chief designer, the price is considered normal. Tao Layao was about to say something when she saw Zhou Yang calmly took out his bank card. Swipe the card. The POS machine quickly printed out the consumption receipt. Zhou Yang signed his name casually and took back the bank card. Soon, the two walked out of the Meishang salon and returned to the busy shopping mall. Tao Layao at this moment is completely different from when she first came in. The fashionable and beautiful hairstyle, the exquisite fitting dress and the dazzling diamond necklace make her exude an eye-catching glow. Wherever she went, many people's attention was attracted by her, and they cast glances at her with surprise or envy. Some men even stared with their eyes wide open and unconsciously slowed down their pace. How about it? Do you feel that you are the focus of the whole audience now? Zhou Yang lowered his head and chuckled in her ear. Tao Layao's cheeks turned slightly red and she rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. No. Detected that target Tao Layao's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability, 88 points. Lifespan gained, 3 hours. Award, 300,000 yuan. 3 more points of favorability were added. Zhou Yang was in a good mood. It seemed that this feeling of being the center of attention had a significant effect on improving Tao Layao's confidence and favorability. Come on, I'll treat you to a nice meal to celebrate our beautiful lady's new look. Zhou Yang took Tao Layao's hand and walked out of the mall. Tao Layao looked at his tall back and their tightly clasped hands, her heart filled with sweetness. She didn't ask where to go or what to eat, because she knew that this man would always give her the best arrangements. However, Zhou Yang did not choose those internet celebrity restaurants that are well known to the public. Instead, he took a taxi directly to a French revolving restaurant called Secret Land in the Clouds located on the top floor of the city center. This restaurant is famous for its ultimate luxury, romantic atmosphere, and superb views overlooking the entire night scene of Hushan City. Of course, the price is also prohibitive enough for ordinary working people. When the two got out of the taxi and stood in front of the magnificent door of the restaurant, Tao Layao couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Yang, this place is too. She couldn't find the right words to describe it for a moment. This was a place she had seen in fashion magazines before, but had never dared to dream of setting foot in. However, Zhou Yang took her hand calmly and walked in. The interior decoration of the restaurant is extremely luxurious. The dazzling crystal chandeliers, exquisite European carvings, soft velvet carpets, and melodious classical music together create a dreamlike atmosphere. The waiter in a tuxedo came up politely. Good evening, sir, ma'am, do you have a reservation? There is no reservation, so give us a window seat. Zhou Yang said calmly. The waiter was slightly stunned. Usually, such top-level viewing seats need to be booked long in advance. But when his eyes swept over Zhou Yang's seemingly low-key but actually expensive clothes, and Tao Liao's neck the Cartier necklace that sparkled with dazzling fire, the professional smile on his face immediately turned respectful. "Yes, sir, please follow me." The waiter led the two to a window seat with an excellent view. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, you can have a panoramic view of the brilliant night view of the entire Hushan city. Tao Liao sat in a soft and comfortable chair, looking at the dreamy scenery outside the window, feeling like she was in a fairy tale world. Then, he secretly glanced at Zhou Yan opposite him. He was flipping through the menu gracefully, his expression focused and calm. How many surprising secrets does this man have hidden for her? Zhou Yang quickly ordered the food, all of which were the restaurant's top signature dishes. After the waiter respectfully left, only 2 people were left at the table. "Do you like it here?" Zhou Yang picked up the lemonade in front of him and asked with a smile. Tao Liao nodded vigorously, her eyes full of intoxication. "I like it, this place, it's like a dream." Zhou Yang felt particularly happy when he saw her surprised and satisfied expression like a little girl. "In the future, as long as you like, we can come often." Tao Liao felt sweet in her heart when she heard this, but still shook her head. "No, it's too expensive here. Just come here once in a while to experience it." Although Zhou Yang is not short of money, he doesn't want him to spend too much. This kind of thoughtfulness and understanding actually made Zhou Yang like Tao Liao even better. Soon, exquisite dishes were presented one by one like works of art. Top-quality ingredients, superb cooking skills, and a romantic atmosphere make this dinner an ultimate enjoyment. Tao Liao was a little reserved at first, but as the atmosphere became more harmonious and Zhou Yang teased her gently from time to time, she gradually relaxed. The two chatted about interesting things that happened in college and their aspirations for the future. The atmosphere was warm and ambiguous. Zhou Yang. After 3 rounds of drinks, Tao Liao's cheeks flushed charmingly and her eyes were full of tenderness. "Thank you for everything you have done for me. If it weren't for you, I don't know where I would be now." Hearing this, Zhou Yang put down the knife and fork in his hand and looked at her seriously. "Lu Yao," I said, "I want to make you happy. This is not just a promise, but something I will strive to do in the future." Tao Liao's heartbeat quickened again, she could feel the attitude in Zhou Yang's words. Detected that target Tao Liao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 93 points. Gained lifespan, 5 hours. Award, 500,000 yuan. 93 points. Only 7 points left to 100 points. Zhou Yang was delighted. It seemed that this romantic dinner tonight was very successful. Make persistent efforts. Do it in one go. Zhou Yang stretched out his hand and gently held Tao Liao's hand, which was placed on the dining table. Her hands were soft and warm. "Lu Yao, you know, from the moment I met you again in the Vacheron Constantin watch shop, I knew that the peaceful days of my life were over." Chapter 45 First Lottery. Tao Liao's heart skipped a beat, and the blush on her cheeks deepened, with a hint of shyness and sweetness. She didn't expect Zhou Yang to suddenly say such a thing. "At that time. I was so embarrassed at that time. Did you really think so?" "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I bought that 1.3 million watch? Is it because I have too much money to burn? I just want to tell you that in my heart, you deserve the best." Having said this, Zhou Yang paused, looked at Tao Liao's slightly moist eyes, and continued. "Everything that happened later, including my statement that I wanted to support you, was not impulsive. I am indeed a layman, and there may have been other factors at the beginning, but the closer I get to you and the more I understand you, the clearer it becomes to me that what I want is for you to be happy." Zhou Yang spoke these words with extreme seriousness. He was indeed greedy for the system rewards, but he was also truly attracted to Tao Liao. This former white moonlight has now fallen into the mortal world, but still retains the pride and kindness in her bones. This contrast has a fatal attraction to him. Tao Liao couldn't hold back her tears anymore and they slid down her cheeks. But this time, it was not sadness, but full of emotion and happiness. "Zhou Yang, you bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Tao Liao choked and gently pinched the back of Zhou Yang's hand with her pink fist. Okay, it's not too late to know now." Zhou Yang smiled and comforted softly. After a long while, Tao Liao gradually calmed down. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Yang with tears in her eyes, but there was a touching smile on her face. "Zhou Yang, you said you would always make me happy, so don't cheat. Don't worry, Zhou Yang scratched her nose. When have I, Zhou Yang, ever broken my word? Unless, you think I've given you too much happiness. Hateful. Tao Luoyao burst into laughter because of his amusement. The two smiled at each other, and the romantic music in the restaurant seemed to become more beautiful. Detected that target Tao Luoyao's favorability increased by 7 points. Current favorability, 100 points. Congratulations to the host, the target Tao Luoyao's favorability has reached the maximum value. Gained lifespan, 7 hours. Reward, 700,000 yuan. Special reminder, because the target Tao Luoyao's favorability has reached 100 points for the first time, the host will get a mysterious lottery opportunity. Do you want to draw now? A series of system prompt sounds exploded in Zhou Yang's mind. Done. Tao Luoyao's favorability is finally full. Zhou Yang was ecstatic in his heart, but he still maintained a gentle smile on his face and held Tao Luoyao's hand tightly. But he suppressed the excitement in his heart. This atmosphere cannot be interrupted by other things. Because Zhou Yang never told a lie from beginning to end, he loves this woman. And love it. Lu Yao, to celebrate our, further development of our relationship, I'll toast you another glass. Zhou Yang raised his glass. Tao Luoyao's cheeks were flushed. She picked up the juice in front of her and clinked the glass with him gently. Zhou Yang, thank you. She looked at Zhou Yang with eyes full of love. Just like that, the dinner ended in an extremely romantic and sweet atmosphere. Coming out of the restaurant, the evening breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Zhou Yang put his coat on Tao Luoyao. Let's go home. Tao Luoyao said softly. Zhou Yang looked at her and nodded. After returning to Platinum Mansion, Tao Luoyao went to the bathroom to wash up first. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa in the living room, calmed down, and then said to the system in his mind, "System, I want to participate in the mysterious lottery." The mysterious lottery system has been activated. The rewards are being drawn. A huge virtual turntable appeared in Zhou Yang's mind. The turntable is covered with various grids, some with skills, some with items, some with cash, and even some with question marks. The turntable spun rapidly, and Zhou Yang's heart rose to his throat. This is the first time I've drawn a lottery with a high favorability rating, so I hope there will be something good. The pointer slowly slowed down, and finally, under Zhou Yang's nervous gaze, it stopped on a box with special skills written on it. Congratulations to the host, you have won the special skill God level cooking bronze level reward. Skill description: after possessing this skill, the host will master cooking skills comparable to those of top chefs, and can easily make delicious dishes that will leave you with an endless aftertaste. God level cooking skills? Zhou Yang was slightly stunned. This skill seems to be of no use to me, right? How great would it be if you could give me some divine medical skills? Didn't I cure my terminal illness myself? Although I am a little disappointed, I think it's okay. It's better to have something than nothing. After all, who would refuse a man who was both rich and a great cook? Just at this moment, the bathroom door opened and Tao Luoyao came out wrapped in a bath towel. Her wet hair exuded a fresh fragrance and her cheeks were flushed after bathing, making her look even more charming. She saw Zhou Yang sitting on the sofa, seemingly thinking about something, so she tiptoed over. Hey, what are you thinking about? Zhou Yang came back to his senses, looked at the beauty in front of him, his heart moved, and a sly smile appeared on his face. I'm thinking about what kind of loving breakfast I should make for you tomorrow morning. Tao Luoyao blushed and said angrily, not serious again. She walked over to Zhou Yang and sat down, with the scent of shower gel on her body, and leaned lightly on his shoulder. Zhou Yang, I'm really happy today. From now on, I will make you so happy every day. Zhou Yang put his arm around her shoulders, his tone gentle but firm. Tao Luoyao rubbed against his arms like a satisfied kitten. As the night deepens, an ambiguous atmosphere fills the air. Zhou Yang looked at the docile Tao Luoyao in his arms, feeling her exquisite curves and the subtle fragrance emanating from her body. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Tao Luoyao responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhou Yang's neck. His clothes gradually fell off and his breathing became heavier. The sofa seemed not spacious enough, so Zhou Yang simply picked up Tao Luoyao and strode towards the master bedroom. Zhou Yang placed her gently on the soft big bed, his eyes like burning flames. Lu Yao. This night is destined to be sleepless. The next morning, sunlight poured into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Yang opened his eyes and felt refreshed. Turning his head, he saw Tao Liao sleeping beside him, with a satisfied blush on her face and her long eyelashes trembling slightly. After last night's nourishment, she was like a beautiful rose watered by rain and dew, exuding amazing beauty. Zhou Yang's heart moved, and he couldn't help but kiss her smooth forehead gently. As if she felt his movements, Tao Liao let out a moan and slowly opened her eyes. When their eyes met, the air was filled with warmth and sweetness. "Good morning, my princess," Zhou Yang said with a smile. Tao Liao's cheeks turned red instantly. Thinking of the madness of last night, she shyly buried her head in Zhou Yang's arms. Don't call me that." Chapter 46, Buying a Car. Zhou Yang laughed and hugged her tightly. The two of them were affectionate for a while before Zhou Yang reluctantly got off the bed. "I'll go make you breakfast." He is now a man with god-level cooking skills. So I wanted to try the effect. "By the way, what kind of breakfast do you want? Chinese or Western?" Zhou Yang put on his pajamas and turned around to ask Tao Liao. Tao Liao thought for a moment and said, "Chinese style, simple is better." "Okay, then I'll make you a deluxe version of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and a few refreshing side dishes." Zhou Yang does what he says. When I came to the kitchen, I washed the rice first, then added enough water and started to cook. Then processed the preserved eggs and lean meat, cut into dices and set aside. Throughout the whole process, his movements were smooth and his knife skills were extremely skillful, not like a novice at all. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of rice and meat. Zhou Yang took out cucumbers, black fungus and other ingredients from the refrigerator, and quickly mixed out several plates of delicious cold dishes. When a pot of steaming and fragrant century egg and lean meat porridge, accompanied by a few exquisite side dishes, is placed on the table, Tao Liao felt like her saliva was about to flow out. "Try it and see if it suits your taste." Zhou Yang handed Tao Liao a spoon with an expectant smile on his face. Tao Liao carefully scooped a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened. The porridge is cooked to perfection, the rice grains are soft and melt in your mouth. The chewy texture of the preserved egg and the tenderness of the lean meat are perfectly blended together, and with the embellishment of shredded ginger and chopped green onions, the taste is simply delicious to the extreme. It's so delicious." Tao Liao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and took a few more big bites. Zhou Yang's cooking skills were okay before, but not amazing at all. But now it's completely different. Even the delicious dishes made by top chefs are nothing compared to this bowl of lean meat porridge. Those seemingly simple cold dishes taste surprisingly good, are refreshing and appetizing, and increase people's appetite. Zhou Yang looked at Tao Liao's satisfied expression and felt a sense of accomplishment. This god-level cooking skill is indeed worthy of its reputation. Soon, a rich and delicious breakfast brought Tao Liao's admiration for Zhou Yang to a new level. After breakfast, Tao Liao took the initiative to take on the task of washing the dishes. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa and began to think about what to do today. Tao Liao's favorability has been maxed out, and the life and money rewards have also been obtained. Next, it's time to focus on Song Qingwei. Song Qingwei's favorability is currently 59 points, just one step away from breaking through the 60 mark. However, the night before at Song Qingwei's house, something almost went wrong, but it was interrupted by Chi-Chi, and the atmosphere was very awkward for a while. When Song Qingwei finally saw him out, there was a hint of distance in her tone. "If you want to go further, you may have to find a suitable opportunity. What are you thinking about? You look so engrossed." Tao Liao finished washing the dishes, dried her hands, walked over and sat down next to him. "I'm thinking how to make certain people completely devoted to me." Zhou Yang smiled meaningfully. Tao Liao blushed and pinched him, not serious again. Zhou Yang smiled softly, hugged the warm and soft Tao Liao in his arms, and felt the warmth from her delicate skin. Tao Liao adjusted herself into a comfortable position in his arms, her voice sounding lazy and naive. "What evil plan are you planning again?" "I was thinking, my little princess is so beautiful today, should I do something to reward myself?" Zhou Yang's breath was close to her ear, and the warm breath made her feel a little itchy. Tao Liao's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and she pushed him gently. "Damn it!" In broad daylight, Zhou Yang took the opportunity to grab her soft little hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it gently. "Yes, my princess. Everything is up to you." Tao Liao was amused by him and burst out laughing, her eyes moving around with all kinds of charm. After some tenderness, Tao Liao reluctantly got up from Zhou Yang's arms, began to dress up and prepare to go to work. I put on the new dress I bought yesterday, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at my brand new self. A confident smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of my mouth. Joe Young leaned against the doorframe, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. It has to be said that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse, which is absolutely true. At this moment, Tao Layo has become more charming and attractive like a mature woman than the arrogant class beauty in college. It's so beautiful. Zhou Yang exclaimed sincerely. Tao Layo turned around and looked at Zhou Yang, her eyes full of tenderness. It's because you made me look so pretty. After saying that, she walked forward and straightened Zhou Yang's collar with gentle movements. I'm going to work, so I can't accompany you today. It's okay, be careful on the road. Zhou Yang gently kissed her forehead. After seeing Tao Layo off, Zhou Yang returned to the living room and stretched comfortably. I took out my phone, opened the bank app, and checked my account balance. Current system account balance, 15.825 million yuan. More than 15 million. Looking at the long string of numbers, Zhou Yang felt extremely happy. With this much money, if I put it in the bank and earn interest, it would be enough to provide me with food and clothing for the rest of my life. Of course, the prerequisite is that his terminal illness can be cured. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhou Yang's face faded slightly. Staying alive and making money are still the most important tasks at present. If you have money, your quality of life must also improve. He thought that it was somewhat inconvenient that he now lived in a top-notch luxury residence like platinum residences but still had to rely on shared bicycles or taxis to get around. It's time to buy myself a means of transportation. In this way, it is not only convenient to pick up Tao Layo to and from get off work, but also can improve one's own style. After all, the success rate will always be higher if you drive a luxury car to win the favor of other goddesses. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang no longer hesitated. He changed into a casual suit, and his whole temperament instantly elevated to a higher level. The person in the mirror is handsome and has the style of a successful person. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction and went out alone. We quickly took a taxi and arrived directly at the largest Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Hushan City. As soon as I walked into the spacious and bright exhibition hall, a tall female sales consultant in a professional suit came to greet me. She looks pretty good, but the system only gave her 55 points. Hello sir, welcome to Mercedes-Benz, how can I help you? The female sales consultant had a professional smile on her face and glanced at Zhou Yang subtly. Just take a look. Zhou Yang said lightly, his eyes sweeping across the various Mercedes-Benz cars parked in the exhibition hall. Chapter 47. It's so plain. Okay sir, we have the latest S-Class, E-Class, and C-Class sedans, as well as various SUV models. You can take a general look at them first. If there are any models that you are interested in, I can introduce them to you in detail. The female sales consultant's tone was very professional, neither humble nor arrogant. Zhou Yang nodded and paced casually in the exhibition hall. He was not very interested in ordinary Mercedes-Benz models, and his eyes were soon attracted by the powerful black sedan in the center of the exhibition hall. It was a Maybach S680. The slender body, the classic two-color stitching design, and the distinguished three-pointed star emblem on the front of the car all highlight its status as a top luxury sedan. Please introduce this car to me, Zhou Yang said, pointing at the Maybach S680. The female sales consultant's heart moved slightly, and the smile on her face became brighter. Customers who can directly take a fancy to Maybach are either rich or noble. Sir, you have a good eye. This is the top luxury car of our Mercedes-Benz, the Maybach S680 Pullman. After saying that, the female salesperson walked to the car, opened the back door gracefully, and signaled Zhou Yang that he could go in and experience it. This car is equipped with a 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine, which is very powerful. In terms of interior, Zhou Yang sat in the back row while listening to the introduction. Feeling the soft and comfortable seat and the luxurious configuration at his fingertips, he nodded with satisfaction. The back space of this car is indeed more spacious and comfortable than any car he has ever sat in before. Not bad. Zhou Yang commented. Is this car available now? He asked directly. The female sales consultant's eyes lit up when she heard this. Sir, this Maybach S680 Pullman, we happen to have a black car in stock in our store. With all the formalities completed, you can pick it up at any time. Let's go through the formalities. Zhou Yang said straightforwardly. Ah. The female sales consultant was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react. Decided so quickly? Didn't he even ask the price? All the speeches she had prepared were stuck in her throat. Zhou Yang looked at her somewhat surprised expression, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Any questions? No, the female sales consultant quickly came back to her senses, a surprised smile on her face. Sir, please wait a moment, I will handle the relevant procedures for you immediately. His voice was trembling slightly with excitement. This is a super big order. Her performance this month is likely to go off the charts. Sir, the official suggested retail price of this Maybach S680 Pullman is 3,688,000 yuan. But don't worry, our store will give you the best discount. The female sales consultant took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound steadier. As she spoke, she led Zhou Yang to the VIP negotiation room nearby. Zhou Yang did not comment. He did not care much about the price. After all, the more than 10 million in the system account is enough for him to squander for a while. As we entered the elegantly decorated negotiation room, the female sales consultant immediately served us top-quality coffee and exquisite desserts. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I will go and prepare the car purchase contract and related documents. His attitude became more respectful, even with a hint of cautious flattery. Zhou Yang sipped his coffee leisurely and looked at the furnishings in the negotiation room. I have to say that Mercedes-Benz's service is really good. This top-level shopping experience is unmatched by ordinary brands. Not long after, the female sales consultant came in with a stack of documents, followed by a person who looked like a manager. Mr. Zhou, this is our store's sales manager, Manager Li. Hello Mr. Zhou, I am Li Ming, the sales manager of our store. Thank you very much for choosing our Mercedes-Benz. Manager Li took the initiative to extend his hand with a warm smile on his face. Zhou Yang shook hands with him gently. You are welcome. The subsequent procedures went very smoothly. Zhou Yang did not read the terms of the contract carefully and directly signed his name in the place indicated by the female sales consultant. The moment when the POS machine spits out a long receipt, indicating that the payment is successful. The smiles on the faces of the female sales consultant and Manager Li were almost overflowing. The entire process from entering the store to paying for the luxury car, which costs over 3 million yuan, took no more than half an hour. This was the first time they encountered such a wealthy customer. That's all. About 2 or 3 hours later, the 4S store finally completed all the procedures on an expedited basis. Zhou Yang got into the driver's seat of the brand new Maybach S680, escorted by a group of sales consultants, especially Manager Li, who almost fawned on him. With a low roar of the engine, it slowly drove out of the 4S store amid envious gazes. Zhou Yang held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other hand casually on the edge of the car window, feeling the cool breeze brushing across his fingertips. This extreme comfort and tranquility gave him an unreal feeling of floating. TSK, the life of rich people is so plain and boring. Zhou Yang's lips curled up into a self-deprecating smile, but he felt extremely happy in his heart. He is not a saint who regards money as dirt. The pleasure of spending money like water and instantly owning a top-of-the-line luxury car made every pore of his body feel comfortable. While enjoying the unparalleled driving experience brought by the luxury car, Zhou Yang's brain began to work rapidly. Now that I have this Maybach, I can't just drive it around for fun. System rewards are king, both life extension and money, neither can be missing. Tao Ludao's favorability has reached 100, and now we just need to maintain the relationship on a daily basis. Then the next focus naturally fell on Song Qingwei. The charming lady proprietress of the Hunan restaurant currently has a favorability rating of 59 points, and is just one step away from breaking through the 60 mark. As for Gu Man, thinking of the beautiful lesbian landlord who appears cold on the outside but is actually passionate on the inside. The difficulty of the strategy is extremely high. Moreover, her aversion to men is ingrained in her bones. So the priority is not too high. Forget it, let Gu Man go for now. Don't provoke that woman. Besides, she's so skilled. Don't let her annoy me and beat me up later. Zhou Yang temporarily put Gu Man behind his mind. The most urgent task is to improve Song Qingwei's favorability. He glanced at the time on the dashboard and saw that it was already evening. At this time, Song Qingwei should be busy in the store. It's better to do it today than today. Zhou Yang showed a meaningful smile and adjusted the steering wheel. The Maybach merged smoothly into the traffic flow and drove towards Wangshan Garden. Chapter 48, Venomous VIP? In the evening, business at Wangshan Garden is as booming as ever. The air is filled with the rich aroma of Hunan cuisine, mixed with the noisy laughter of diners, and is full of the bustle and bustle of the city. Zhou Yang's brand new Maybach S680 found an empty space in front of the restaurant entrance and stopped steadily, attracting the attention of passers-by. Zhou Yang bent down and got out of the car, then walked into Wangshan Garden. The hall was still full, and waiters were carrying trays of food, walking hurriedly between the tables. Zhou Yang glanced around the hall, and soon saw the familiar little figure sitting next to a small table in the corner. Chi-Chi was lying on the table, her brows slightly furrowed, holding a pencil, as if she was troubled by some difficult problem. What surprised Zhou Yan was that today she did not do her homework in the quiet tulip box on the second floor as usual. He walked over casually. Chi-Chi, why are you sitting here doing your homework today? When Chi-Chi heard the familiar voice, she raised her head suddenly and saw that it was Zhou Yang. A happy smile immediately bloomed on her originally depressed little face. Uncle Zhou! The little girl shouted happily, jumped off the chair and rushed towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang caught her with a smile, picked her up and gently pinched her pink little face. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Chi-Chi has become prettier? Chi-Chi giggled and hugged Zhou Yang's neck. No way. Zhou Yang put her down and glanced at the homework book she spread out on the table. Why don't you go to the private room upstairs? It's so noisy here, it will affect your studies. When Chi-Chi heard this, she pouted her lips slightly, with a hint of reluctance on her face. Mom said that there are VIP guests on the second floor today, so let me stay here for a while. VIP? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, muttering something in his heart. Although Wangshan Yuan has good business, it is just a home-style restaurant after all. What kind of VIP could there be that needs to occupy the private room usually reserved for Kiki to study? But he didn't think much about it. After all, this was Song Qingwei's store business. He bent down and touched Chi-Chi's little head. It's okay, brother Zhou Yang is here with you, let's finish the homework together. Yeah. Chi-Chi immediately became happy again, took Zhou Yang's hand and asked him to sit next to her. Zhou Yang picked up Chi-Chi's homework book and began to patiently explain the questions to her. Just then, the door curtain of the back kitchen was lifted, and Song Qingwei came out hurriedly holding a plate of chopped pepper fish head that had just come out of the pot. She was wearing a simple white shirt today, which outlined her beautiful upper body curves, and a black hip skirt underneath, which showed off her mature and plump figure. Her jet black hair was casually tied behind her head, revealing her fair neck. A few strands of hair on her forehead were slightly wet with sweat, adding a bit of charm to her busy look. Shawan, the fish head for table number 3 is ready, bring it over quickly. Song Qingwei shouted loudly, with a somewhat capable tone of a boss lady. As she finished speaking, she raised her eyes inadvertently, and her gaze fell on Zhou Yang, who was helping Chi-Chi with her homework not far away. The expression on his face was dazed for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Boss Song, are you busy? Zhou Yang also felt the other party's gaze, so he greeted him with a smile. Hearing this, Song Qingwei nodded slightly in Zhou Yang's direction politely, with a faint smile on her lips. But that smile didn't seem to reach his eyes, instead it carried a vague sense of alienation. Compared with the familiarity and gratitude before, Song Qingwei at this moment seemed to be separated from Zhou Yang by an invisible veil. When Zhou Yang saw Song Qingwei's slightly distant smile, he understood. What happened the night before obviously still left a lingering feeling in the other person's heart. But he didn't point it out. He just responded with a gentle smile and then turned his attention back to Kiki's homework. For this question, look, the auxiliary lines should be drawn like this. The voice was kept low, just loud enough for Kiki to hear clearly, but not enough to disturb the diners around. Kiki's little head came very close, her big black eyes staring at the homework book without blinking, her little mouth slightly open, obviously listening very attentively. Song Qingwei placed the chopped pepper fish head steadily on the tray and handed it to Shawan, the waitress next to her. Go quickly, don't keep the guests waiting. She gave an order, but her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Zhou Yang and Chi-Chi. Looking at her daughter listening to Zhou Yang's explanation with such concentration, she saw such a well-behaved and serious look on her face, which was something she rarely saw in normal times. Zhou Yang, who was wearing a casual suit that didn't look cheap, was patiently squeezing beside a small table, carefully tutoring a second-grade student on his homework without any impatience or perfunctory attitude. That kind of natural affinity made Song Qingwei's heart move slightly. The awkwardness and alienation that had arisen from the interruption of the previous night's ambiguous relationship seemed to have faded away. Just at this moment, a black business car suddenly stopped in front of the gate of Wangshan Garden. The car door opened and 2 or 3 men with solemn expressions got out first. Then, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, dressed elegantly but with a somewhat arrogant look on her face, got out of the car surrounded by them. The woman was wearing a pair of sunglasses, so her eyes couldn't be seen clearly, but her tightly pursed lips and slightly raised chin gave off an aura that said keep away from strangers. The group walked straight into Wangshan Garden without stopping in the lobby and went directly to the stairs on the second floor. The originally noisy diners in the hall were attracted by this sudden scene and cast curious glances, and the discussions became much quieter. A male customer who comes here regularly saw the waitress Xiaowan passing by with dishes, and he waved and asked, "Xiaowan, who was that woman who just went up? She looked so impressive, but she didn't look like a celebrity." Xiaowan put the dish down and lowered her voice, explaining with a nervous yet excited look on her face, "Keep your voice down. The one who just went up is our famous food taster, Ms. Zhang Yan." Zhang Yan? The male customer was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh. Is it Zhang Yan who reviews food on TV and is known as the poisonous gourmet with a sharp tongue? That's right. Xiaowan said with a bit of admiration, "I heard that teacher Zhang came to our Wangshan Garden this time to taste the dishes. If we can get her approval, our Wangshan Garden will have the opportunity to participate in the food competition during the National Day Golden Week this year." Oh my goodness. The male diner smacked his lips. The food competition during the Golden Week is going to be a big event. So, the private room on the second floor is not open today. It is reserved for teacher Zhang and the others. Xiaowan added. The diners at the surrounding tables who were listening with their ears pricked up were also slightly commotioned when they heard what was said. Even the poisonous-tongued Zhang Yan is here. It looks like Wangshan Garden is going to do something big. Now we're going to have a good show. I wonder if Boss Madame Song's dishes can stand up to her test. Zhou Yang listened to these discussions, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked unconsciously towards the second floor. It turns out that the so-called VIP was actually this influential figure in the food industry. No wonder Chi-Chi was driven downstairs to do homework. He glanced at Kiki beside him. The little girl seemed uninterested in these adult matters and was still concentrating on the math problems in her homework book. On the other hand, after arranging the waiter's work, Song Qingwei also heard the diner's discussions and her own clerk's explanation. Her expression looked somewhat complicated under the light, and her hands were unconsciously wiping lightly on her apron, and it was obvious that she was not at peace inside. The pair of eyes that usually always showed a gentle smile now had a hint of nervousness. After all, Zhang Yan's evaluation may be directly related to the future of Wang Xiangyuan. Chapter 49. Nothing new. The other side. In a private room on the second floor, the atmosphere was completely different from the bustling atmosphere downstairs. It exuded a deliberate elegance, yet also a hint of dullness. Zhang Yan leaned back in a mahogany armchair, a hint of impatience on her well-maintained face, and she gently shook the blue and white porcelain teacup in her hand. "Shaolin, how many are left tonight?" The voice was not loud, but it carried the implication of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Shaolin, the young assistant standing next to him, quickly bent over and opened the diary in his hand, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. "Teacher Zhang, according to the itinerary, the restaurant we're trying out tonight is after Wang Xiangyuan, and there are 2 others." Zhang Yan didn't even raise her eyelids. She picked up the teacup, took a sip, and just nodded lightly. Silence. Zhang Yan finally put down the teacup in her hand and picked up the silver chopsticks in front of her gracefully. Every dish on the table was obviously carefully prepared, the presentation was also very particular, and it was delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Spicy chicken, steamed cured meat from the Dongting Lake, and the signature chopped pepper fish head, with red peppers covering the snow-white fish meat, steaming hot and full of fragrance. However, Zhang Yan just symbolically took a small piece of each dish with chopsticks and chewed slowly, with her expression never changing. There was neither praise nor criticism, as if he was completing some established procedure. Soon, she gently placed the chopsticks on the chopstick holder. The atmosphere in the box instantly became a little stagnant with her action. "It tastes just average. Besides, these dishes are nothing new." At the same time, Xiaowan, the waitress who had been secretly watching the situation at the stairs on the second floor, turned pale instantly after hearing Zhang Yan's merciless evaluation. Holding up her skirt, she almost crawled downstairs and trotted into the kitchen. In the kitchen, steam was rising, the sounds of pots and pans colliding and knives chopping on the chopping board were intertwined, creating a busy scene. Song Qingwei was cooking the food herself, with beads of sweat on her forehead, and she was stir-frying the dishes in the pot with a focused expression. "Madam Boss. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." Xiaojuan's urgent voice broke the original rhythm of the kitchen. Hearing this, Song Qingwei paused for a moment with the spatula in her hand and frowned. What's wrong? Master Zhang, Master Zhang. Xiaowan panted and said breathlessly, Master Zhang said that the dishes in our restaurant tasted average, and the dishes were not innovative at all. Bang! A sharp metal collision sound was heard. When the chef Lao Wang, who was standing next to Song Qingwei and had a burly figure and a face full of flesh, heard this, he slammed the iron spoon in his hand heavily on the stove, sparks flying. Fuck it! This Zhang Yan is just here to cause trouble. We cook home-cooked meals, why would we need any new ideas? The veins on Lao Wang's neck were popping out, and he kept cursing with saliva flying. Another relatively younger chef, Xiaoli, also became so angry that his face turned red and he started shouting indignantly. That's right. Why are our dishes no longer original? She knows nothing about Hunan cuisine. The food made by the Wangfu restaurant across the street is so good that even my dog won't eat it. It's always so deserted that you can't even see a ghost. How can they get by? Why can't we at Wang Xiangyuan get by? Old Wang became more and more excited as he spoke, and punched the chopping board next to him, making a dull sound. I think this old woman just accepted the favors from the restaurant across the street and came here to disgust us on purpose. The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly became tense, and the other kitchen helpers were also filled with righteous indignation and echoed the sentiment. Song Qingwei stood in the midst of the noisy scolding, her cheeks, which had originally turned red due to being busy, now turned a little pale. No words. But those eyes, which usually contained a gentle smile, were gradually filled with deep disappointment. Xiaowan felt bad when she saw the boss lady's expression, so she whispered to comfort her. Boss lady, don't take it to heart. Zhang Yan is a woman with a sharp tongue. Don't take what she says seriously. Song Qingwei shook her head slowly, her voice a little hoarse. Don't blame her. She knew that no matter how harsh Zhang Yan's comments were, she must have her reasons. However, this dish, which she had poured countless efforts into, was rejected so easily. The feeling of loss still overwhelmed her like a tide. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her slightly trembling fingertips still revealed her inner unrest at the moment. Just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Song Qingwei. Actually, I've always thought that the food in our restaurant is pretty good, but it lacks a bit of character. Zhou Yang's voice was not loud, but it made everyone in the kitchen freeze for a moment. Especially when Song Qingwei slowly turned around, a complex and indecipherable expression appeared on her pretty face, which looked a little pale due to loss. Mr. Zhou? The hot-tempered chef, Lao Wang, frowned and said dissatisfiedly. Little brother, what do you mean by that? Do you also think that that piece of shit Zhang Yan is right? Do you think our Wang Xiang Gardens food is not good? The tone was full of gunpowder, and it was obvious that Zhou Yang was also classified as an enemy camp. Zhou Yang didn't care at all, and even had a relaxed smile on his face. Everyone, don't get me wrong. I didn't say the food at Wang Xiangyuan is bad. The food in our restaurant is absolutely first-rate, otherwise we wouldn't have so many returning customers. After these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the kitchen eased slightly. After all, Zhou Yang is a regular customer of the store, and everyone knows that he has a very good relationship with the boss's daughter. Lao Wang's expression also improved a little, but he still had some doubts. So what do you mean by lacking some characteristics just now? I mean, Chapter 50, what if a miracle really happens? Zhou Yang paused and looked at Song Qingwei again with a serious look in his eyes. Our dishes have a strong home-cooked flavor, fresh ingredients, and are cooked to the perfect temperature. This is the foundation of our business. But if you want to go to the next level, especially to stand out in a food competition, these alone may not be enough. Song Qingwei listened quietly without interrupting, her bright eyes fixed on Zhou Yang, as if trying to figure out the deeper meaning of his words. Zhou Yang continued, I was outside just now and heard the diners talking about Zhang Yan. She said the food tasted average and nothing new. The taste is average, I don't agree. But the word nothing new, maybe, we can think about it. Think about it. Lao Wang couldn't help cursing again, spit flying everywhere. We cook, what we care about is real ingredients and authentic taste. What's the point of those fancy things? They look good but don't taste good. That's right. The soul of Hunan cuisine is that spiciness and fragrance. What else do you want to innovate? The young chef Xiaoli also echoed, his neck stiff, as if he was ready to argue with Zhou Yang to the end. Zhou Yang smiled and didn't argue with them. He knew that these old chefs who had been cooking for years all had their own stubbornness and pride. If you want to convince them, words alone are useless. The person who needs to be persuaded the most now is Song Qingwei. Boss Song Zhou-yang turned his gaze to Song Qingwei and said sincerely, "Let me ask you, is this food tasting very important to Wang Shangyuan?" Song Qingwei was silent for a moment, sighed softly, and nodded. If we can win a place in the food competition during the Golden Week, it will really help improve the reputation of Wang Xianyuan. She had been striving for this opportunity for a long time. Wanshan Garden is all her hard work after her divorce. She hopes to make it better and give Chi-Chi a more stable future. But I didn't expect that Zhang Yan would reject my proposal so ruthlessly at the last minute. What if I can find a way to make our dishes retain their original flavor while also impressing that poisonous gourmet, or even make him praise them highly? Zhou Yang's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the kitchen. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire kitchen fell silent instantly. The sizzling sound in the oil pan seemed to be much quieter. Everyone looked at Zhou Yang with disbelief. Even Song Qingwei opened her eyes slightly wide and parted her red lips, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. This young man usually looks gentle and polite, and occasionally jokes with Chi-Chi. How could he suddenly say such shocking words? Old Wang looked at Zhou Yang as if he were a monster, his rough face full of absurdity and a hint of offended anger. "You? Brother Zhou, you are kidding, right?" After saying that, he looked Zhou Yang up and down. In that casual suit, he didn't look like someone who could handle a kitchen full of oil smoke with ease. Zhou Yang smiled slightly and did not comment. "Why don't you try and know?" He cast his gaze towards the dishes on the stove that had just been tasted by Zhang Yan, and a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes. Although those dishes looked good and smelled good, in his opinion, with his culinary skills now elevated by the system, they could only be considered average. "Boss Song, if you trust me, why don't you let me try a dish?" Zhou Yang's eyes finally fell on Song Qingwei's confused and hesitant face, and then he said again. "Take the chopped pepper fish head dish that has been criticized for being unoriginal, for example. Maybe I can add some novelty to it." This. Song Qingwei hesitated. It was too risky to let an outsider, a young man who was usually only responsible for helping his daughter with her homework, take charge of the cooking, especially at such a critical moment. If I mess it up, not only will I have no chance at Zhang Yan's place, but the chefs in the restaurant will probably also be dissatisfied. "Madam Boss, we can't let him do whatever he wants." Lao Wang was anxious. He felt that Zhou Yan was just a young man who didn't know his place and just wanted to show off. Cooking is not a child's game, especially for a big dish like this. The heat and seasoning cannot be wrong. "Yes, Sister Song, this is too risky," Shaoli also advised. Zhou Yang ignored their objections and just looked at Song Qingwei quietly, waiting for her decision. He knew that Song Qingwei was like a drowning person now, and she would probably grab at even a straw. Song Qingwei was struggling fiercely inside. Reason told her that this was ridiculous. But looking at Zhou Yang's confident eyes and thinking of Zhang Yan's cold evaluation, an idea of burning his boats emerged uncontrollably. Wang Xiangyuan has reached a bottleneck. If it cannot break through, it will slowly be eliminated by the market. Zhang Yan's comments undoubtedly added insult to injury. Maybe we should give Zhou Yang a try, just in case there really is a miracle? She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and her eyes became firm. "Okay. I'll trust you for once, boss lady." Lao Wang and Shaoli exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. Song Qingwei waved her hand to stop them. "Lao Wang, Shaoli, I know what you are worried about. But do we have any other options now? You have heard what Teacher Zhang said. If we don't make changes, we will definitely lose the chance to get a place in the food competition." After that, she turned to Zhou Yang with a complicated look in her eyes. "Mr. Zhou, the kitchen is now in your hands. If you need anything, just let me know." Zhou Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "Thank you, Boss Song, for your trust." He paused, looked around the kitchen, and his eyes fell on the fresh ingredients. "Do you have any fish heads left? I want the freshest ones." "Yes. Just killed." A kitchen helper responded quickly. "Okay. What about chopped peppers? Which kind do you use?" Zhou Yang asked. Although Lao Wang was not convinced, he could not say anything since the boss lady had spoken. He just pointed to a jar next to him and said, "I pickled my own chili peppers and chili peppers, as well as local red bell peppers." Zhou Yang walked over, opened the jar, smelled it, and nodded. Not bad, spicy enough and fragrant enough. He took off his suit jacket and handed it to Xiaowan, who was a little at a loss, then walked to the sink and washed his hands carefully. Master Wang, please help me to deal with the fish head. Split it in the middle, but don't break it completely. Make sure to remove the gills and the black membrane inside. Old Wan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Zhou Yang actually knew all these things. Chapter 51 This Craft. Although he still had doubts in his mind, he still followed his instructions, picked up a large male fish head, and started processing it skillfully with the knife. Zhou Yang began to select ingredients: ginger, garlic, onion, basil. He looked at and smelled each one carefully, as if he was selecting treasures. Master Li, please help me chop the ginger and garlic into small pieces. The finer the better. Chop the basil leaves, too. Zhou Yang's command was orderly, and the atmosphere in the kitchen was originally a bit sloppy. Because of his intervention, things started to become tense and orderly. Song Qingwei stood aside, watching Zhou Yang skillfully select ingredients and direct the kitchen helpers, her heart filled with amazement. How many sides of this man does she not know? Can he really cook, or is he just bluffing? Detected that the target Song Qingwei's curiosity has increased, favorability +2. Current favorability, 61 points. Gained lifespan, 6 hours. Award, 1 million yuan. The system's prompt sounded in Zhou Yang's mind, making him slightly happy. It seems that his chef style has initially aroused Song Qingwei's interest. Soon, the fish head was processed. Zhou Yang personally applied a large amount of minced ginger and garlic evenly on the inside and outside of the fish head, sprinkled a thin layer of cooking wine and white pepper powder, and gently massaged for a while. Marinate for 10 minutes, he said to the kitchen helper. Next, Zhou Yang began to process the chopped peppers. He did not use the chopped peppers in the jar directly, but took out some and took a few bright red bullet-shaped peppers and beauty peppers from the ingredient basket next to it. Boss Song, do you have any strong liquor? Zhou Yang suddenly asked. Yes, there are some for cooking in the kitchen. Song Qingwei nodded quickly. Zhou Yang took out the white wine, poured a little on the chopped pepper and the fresh peppers, and then quickly mixed them with a spoon. A strong aroma of wine mixed with the spicy scent of chili peppers instantly spread. What is this for? Lao Wang couldn't help but ask. He has been making chopped pepper fish head for decades and has never seen it cooked this way. It can enhance the flavor, remove the fishy smell, and make the peppers more red. Zhou Yang explained casually, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly chopped the peppers mixed with white wine, but he did not chop them too finely, retaining some granular texture. Then, he added some chopped perilla leaves, fermented black beans, a little sugar and steamed fish soy sauce to the chopped pepper and mixed them quickly. This chopped pepper. Song Qingwei smelled the complex aroma that was different from before, her eyes full of surprise. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. Secret chopped pepper, you will know when you try it later. When the marinating time for the fish head was up, Zhou Yang took out a large plate and placed a layer of chopped ginger and green onion segments on the bottom of the plate. Place the marinated fish head on a plate, and cleverly place a few pieces of tender tofu underneath the fish head, which can absorb the fresh juice of the fish and enhance the taste. Finally, he spread the special chopped pepper evenly on the fish head, making it look bright red and tempting. Put it in the pot and steam it. Zhou Yang instructed, high heat, 12 minutes. The kitchen helper hurriedly put the fish head into the steamer. While waiting, the atmosphere in the kitchen was a little subtle. Although Lao Wang, Xiaoli and others no longer objected verbally, their eyes were still full of suspicion and wait-and-see attitude. Song Qingwei was preoccupied with something, her eyes kept drifting towards the steamer, and her palms were sweaty. Zhou Yang seemed unusually relaxed, and was even in the mood to take out his phone to watch some Douyin. 12 minutes passed quickly. When the steamer made a ding warning sound, everyone's heart was in their throat. The kitchen helper carefully brought out the steamed fish head with chopped pepper. An indescribable rich aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. The aroma is not just the spiciness of the chili pepper, but also mixed with the sweetness of the fish, the mellowness of the fermented black beans, the crispness of the perilla, and a hint of the subtle aroma of wine, which is layered and captivating. The fish head on the plate is covered with bright red chopped peppers, the color of which is more vivid and juicy than before. The fish meat is white and plump, and the soup is clear and not turbid. A few pieces of chopped green onion garnish it, which is the icing on the cake. This color, this fragrance. Lao Wang moved closer and sniffed hard. The expression on his face slowly changed from suspicion to shock. He has been cooking chopped pepper fish head for most of his life, and he considers his cooking skills to be among the best in Hushan City. However, the dish before him, both in appearance and aroma, seems to be better than his own. Song Qingwei was even more stunned. Is this still the chopped pepper fish head she is familiar with? Why does it feel completely different? Zhou Yang ignored the crowd's exclamations. He picked up a clean wok, poured in an appropriate amount of cooking oil, and heated it to 80% hot. Then, pour the hot oil evenly over the fish head covered with chopped pepper. Sizzle. There was a crisp explosion, accompanied by an even stronger and more overbearing aroma rising up, and white steam wrapped in the fragrance spread out. The chopped peppers are stimulated by the hot oil, and their color becomes brighter and their aroma is enhanced to the extreme. The fish meat is moistened by the hot oil and looks more tender and tempting. Okay. Zhou Yang put down the oil pan. A layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead, but he had a satisfied smile on his face. Boss Song, you can ask Teacher Zhang to taste it now. Song Qingwei looked at the chopped pepper fish head in front of her, which looked like a work of art, and then looked at Zhou Yang, and was a little dazed for a moment. She took a deep breath, tried to calm her excitement, and nodded solemnly. Shawan, hurry up and serve this dish. Be careful. In the box on the second floor, the atmosphere was still somewhat depressing. After tasting several signature dishes served by Wang Xiangyuan, Zhang Yan remained silent, only occasionally picking up the teacup and taking a sip. Her assistant Kobayashi and the two staff members who accompanied her didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of angering this Mistress Miju of the food world. The previous evaluation that the taste is average and nothing new has already sentenced Wang Xiangyuan to death. Kobayashi was even thinking about how to tactfully end the food tasting and then rush to the next restaurant. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the box. Come in. Xiao Lin responded quickly. The waitress Xiaowan took a deep breath, held a huge blue and white porcelain plate in both hands, and walked in carefully. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating and her steps were a little weak. Teacher Zhang, this is a dish that our kitchen just made. I would like to ask you to taste it again. Xiaozhuan's voice trembled a little. Zhang Yan frowned slightly when she heard this. He put down the teacup in his hand, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. In her opinion, Wang Xiangyuan would not turn back until he hit the wall, and even wanted to make a last-ditch struggle. Chapter 52 Very innovative. Oh? What's new? Zhang Yan's tone was calm, but with a subtle hint of sarcasm. When Xiaowan gently placed the plate of steaming hot chopped pepper fish head on the turntable, everyone in the box's eyes were drawn to it. A strong and strange fragrance, like an invisible hook, instantly caught everyone's sense of smell. The aroma was overbearing but not pungent, spicy with a hint of sweetness, mellow with a hint of clarity, complex and layered, completely different from the aroma of the previous dishes. Zhang Yan's gaze fell on the fish head on the plate, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The chopped pepper fish head in front of you looks really amazing. The bright red chopped pepper covers the snow-white fish meat like flames. The chopped pepper has full grains and bright color. Compared with the common chopped pepper, it seems to have an extra layer of oily luster. The fish meat looks fresh and plump, the soup is clear, and a few slices of green onion are dotted in between. The red and green complement each other, which is very beautiful. This chopped pepper. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. She had tasted at least 800 chopped pepper fish heads, but the chopped pepper in front of her was different in color and aroma. He did not pick up his chopsticks immediately, but picked up the teacup in front of him and took another sip, as if he wanted to use the light taste of the tea to erase the taste memory left by the previous dishes. Xiaowan stood aside nervously, her palms sweating even more. She secretly glanced at Zhang Yan, and seeing that she had no expression on her face, she felt even more nervous. She saw everything Zhou Yang did in the kitchen downstairs. Although the aroma of the fish head when it came out of the pot was indeed amazing, she had no idea whether she could impress this famously picky poisonous tongue gourmet. Zhang Yan finally put down her teacup, picked up the serving chopsticks, and looked back and forth at the fish head for a moment. Finally, she picked up a piece of fish meat near the fish's cheek. That piece of fish is the most tender and best reflects the original flavor of the fish. The fish meat with bright red chopped pepper was put into her mouth steadily. The moment the fish entered her mouth, Zhang Yan's chewing action paused almost imperceptibly. The first thing that explodes in your mouth is the complex spicy taste of the chopped pepper with the aroma of wine. The spiciness does not rush straight to your throat like ordinary chopped pepper, but has a wonderful sense of layering. First there is a slight numbing sensation, followed by a rich spicy aroma, and finally it turns into a warm current lingering on the tip of the tongue. Next, the fish meat is extremely tender. It melts on the tip of your tongue without much chewing. The sweetness of the fish meat and the salty freshness of the chopped pepper blend perfectly together. What surprised her even more was that in addition to the aroma of the chopped pepper itself, there was also the unique fragrance of perilla and the mellowness of fermented black beans. Instead of conflicting with each other, the flavors complemented each other, making the entire taste experience extremely rich. Especially the subtle aroma of wine, like the finishing touch, not only enhances the overall flavor of the chopped pepper, but also cleverly neutralizes the last trace of fishy smell that may exist in the fish, making the deliciousness of the fish more prominent. Zhang Yan's brows relaxed unconsciously, and a gleam of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Is this still the chopped pepper fish head she knows? The taste is more than extraordinary. It's simply amazing. As for the novelty, this unique way of processing chopped pepper, the finishing touch of wine aroma, and the perfect use of basil and fermented black beans, which one is not novel? She picked up another piece of tender tofu from under the fish head. The tofu has absorbed the fresh juice of the fish and the chopped pepper. It is smooth and tender and tastes delicious, and is in no way inferior to the fish itself. Zhang Yan's chopsticks unconsciously reached for the fish head again. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. She didn't eat fast, savoring every bite carefully. The expression on her face changed from calmness at first to concentration, and finally, to a barely perceptible hint of enjoyment. The atmosphere in the box became extremely strange due to Zhang Yan's actions. What's going on? Assistant Kobayashi and the 2 staff members were all stunned. They have been with Zhang Yan for many years, but have they ever seen her so devoted to tasting a dish? In the past, when trying dishes, Zhang Yan would usually only taste a little bit, and there were only a few dishes that made her take a second bite of food, let alone like now, where she took several bites in a row and looked like she was still not satisfied. Xiaowan was so stunned that she even wondered if she was seeing things. Teacher Zhang, who had always looked down upon Wang Xianyuan's dishes, was now eating them with gusto? Finally, Zhang Yan put down her chopsticks, wiped the corners of her mouth with her napkin, then picked up the teacup and took another sip. There was silence in the box, and everyone's eyes were focused on her face, waiting for her final verdict. In the kitchen downstairs, Song Qingwei, Lao Wang, Xiaoli and others were also waiting anxiously. Time passed by minute, and every second seemed like torture. Zhou Yang seemed relatively calm. He was still confident in the products of his god-level cooking skills. However, looking at Song Qingwei's pretty face that turned pale with nervousness, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the cooking skills rewarded by this system must not be disappointing. At the same time, in the box on the second floor. This dish of chopped pepper fish head. Zhang Yan finally spoke. Her voice was still calm, but it seemed to have a hint of warmth than before. After a pause, his eyes swept over everyone present, finally landing on Xiaozhuan's face. Who did it? Xiaowan was startled by the look and quickly said, it was made by a chef in our store. To be honest, she herself didn't know how to introduce Zhou Yang's identity. Could it be that one of the customers in the restaurant did it? Isn't this all bullshit? Zhang Yan nodded, with a hint of approval in her eyes. This chopped pepper fish head is very well made. When these words were spoken, Kobayashi and the 2 staff members showed expressions of disbelief. Hearing the word very good from Zhang Yan's mouth was even rarer than the sun rising from the west. Xiaowan was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she tried hard to restrain herself. Whether it's seasoning, cooking temperature, or the combination of ingredients, it's all top-notch. After a pause, Zhang Yan's comments were no longer perfunctory as before, but rather professional and serious. The processing of the chopped pepper is particularly ingenious. Using white wine to stimulate the aroma and color of the pepper, and adding basil and fermented black beans to increase the layering of flavor, is indeed a stroke of genius. This dish not only tastes great, but also very innovative. Boom! When the words very innovative came out of Zhang Yan's mouth, Xiaowan couldn't bear it any longer. She covered her mouth and let out a suppressed cry, then rushed downstairs like a gust of wind. Madam Boss! Madam Boss! Teacher Zhang said. Teacher Zhang said our fish head is very well made. Very innovative. The voice was a little distorted due to excitement and exploded in the kitchen. Chapter 53. This time, I don't want to take the initiative anymore. When Song Qingwei heard this, her body trembled violently, and her clenched fists loosened instantly. A huge feeling of joy and disbelief overwhelmed her like a tide. She covered her mouth and her eyes turned red instantly. Really? 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 It's absolutely true. Teacher Zhang said it herself. She even asked who did it. Shawan nodded repeatedly, her words incoherent with excitement. Oh, success! Lao Wang slapped his thigh and let out an excited roar, the fat on his face squeezed together with laughter. Great! That's awesome! Shaoli also cheered, and the kitchen instantly turned into a sea of joy. Zhou Yang looked at the group of excited people in front of him and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's emotions fluctuated violently, favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 76 points. Gained lifespan, 45 hours. Reward, 7.5 million yuan. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Zhou Yang's mind like the sound of nature. 76 points of favorability. 45 hours of life. 7.5 million bonus. The harvest this time was quite rich. After Song Qingwei's excitement, her eyes immediately turned to Zhou Yang. At this moment, those beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude, surprise, and a hint of strange emotions that she herself had not even noticed. Zhou Yang, thank you, really, thank you so much. Zhou Yang smiled gently, Boss Song, you are too polite. I am glad I can help you. You've more than helped. You've saved our Wangshan garden. Old Wang also came over. His face no longer had the suspicion and dissatisfaction he had before. Instead, it was full of admiration and respect. Brother Zhou. No, Master Zhou. Your cooking skills are incredible. I, Old Wang, have been cooking for decades, but today I've really opened my eyes. Yes, Master Zhou, how did you come up with the idea of processing chopped peppers in that way? It's amazing. Shaoli also looked at Zhou Yang with admiration. Facing the flattery from everyone, Zhou Yang just smiled modestly, it's just a small improvement, it's nothing. Just then, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Zhang Yan walked down slowly with the help of her assistant Shaolin. Seeing the person coming, Song Qingwei quickly tidied up her appearance and walked quickly to greet him. Teacher Zhang, you. Zhang Yan waved her hand, with a look of deep curiosity in her eyes. Who made the chopped pepper fish head just now? As she finished her words, everyone in the kitchen turned their eyes to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang nodded calmly, I am not talented, I did it. Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiled appreciatively, well done, the chopped pepper fish head gave me a big surprise. Wang Xiangyuan is blessed to have a chef like you. After a pause, he continued, as for the places in the Golden Week food contest, I can give you one. But... At this point, Zhang Yan's eyes once again moved between Zhou Yang and Song Qingwei, but I have a condition. Song Qingwei's heart instantly lifted, Teacher Zhang, please speak. If Wang Shangyuan participates in the competition, the dishes must be prepared by this young chef, or at least he must participate in the guidance. Zhang Yan's tone left no room for doubt. She was very clear that the quality of Wang Xiangyuan's previous dishes was not enough to make a difference in the food competition. Only the amazing chopped pepper fish head just now gave her a glimmer of hope. And this hope obviously comes from the hidden young man in front of him. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, the kitchen door suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Yang, with surprise, expectation, and a subtle hint of complexity. Song Qingwei's heart was in her throat. Zhang Yan's condition was great news, but it also brought a new problem. Let Zhou Yang be the master or participate in directing the preparation of the participating dishes? Although Zhou Yang has just shown off his amazing cooking skills, he is not the restaurant's official chef after all, and it is still unknown whether he is willing to spend time and energy preparing for the food competition. Besides, she was too embarrassed to bother him again. Zhou Yang didn't expect Zhang Yan to put forward such a condition. He glanced at Song Qingwei, who was looking embarrassed, then looked at the chefs around him with different expressions, and started to think quickly in his mind. Helping Wang Shangyuan to participate in the food competition is not a bad thing for him. On the one hand, it can further enhance Song Qingwei's favorability. Secondly, if he can win a prize in the food competition, it will also enhance his own fame, and then he may be able to meet more goddesses who meet the requirements. However, this time Zhou Yang didn't want to be so proactive. So Zhou Yang smiled and said, thank you for your appreciating me. However, I am not a professional chef of Wang Shangyuan. I just come here to help out occasionally. This food competition is so important, I am afraid. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yan interrupted him. Young man, this is a rare opportunity. Although the food competition in Hushan City is not as good as those in first-tier cities, it is also a good platform. If you have real skills, why not take this opportunity to show your skills? Hearing this, Zhou Yang did not express his opinion, but looked at Song Qingwei and then slowly opened his mouth. Boss Song, I want to know what you think. Song Qingwei bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and a layer of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks. How should she answer Zhou Yang's gentle question? Just ask him for help? This is easy to say, but the human feelings involved cannot be explained in a few words. Besides, Zhou Yang had just helped a lot and saved Wangshan Garden from almost collapse. Now, he is asked to shoulder the responsibility of the food competition? This is not only an investment of time and energy, but also requires him to bear tremendous pressure. This favor is too great. But if he didn't speak up, Zhang Yan's conditions would be clear. Without Zhou Yang, the spot in the food competition would be just empty talk. If Wang Shangyuan misses this opportunity, it will be extremely difficult for it to make a comeback in the future. Seeing that Song Qingwei was silent and Zhou Yang was waiting for an answer, Zhang Yan was very smart and naturally saw the trick. A slight cough broke the brief stalemate. Boss Song, I have given you the opportunity. As for how you coordinate internally, that is your own business. I have other plans, so I won't stay any longer. As Zhang Yan said this, she was about to turn around and leave. Her assistant Xiao Lin quickly stepped forward. Teacher Zhang, about the registration for the food competition. Xiao Lin asked tentatively. Give me a clear answer before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If this young master is willing to represent Wang Shangyuan in the competition, I will send someone to deliver the registration form. If it doesn't work, then just pretend I haven't been here for this food tasting. Zhang Yan's tone was still somewhat strong, leaving Song Qingwei with little room for hesitation. After saying this, she left slowly with her assistant and entourage under the gaze of everyone. This. Song Qingwei looked at Zhang Yan's departing back and became more and more anxious. Time is running out. She turned around suddenly, and her eyes, which were usually gentle, were now full of earnestness and expectation. Mr. Zhou. This call was accompanied by an uncontrollable tremor and a hint of desperate determination. Take a deep breath, as if you have used up all your strength. I want you to help Wang Shangyuan. I know this request is presumptuous and excessive. You have already helped us so much. But this food competition is really too important for Wang Shangyuan. If you are willing to represent Wang Shangyuan in the competition, no matter what the conditions are, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. When Song Qingwei finished speaking, her voice was choked and her eyes became red again. Zhou Yang looked at her tearful expression and sighed slightly. This is exactly what I want. Chapter 54 about conditions. Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, stroking his chin gently with his fingers. Boss Song, you just said, no matter what the conditions are, as long as you can do it, you must agree to it? Song Qingwei's cheeks felt hot when he looked at her, and her heart skipped a beat. She naturally understood the implication of Zhou Yang's words, and also realized how likely it was that the words she said in a hurry could lead to people's imagination. But things have come to this point. For the sake of Wang Shangyuan and to give my daughter a better life in the future, I can no longer care about so much. Yes. As long as you are willing to help, Mr. Zhou, I, Song Qingwei, will do what I say. The smile on Zhou Yang's lips deepened. What a man who keeps his word. Since Boss Song has said so, wouldn't it be too inhumane if I refuse again? I helped you with this. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's emotions fluctuated greatly, grateful and tearful, favorability +5. Current favorability, 81 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Reward, 2.5 million yuan. A series of system prompts put Zhou Yang in a good mood. When Song Qingwei heard Zhou Yang's affirmative answer, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Thank you. Zhou Yang felt a little soft in his heart when he saw her like this. Boss Song, don't get excited yet. Since I promised, I will do my best. But... He changed the subject, and his face showed that half smile again. As for the conditions, I haven't thought about it yet. How about putting it on your account first? When Song Qingwei heard this, her pretty face turned red again and she nodded with a bit of embarrassment. All follow Mr. Zhou's orders. Lao Wang, Xiaoli and others nearby were relieved when they saw Zhou Yang finally agreed. Especially Lao Wang, he was completely convinced by Zhou Yang at this moment. Brother Zhou. Don't worry. Regarding the competition, we in the kitchen will all obey your orders. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Lao Wang patted his chest and promised. Yes, Brother Zhou, if there is anything you need us to do, just tell us. Shaoli also quickly expressed his opinion. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. With the help of all the masters, I feel more confident. After saying that, he looked at Song Qingwei and said, Boss Song, as for Zhang Yan, you should give her a clear answer as soon as possible, so as to avoid any more trouble. Yes. I'll call her right now. Song Qingwei nodded repeatedly and took out her cell phone, her fingers trembling with excitement. The call was connected quickly, and Song Qingwei informed Zhang Yan's assistant Xiao Lin that Zhou Yang agreed to represent Wang Shangyuan in the competition. Xiao Lin was obviously relieved and said that he would report to Zhang Yan immediately and send the registration form as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, the sadness on Song Qingwei's face disappeared, replaced by full of joy. She looked at Zhou Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. This man seemed to be sent by God to save her. He appeared again and again at her most critical moments and turned the tide. I have already contacted Teacher Zhang. Song Qingwei's voice was a little hoarse and sexy, and her eyes became particularly gentle when she looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang nodded gently. However, a food competition is no small matter. From the development of dishes to the preparation of ingredients, to the on-the-spot performance, every link cannot be sloppy. Although I have some cooking skills, I don't have much experience in this kind of large-scale competition, so I think everyone will have to work hard in the next period of time. It's not hard. It's not hard. We are very happy to learn from you, Master Zhou. Lao Wang said immediately. Song Qingwei also nodded solemnly. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, all the resources in the store are at your disposal. Just ask for anything you need. After she finished speaking, she paused, with a hint of cautious tentativeness in her tone. Then, about your compensation. Hearing this, Zhou Yang looked at her deeply, with a meaningful smile on his face. As for the reward, there's no rush. When our Wang Xiangyuan wins a prize in the food competition, it won't be too late for Boss Song to reward me. He deliberately emphasized the word reward, and the ambiguity in his eyes was self-evident. Song Qingwei's cheeks turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple, so beautiful and juicy. This guy is always so indecent. But she didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, she felt her heartbeat quickened. Seeing this, Zhou Yang laughed and stopped teasing her. Okay, it's getting late, I'm going to go home first. I'll go back and think about the initial ideas for the game, and we'll discuss it in detail tomorrow. I'll take you there. Song Qingwei said quickly. Yeah, okay. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. That's all. Song Qingwei, Lao Wang and others accompanied Zhou Yang to the gate of Wengxiang Garden. It was already dark, and the street lights outside the restaurant cast an orange halo of light. Zhou Yang smiled and waved to them, then walked towards a black car parked not far away. The car lay quietly in the darkness, its lines smooth and majestic, revealing an indescribable dignity. The moment Zhou Yang opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. My dear. Chef Lao Wang's small eyes suddenly widened into a round shape, and his mouth opened into an O shape, large enough to fit an egg. This isn't. The young chef Shaoli next to him was so excited that he stuttered while pointing at the car with a look of surprise on his face. Song Qingwei looked at the two of them making a fuss and felt a little puzzled. She really didn't know much about cars, but she thought Zhou Yang's car looked very impressive. It was longer, wider, and brighter black than ordinary cars. What's wrong with you guys? Song Qingwei couldn't help but ask curiously, her eyes once again turning to the black car that had been started and whose engine was emitting a low and pleasant roar. Shaoli took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement, but he still explained with a trembling voice. Madam Boss. Do you know what kind of car Brother Zhou drives? That's a Maybach. A Maybach S680 Pullman. This car won't be able to be taken down without a few $1 million. Lao Wang also nodded vigorously and added, and looking at this aura, it is definitely top-notch. Millions. These three words, like thunder, exploded in Song Qingwei's ears. Her pretty face froze unconsciously, and her eyes, which always held a gentle smile, were now filled with incredible shock. She knew that Zhou Yang's financial situation should not be bad. After all, how could someone who could easily rent a top-notch luxury house like Platinum Mansion be short of money? But she never expected that Zhou Yang was so rich. The cars they drive are all top-of-the-line luxury cars worth millions. This was far beyond her concept of being rich. For a moment, Song Qingwei felt that her heartbeat was speeding up uncontrollably. At this moment, the image of Zhou Yang in her mind seemed to have added a bit of elusive mystery. And the ambiguous word reward mentioned earlier seems to have a deeper meaning when I think back on it now. Chapter 55 Who is jealous? Soon, after the Maybach S680 drove smoothly into the underground parking lot of Platinum Mansion, Joe Young stepped into the elevator and went straight back to room 801, building A7. He pushed open the door and the light in the living room was soft and bright. Tao Layao, wearing pink silk pajamas, was hugging a plush pillow and curled up on the large sofa watching a soap opera. Hearing the door open, she immediately turned her head, with a hint of surprise on her pretty face, and stood up from the sofa. "You're back?" Her voice had a hint of laziness as if she had just woken up, and there was a hint of fatigue between her brows. It was obvious that she had been waiting for him for a while after get off work. "Yeah, I just got back." Joe Young walked over with a smile, casually put his coat on the armrest of the sofa, and then sat down next to her. "Why are you back so late?" Tao Layao put down the pillow and moved closer to him, with a look of undisguised concern in her eyes. "Something happened suddenly, so I went to Wangshan Garden and helped out a little," Zhou Yang said lightly, putting his arm around her soft waist. Hearing the three words Wang Xiangyuan, Tao Loyao's expression changed slightly. There was a barely perceptible glimpse of strange emotion in her beautiful eyes. "Oh, are you helping Boss Song again?" Her tone sounded a little casual, but Zhou Yang still keenly caught a hint of jealousy from it. "Why does your tone sound sour?" Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows, moved closer to her cheek, his nose almost touching her delicate skin, with a playful smirk on his face. "Are you jealous? Come, let me smell it and see if it's sour." "Hate." Tao Layao's cheeks turned red instantly, as juicy and beautiful as a ripe apple. She stretched out her pink fist and gently punched his strong chest, saying angrily, Who is jealous?" "I was just asking casually." That shy look made Zhou Yang's heart flutter. Okay, I'm not jealous. Zhou Yan laughed and held her soft body tightly in his arms, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from her. The beauty in his arms snuggled up to him gently, but Zhou Yang's mind had already drifted elsewhere. This food competition is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Not only can you get close to Song Qingwei legitimately, but you can also further improve her favorability, thereby gaining more life and monetary rewards. More importantly, if you can stand out and become famous in the food competition, you may be able to get in touch with more high-scoring targets that meet the system requirements. After all, if they want to completely get rid of the threat of terminal illness, it is far from enough for Song Qingwei and Tao Layao alone to do it. He needed more goals, more life, more money. And this food competition may create opportunities for him. The next morning, sunlight shone through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of Platinum Residences and onto the exquisite dining table in the restaurant. Zhou Yang used his god-level cooking skills to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Tao Layao. Seeing Tao Layao eating with a smile on her face and a satisfied look, Zhou Yang was also in a particularly good mood. "Let me take you to work today." After finishing breakfast, Zhou Yang wiped his mouth with a napkin and said with a smile to Tao Layao, who was about to go out. Tao Layao was slightly startled when she heard this, and a trace of confusion appeared on her beautiful face. "Why do you suddenly want to send me off today?" Although Zhou Yang would usually care about her, he rarely offered to take her to the store. Zhou Yang smiled mysteriously and took her soft little hand. "You will know later." After a while, the two of them went down to the underground parking lot of Platinum Mansion together. When Tao Layao saw the Maybach S680 Pullman quietly parked in the exclusive parking space, which was completely black and exuded a low-key luxury atmosphere, she was completely stunned. This is... Tao Layao was a little incoherent. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she could recognize the noble three-pointed star emblem on the front of the car, as well as the unique aura of Maybach. "This is definitely a luxury car worth a lot of money." Zhou Yan looked at her shocked yet cute expression, and the smile on his face became more gentle. He gently opened the car door, motioned Tao Layao to get in, and then he sat in the driver's seat himself. "Do you like it?" Zhou Yang started the engine, and the low and pleasant roar echoed in the parking lot. It took Tao Layao a long time to come back to her senses. Is this your car?" "Yes." Zhou Yang nodded, reached out and gently held the other's hand, and said in a gentle tone, "From now on, I will use this car to pick up my little princess to and from get off work every day." The warm palm gave her a reassuring warmth, and Tao Layao felt a warm current instantly surge through her body, and her eyes became slightly moist. This man always fulfills his words little by little with practical actions. To give her the best life possible. Detected that the target Tao Layao's emotions fluctuated violently, and she was overflowing with happiness. Favorability +5. Current favorability 105 points. Warm tips: there is no upper limit to the favorability of each target. 100 points is just an important milestone node that can trigger a mysterious lottery. Continue to improve the favorability, and you can still get life and money rewards, but the amount of rewards may be adjusted according to the stage of favorability. The system prompt sounding in his mind made Zhou Yang's mouth curl up slightly. It turns out that the favorability can continue to rise, which is a pleasant surprise. Tao Liao didn't know what Zhou Yang was thinking at the moment. She was just immersed in great happiness and touching. She took the initiative to move forward and gently gave Zhou Yang a fragrant kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Zhou Yang." Feeling the lingering fragrance on his cheeks, Zhou Yang smiled happily and said nothing more. Step on the accelerator. The Maybach drove out of the Platinum residence smoothly and merged into the morning rush hour traffic. Soon, the car stopped in front of the famous watch store on the pedestrian street. When Tao Luoyao got out of the car gracefully, she immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. "Wow, Maybach." The mean female manager who was standing at the door of the store and was about to scold other employees was stunned when she saw this scene, and then the expression on her face suddenly became wonderful. Especially seeing Zhou Yang coming down from the driver's seat. The wealthy young man who spent millions to buy a famous watch in the store not long ago. These two people are actually together? The mean female store manager's eyes almost popped out. Chapter 56: We must go all out. The female store manager almost instantly put on an extremely flattering smile and walked over quickly. "Oh, Mr. Zhou is here? Please come in. Please come in." Her voice was a little exaggeratedly enthusiastic, completely different from the harsh expression she had shown towards the other store clerks. Tao Luoyao felt pleased when she saw the female manager's 180-degree turn in her attitude. After entering the store, the female owner greeted us attentively. "Mr. Zhou, what other watch are you going to look at today? I just sent Lu Yao here to work. As for buying her another watch, I can buy her one when she is in a good mood," Zhou Yang said. "Oh, so that's the case. That's no problem," the female manager said quickly. How could she dare to be negligent now? The person in front of you is a wealthy man who can easily buy $1 million watch. And Tao Liao obviously has a special relationship with this old man. Thinking of all the difficulties and harshness she had shown to Tao Liao in the past, the female store manager felt a chill on her back and was filled with remorse. If she had known that Tao Liao had such a strong backer, she would have worshipped Tao Liao as her ancestor. "Lu Yao, go and do your work first. Call me if you have anything." Zhou Yang turned to Tao Luoyao and said softly, his eyes full of doting. "Yeah." Tao Luoyao nodded obediently, with a happy smile on her lips. She glanced at the female store manager, who immediately said tactfully, "Luoyao, there's nothing to do today, so you can take a rest and adjust your state first. There's no need to rush to receive guests." Tao Luoyao smiled slightly, did not point it out, turned around and walked towards her workstation. The other shop assistants around looked at this scene with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Who would have thought that Tao Luoyao, who usually had the worst performance and was always scolded by the store manager, would suddenly become the woman of the Maybach owner? This is simply the real-life version of Cinderella's counterattack. Zhou Yang strolled around the store casually again. The female store manager accompanied him carefully the whole time and tried her best to please him. However, Zhou Yang had no intention of buying anything else and soon said goodbye and left. The female store manager respectfully escorted Zhou Yang to the door. Only when the Maybach disappeared around the corner did she heave a long sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from her forehead. Back in the store, the female manager's attitude towards Tao Luoyao was completely different. She was caring and concerned about others, as if the mean girl before was just an illusion of everyone. Although Tao Luoyao was very happy, she did not become arrogant because of it and still maintained a calm attitude. She knew that all these changes originated from Zhou Yang, the man who wants to make her happy. Back in the Maybach, Zhou Yan was not in a hurry to start the car. Instead, think about the food competition. Although Song Qingwei has agreed to help, the specific implementation still needs careful planning. Song Qingwei's favorability is now 81 points. If she works harder, she might be able to break through the 100-point milestone. Just thinking about it, not only can I win the beauty, but I can also get the right to participate in the lottery. Most importantly, life expectancy will also increase. Zhou Yang was in a particularly good mood. Moreover, the food competition itself is also a good exposure platform. If you can use this opportunity to build your reputation, you may be able to attract more high-scoring targets that meet the system's requirements. It seems that we must go all out in this food competition. Zhou Yang made up his mind secretly. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Qingwei. Boss Song, I have some preliminary ideas about the dishes for the food competition. Are you in the store? I'll come over to discuss it with you in detail. Soon, Song Qingwei replied. Mr. Zhou, I'm in the store. After reading the message, Zhou Yang smiled slightly and put away his phone. The next step is how to bring the power of God-level cooking skills to its fullest in the food competition. Zhou Yang started the Maybach and drove smoothly out of Platinum Mansion and headed towards Wangshan Garden. He had already started thinking about the dishes for the competition. Not only does he need a modified version of the chopped pepper fish head, he also needs a few Hunan dishes that can hold the scene and be refreshing. The God-level cooking skills granted by the system not only allowed him to master the cooking techniques of countless cuisines, but more importantly, gave him an extraordinary understanding and innovative ability of ingredients, taste, and cooking concepts. What he has to do is not only to win the competition, but also to make Wang Xiangyuan and himself a sensation through this competition. Soon, the Maybach stopped at the gate of Wangshan Garden. Zhou Yang got out of the car and walked straight into the restaurant. It was not the peak mealtime, so there were not too many guests in the hall. Song Qingwei had obviously received his WeChat message and had been waiting at the door. She changed into an elegant light blue cheongsam today. The fitted cut perfectly outlined her exquisite figure, making her look less busy and capable than usual and more gentle and charming. When she saw Zhou Yang, Song Qingwei immediately showed a gentle smile on her face, and her watery eyes seemed to be filled with some anticipation. Mr. Zhou, you are here. Boss Song's outfit today is really eye-catching. Zhou Yang praised with a smile, his eyes lingering on her for a moment. Song Qingwei's pretty face turned slightly red when he looked at her, and she glared at him, looking very charming. Mr. Zhou, please stop making fun of me. Please come in and let's talk in the private room. The two walked side by side towards the tulip box on the second floor. On the way, Song Qingwei said softly, Old Wang and the others were so excited when they heard that you were coming over to discuss the dishes, and they also wanted to listen in. Zhou Yang nodded, of course no problem, let's brainstorm. When they entered the box, Chef Lao Wang and Xiaoli were already waiting there. When they saw Zhou Yang, they both looked very polite. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. Zhou Yang greeted them with a smile and motioned for them to sit down. Kiki is not here. I guess she went to school. After the waitress Xiaowan served the tea and left, Song Qingwei spoke first. Mr. Zhou, what do you think about the dishes for the food competition? There was anticipation in her tone. Zhou Yang picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then said slowly, the essence of Hunan cuisine lies in its spicy, fresh, tender, and rich local flavor. We want to keep these essences while making innovations and creating our own characteristics. Lao Wang and Xiaoli nodded repeatedly after hearing this. They knew that Zhou Yang was going to get to the point. I have initially conceived 3 main dishes, a soup, and a dessert, Zhou Yang said slowly. The first main dish is naturally our Wang Xiangyuan signature dish, which is also approved by teacher Zhang Yan, the improved version of chopped pepper fish head. For this dish, based on the original one, we can consider putting more effort into the plating and presentation to make it more visually impactful. Chapter 57. I was confused. Song Qingwei had no objection to this. This dish was Zhou Yang's masterpiece and their greatest reliance. For the second main course, Zhou Yang paused and glanced at everyone. I plan to make a misty Dongting dream Xiaoxiang. Dreaming of Xiaoxiang in the misty Dongting lake? Song Qingwei, Lao Wang, and Xiaoli were all stunned. Just hearing the name, they felt it was poetic. What kind of dish is this? Lao Wang couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. This dish uses wild turtles from Dongting Lake as the main ingredient, supplemented with bacon and wild mushrooms from Xianxi, as well as special spices. In terms of cooking techniques, I will use a combination of stewing, steaming, and smoking. After the dish is cooked, the soft-shelled turtle meat is soft, glutinous, and delicious, the bacon is salty and fragrant, and the mushrooms are fragrant and refreshing. The various flavors are intertwined and blended, leaving a long aftertaste. The most important thing is that when serving the dishes, we will use dry ice to create a smoky effect, just like the morning mist and rain over Dongting Lake, which is both a taste enjoyment and a visual feast. After hearing Zhou Yang's description, the 3 people in the box were stunned. Just by listening, they seemed to have smelled the complex fragrance and seen the dreamlike scene. Although using soft-shelled turtle as the main ingredient is also found in Hunan cuisine, it is not particularly outstanding. But Zhou Yang's approach and the creation of this artistic conception were something they had never heard of before. This is so creative. Song Qingwei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. Lao Wang also smacked his lips, his face full of admiration. Smoked soft-shelled turtle, with bacon and wild mushrooms, the taste is so overbearing just thinking about it. Zhou Yang continued, the third main course, I call it Reverie of the Fire Palace. Fire Palace? Song Qingwei frowned slightly, isn't it famous for its snacks? That's right. Zhou Yang nodded. The snacks at Huagongdian are an indispensable part of Hunan cuisine culture. My idea is to deconstruct and reshape the most representative snacks of Huagongdian, such as stinky tofu, sugar-coated glutinous rice cakes, and sister dumplings. For example, for stinky tofu, we can retain its core flavor but innovate in its form and taste to make it more refined and richer in layers. Sugar-coated baba can be made into small and exquisite desserts and paired with specially prepared sauces. This dish aims to show the judges and diners the charm of Hunan snacks, as well as our spirit of inheritance and innovation in traditional cuisine. This is another bold and novel idea. Bring snacks from the streets to the stage of a food competition. It also requires deconstruction and reshaping, which not only tests cooking skills but also imagination and cultural background. For the soup, I chose braised pigeon with bamboo fungus and scallops. This soup is fresh, mellow, and nourishing. The fragrance of bamboo fungus, the sweetness of scallops, and the tenderness of pigeon make the soup clear and rich in flavor. As for the dessert, I plan to make a Xiaoxiang 8 scenic spots glazed pastry. When Zhou Yang finished talking about the 5 dishes he had conceived, the box fell into silence. Song Qingwei, Lao Wang, and Xiaoli were all immersed in the gourmet blueprint drawn by Zhou Yang and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Every dish is full of ingenuity and craftsmanship. It pays tribute to tradition while also making bold innovations. It not only pursues the ultimate taste, but also creates visual and artistic conception. These are not just a few dishes, this is clearly a feast of Hunan cuisine culture. After a long time, Song Qingwei let out a long sigh and looked at Zhou Yang with eyes full of indescribable shock and admiration. Mr. Zhou, you are so amazing. She couldn't find more appropriate words to describe her feelings at the moment. Detected that target Song Qingwei is full of admiration, favorability +5. Current favorability, 86 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Reward, 2.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded again, and Zhou Yang was secretly happy. It seems that the shocking effect brought by this god-level cooking skills is extraordinary. Lao Wang was so excited that his face turned red. He slapped his thigh and said, Master Zhou, if you can really make these dishes, let alone the Hushan City food competition, even if you go to the provincial or national competition, it will definitely be top-notch. Xiaoli also nodded repeatedly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Yang had changed from previous respect to almost fanatical admiration. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, I have some ideas, but to present them perfectly, we all need to work together. Especially the choice of ingredients, everything has to be top-notch. There is no room for sloppiness in every detail of the cooking process. Song Qingwei nodded solemnly, Mr. Zhou, don't worry. From today on, everything in Wangshan Garden will be based on the food competition first. Whatever you need, we will fully cooperate. The appearance of Zhou Yang and the amazing food ideas he brought made her see hope for Wang Shangyuan's progress. Then, Mr. Zhou, what should we do next? Song Qingwei asked impatiently, her eyes full of enthusiasm. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and said, first, we need a detailed shopping list for ingredients. The dish of Misty Dongting Dreaming of Xiaoxiang requires extremely high-quality turtles, which must be wild and of sufficient age. We also need to find the most authentic sources for the bacon and wild mushrooms from Western Hunan. Although Huagongdian's fantasy is a snack, after being deconstructed and reshaped, the requirements for raw materials are even higher. For example, the brine for stinky tofu and the glutinous rice flour for sugar-coated glutinous rice cakes must be of high quality. For bamboo fungus, scallops and pigeon stew, the bamboo fungus should be thick and plump, and the pigeon should be freshly slaughtered on the same day. Listening to Zhou Yan listing off his requirements like a treasure trove, Lao Wang and Xiaoli were secretly shocked. Each of these items sounds extremely difficult. Brother Zhou, these ingredients may not be easy to find, Lao Wang said with some concern. Although Hushan City is a medium-sized city, it is indeed difficult to gather so many top-quality and even somewhat unconventional ingredients. Zhou Yang nodded, I know it's difficult, so we need everyone to work together to find a solution. At this moment, Song Qingwei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly expressed her opinion. Leave the ingredients to me. I will try to get the best. She now obeys Zhou Yang's every word, and will try her best to satisfy whatever Zhou Yang asks for. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, then I'll have to trouble Boss Song. Chapter 58 Ripples. After saying this, Zhou Yang paused, and then slowly said again. Secondly, it is the trial production of dishes. Starting tomorrow, we will set aside some time every afternoon to try out these dishes. For every dish, we have to try again and make adjustments until we reach perfection. This process may be very hard and boring, and I hope everyone can be mentally prepared. Master Zhou, don't worry. We are not afraid of hard work. Lao Wang immediately patted his chest and made the assurance. Xiaoli also nodded vigorously. It's worth it to learn real skills from you. Zhou Yang was very satisfied with their attitude. Okay, I feel relieved after hearing what you said. During the trial production process, I will demonstrate in person and write down the detailed recipe and production process of each dish to ensure that everyone can master it. I hope that our Xiang Yuan team can perfectly present the essence of these dishes in the food competition. Song Qingwei felt reassured as she looked at Zhou Yang's confident and strategic appearance. This man is not only an excellent cook, but also has extraordinary organizational and leadership skills. With him here, Wang Xiangyuan will surely make a splash in this food competition. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's trust has deepened. Favorability +3. Current favorability, 89 points. Gained lifespan, 9 hours. Reward, 1.5 million yuan. Another considerable income. Zhou Yang felt even happier. He looked at Song Qingwei with a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Boss Song, Zhang Yan should be sending the registration form for the food competition soon, right? Song Qingwei came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Yes, Assistant Xiaolin said that someone will be sent over this afternoon. That's good. Zhou Yang nodded. As soon as the registration form arrives, we will fill it out and hand it in immediately. In the coming period, Boss Song may have to take care of the daily operations of Wangshan Garden. In the kitchen, our main focus should be on preparing for the competition. Song Qingwei said softly, Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I will take care of the store's affairs and it will not affect your preparations for the competition. She paused, as if she remembered something, and a trace of concern appeared on her face. It's just. Mr. Zhou, isn't it too hard for you to come to the store every day to give instructions? Your own business. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, I just happen to be quite free recently, so there's nothing important to do. Besides, I am also very happy to be able to contribute to Wangshan Garden. He said this lightly, but when Song Qingwei heard it, she felt warm in her heart. This man is always so considerate and cares about her feelings. Song Qingwei looked at Zhou Yang with increasingly gentle eyes, and the affection hidden deep in her heart was quietly growing like buds after a spring rain. Soon, after discussing the dishes and the preliminary competition preparation plan, Zhou Yang stood up and said goodbye. Song Qingwei insisted on taking him downstairs. The two walked side by side on the stairs, and the atmosphere was even more subtle and intimate than before. Mr. Zhou, today, thank you so much. Song Qingwei said softly, her voice full of gratitude. Zhou Yang turned his head and looked at her beautiful face so close to him, as well as the exquisite curves under her cheongsam, and his heart moved slightly. Boss Song, do we still need to say these polite words to each other? Song Qingwei's heart skipped a beat when she was looked at by him. Her cheeks flushed again and she was a little afraid to look him in the eye. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Zhou Yang looked at her shy appearance and the smile on his face became even more intense. This mature and charming woman would occasionally act like a little girl in front of him. This contrast made him feel particularly charming. When he reached the restaurant entrance, Zhou Yang stopped, turned around and looked at Song Qingwei. Boss Song, let's go back. It's windy outside. Yeah. Song Qingwei nodded gently, but her eyes still stayed on him, with a hint of reluctance. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, then turned around and walked towards his Maybach. Song Qingwei stood at the door, watching the black luxury car slowly drive away. Only when it disappeared around the corner did she sigh softly and turn back to the store. Zhou Yang returned to the Maybach S680 but did not start the car and leave immediately. He leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, recalling Song Qingwei's touching look of gratitude and a bit of shyness, and a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. A favorability level of 89 points is a big step closer to the milestone of 100 points. For him, this food competition is more than just helping Wang Shangyuan. It is also a key step for him to conquer Song Qingwei and gain more life and rewards. System, check the current properties. Zhou Yang said silently in his mind. Host, Zhou Yang. Remaining life, 275 hours. System account balance, 22.825 million yuan. Targets captured, Tao Loyao favorability 105, milestone reward triggered, Song Qingwei favorability 89. Currently possessed skills, God-level cooking skills. Looking at the life expectancy column, Zhou Yang felt a greater sense of urgency. Although it is much more comfortable than before, it is still far from being able to rest easy. It seems that we must raise Song Qingwei's favorability to over 100 points as soon as possible. He started the car and the Maybach drove smoothly away from Wangshan Garden. Inside the car, Zhou Yang began to seriously think about the details of the next competition preparations. The procurement of ingredients, repeated trial production of dishes, team coordination, every link cannot be taken lightly. He not only wants to win, but also wants to win beautifully and impress everyone. Inside Wangshan Garden. After Song Qingwei saw Zhou Yang off, she stood at the door of the restaurant, watching the black luxury car disappear around the corner, without moving for a long time. Her heart seemed to be gently touched by something, causing ripples. The appearance of Zhou Yang was like a ray of light, illuminating her originally gloomy life. Not only did he help her solve the tutoring problem for her daughter Qiqi, he also stepped forward and turned the tide at the most critical moment of Wang Xiangyuan. Now, he is going to lead Wang Shangyuan to participate in the food competition. The mystery of this man, as well as the confidence and calmness that he revealed inadvertently, deeply attracted her. "Madam Boss, it's windy outside, please come in." The voice of the waitress Xiaowan brought Song Qingwei back from her thoughts. "Oh, okay." Song Qingwei came back to her senses, her pretty face blushed slightly, and she smiled embarrassedly. Back in the restaurant, Lao Wang and Xiaoli were gathered together, excitedly discussing the dishes that Zhou Yang had just proposed. "Yan Yu Dong Ting Meng Xiushan, wow, just hearing this name makes me feel domineering. And the idea of the fire palace, making snacks more interesting, is amazing." Seeing Song Qingwei coming in, Lao Wang immediately came forward and said, "Madam Boss, we have to find a way to get those ingredients that Master Zhou just mentioned." Song Qingwei nodded, her eyes firm. "Don't worry, Lao Wang, I will do my best to take care of the ingredients." She knew that this food competition was the best opportunity for Wang Shangyuan to turn things around, and it was also a stage for Zhou Yang to show his true strength. So, she must not fall behind. Chapter 59, her story must be exciting, right? In the afternoon, Zhang Yan's assistant Xiao Lin sent someone to deliver the registration form for the food competition. Song Qingwei held the thin registration form, but felt it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. She immediately called Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou, the registration form has been delivered." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Zhou Yang's crisp voice came from the other end of the phone. Not long after, Zhou Yang came to Wanshan Garden again. The two of them were in the box, carefully filling out the information on the registration form. In the column of contesting chef, Song Qingwei wrote down Zhou Yang without hesitation. After writing, she looked at the two words and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. From this moment on, her fate and Zhou Yang's became more closely linked. "Okay, Boss Song, it's our turn now." Zhou Yang handed the completed registration form to Song Qingwei with a confident smile on his face. Song Qingwei nodded heavily, her eyes full of trust. That's all. The kitchen of Wang Xiangyuan entered a tense and orderly state of preparation for the competition. Zhou Yang was busy until 9:30 in the evening, when he stretched and prepared to leave. After Zhou Yang said goodbye to Song Qingwei, he got into his Maybach S680 and took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Tao Liao. "Baby, what time do you get off work? Do you want me to pick you up?" Soon, Tao Liao replied, "I got off work early today and have returned home." Zhou Yang looked at the message, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, and he replied, "Okay, wait for me to come back." Put away the phone. With the accelerator pressed, the Maybach drove smoothly away from Wangshan Garden. Soothing music was playing in the car, and Zhou Yang was humming a little tune. He was in a particularly good mood because of the increase in Song Qingwei's favorability and the smooth progress of the food competition. However, when passing by a bar full of lights and wine, Zhou Yang glanced at it inadvertently, and his expression was stunned for a moment. At the door of the bar, a familiar figure was standing unsteadily on the side of the road. That beautiful face and cold temperament were still eye-catching even when she was drunk. Gu Man was obviously drunk at this moment. The coldness that usually kept people at a distance was somewhat melted by the alcohol, and she looked a little more charming. What made Zhou Yang frown even more was that several young men who were dressed in a shabby manner and looked not to be good people were surrounding Gu Man with a grin on their faces, saying something dirty, and their eyes were unscrupulously wandering over her exquisite curves. Their malicious intentions were obvious. Guman seemed to be a little impatient with their harassment. Her fair hands had quietly clenched into pink fists, and it seemed that she was ready to teach these ignorant guys a lesson at any time. Zhou Yang felt nervous when he saw this. Not good. He had witnessed Guman's skills with his own eyes. If these little hooligans pissed this girl off, she would probably have to be taken to the hospital tonight. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yang immediately pulled the car over to the side of the road, quickly opened the door and walked out. Hey guys, it's not a good idea to surround a lady this late, right? When those hooligans saw someone suddenly show up to interrupt their good deed, they immediately showed unhappy expressions on their faces. Kid, who are you? Stop meddling in other people's business. One of the yellow-haired guys said in an annoyed voice. She is my friend, I'm here to pick her up. Zhou Yang put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. However, when the gangsters looked past Zhou Yang and saw the Maybach behind him, the arrogance on their faces instantly disappeared. Can they easily provoke someone who can afford to drive such a luxury car worth millions? A few gangsters exchanged glances, and the displeasure on their faces quickly turned into fear and understanding. Oh, so that's it. We were just joking with this beautiful lady, we didn't mean anything else. The yellow-haired man's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. Since it's just a joke, can we end it now? Zhou Yang's tone remained calm, but his eyes were a little colder. Yes, we'll leave right away. The few hooligans looked as if they had been pardoned. They glanced at each other and turned away in shame. The trouble was solved, and Zhou Yang turned his attention to Guman beside him. At this moment, the alcohol was completely taking over her, and her phoenix eyes, which were usually as cold as ice, were now sparkling, blurry and hazy. Her pretty face was abnormally flushed, her feet felt a little weak, and her body was swaying. She was about to collapse and fall to the side. Zhou Yang was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took a step forward, stretched out his strong arms, and steadily held her soft body in his arms. A piece of warm and soft jade is in your hand, and the tip of your nose is filled with the faint smell of alcohol and the unique fragrance of a woman. This was the first time Zhou Yang had such close contact with this icy beauty. Guman's body was very soft. Through the thin clothes, Zhou Yang could even feel the delicacy and amazing elasticity of her skin. She is worthy of being a top-notch beauty with a system score of 85 points. Her figure and touch are simply heart-stirring. Guman seemed to have noticed something as well. She opened her eyes dazedly and glanced at Zhou Yang with a look of confusion in her eyes. Then she closed her eyes weakly and leaned into Zhou Yang's arms. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly in his heart, this girl was really drunk. He carefully straightened Guman, then half-hugged and half-embraced her and brought her to his car. After opening the car door, Zhou Yang took some effort to place the almost unconscious Guman in the passenger seat, and carefully fastened her seatbelt. After doing all this, Zhou Yang walked around to the driver's seat and got into the car. He turned to look at the drunken Guman beside him and asked, "Miss Gu, where do you live? I'll take you home." However, what responded to him was a vague mumbling. "Wine. I want to drink more." Guman closed his eyes, frowned slightly, and seemed to be mumbling in his sleep that he wanted to continue drinking. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly. To make such a strong-looking but proud woman drink like this, I guess she must have encountered some troubles. Zhou Yang guessed that it was nothing more than career setbacks, or emotional frustration. When thinking about emotions, Zhou Yang's mind involuntarily emerged the secrets in Guman's suitcase and the photo of her kissing another beautiful woman. This icy beauty is a real lesbian. If there is a problem in the relationship. Zhou Yang's mouth corners unconsciously raised into a strange smile. Then her love story must be very exciting, right? Chapter 60 Bring Back. Zhou Yang felt a headache for a moment as he looked at Guman, who was drunk and unconscious in the passenger seat. You can't just leave a drunk woman on the side of the road. Can you send her home? He had no idea where this ice beauty lived. Although this house in Platinum Mansion belongs to her, God knows whether she lives here or not, or which building or household in Platinum Mansion she lives in. Ms. Gu? Guman? Zhou Yang tried to pat her cheek gently, trying to wake her up a little. Guman just frowned in dissatisfaction and uttered a few vague mutters, but her body shrank deeper into his arms, as if she had found a comfortable support. The soft touch and the scent of alcohol and female body fragrance lingering on the tip of the nose. Zhou Yang's heart was slightly moved, but then he was replaced by helplessness. Forget it, I'll save him to the end and send him off to the west. He sighed and finally made a decision. Take her back to Platinum Mansion first and settle her down. It's better than letting a woman get drunk on the street or fall into the hands of bad people. Having made up his mind, the Maybach started smoothly and drove towards the Platinum Mansion. Along the way, Gu-man was very quiet. Only occasionally would he murmur in his sleep, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. Zhou Yang parked the car in the underground parking lot of Platinum Mansion, and then helped Gu-man out again. The journey from the parking lot to the elevator, and then from the elevator to the door of room 801, building A7, caused beads of sweat to form on Zhou Yang's forehead. It's not that Gu-man is too heavy, but it's really hard to support an adult who has almost completely lost consciousness and be careful not to hurt her. Standing at the door of his house, Zhou Yang took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Soon, Tao Liao's voice with a hint of doubt came from inside the door. "Who is it?" "It's me," Zhou Yang replied. The door opened and Tao Liao, wearing cute cartoon pajamas, appeared at the door. When she saw the situation outside the door clearly, the smile on her face froze instantly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. There was actually a woman supporting Zhou Yang. A woman with a hot body who looks drunk at the moment. Zhou Yang, this is. Go in first. Zhou Yang tried his best to make his tone sound calm and composed. Tao Liao looked at him blankly. Although she had countless questions in her mind, she still subconsciously helped to support him. After putting Gu-man on the sofa, Tao Liao realized that the woman who had been lowering her head was actually the landlord. This is Miss Gu? How could she drink so much? And was brought back by Zhou Yang? Yes, it's her. Zhou Yang nodded, stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I was passing by a bar and saw her drunk and being harassed by some hooligans, so I helped her out. She was so drunk that she passed out, and we couldn't get her address, so we brought her back. Zhou Yang explained what happened in a few words. After Tao Liao heard this, the doubts in her heart immediately dissipated a lot. It turns out that it was a hero saving a beauty. She walked to the sofa and looked at the drunken Gu-man. The usually cold and aloof aura she had on her was diluted by the alcohol, and she looked more fragile and charming instead. Then, what should we do now? Tao Liao asked at a loss. Let her sleep here for one night. Zhou Yang glanced around and said, have the guest rooms been cleaned up? Help her go to the guest room to rest. Yes, it has always been kept very clean. Tao Liao nodded quickly. So the two of them worked together, one supporting and the other lifting, which took quite a bit of effort. Then he put the drunk Gu-man into the bed in one of the guest rooms. Zhou Yang also carefully took off her high heels and pulled the quilt over her. Looking at Gu-man sleeping on the bed, Zhou Yang and Tao Liao both breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them tiptoed out of the guest room and closed the door. Back in the living room, the atmosphere became a little subtle for a moment. Tao Liao glanced at Zhou Yang, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Zhou Yang walked up to her, gently held her hand, and said softly, "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about random things?" Tao Liao shook her head and whispered, "No. I'm just a little surprised." Zhou Yang held her in his arms, resting his chin on her forehead. "It's getting late, and you've been tired all day, go to bed early." "Yeah." Tao Liao nodded obediently. Time flies. The next morning, a ray of sunlight passed through the gap in the guest room curtains and fell on Gu-man's long eyelashes. The hangover headache made her frown and she slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling and unfamiliar room layout. Gu-man supported his heavy head and sat up from the bed. The silk quilt slipped off, revealing her professional suit that was stained with wine in several places and had become wrinkled. Where is she? The memory of last night is like a fragmented movie clip, intermittent. She remembered that she drank a lot of wine in the bar, seemingly to forget what was bothering her. Then, it seemed that a few annoying men were harassing her. And then, there was a blank in Gu-man's memory. She lifted the quilt and stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, feeling a little dizzy. The room door was not locked. She gently turned the doorknob, stuck her head out, and looked outside carefully. A spacious and bright living room with luxurious and stylish decoration style. This place seems familiar. Isn't this the penthouse duplex she owns in Platinum Residences? How come she is here? Just when Gu-man was full of confusion, there was a slight noise coming from the direction of the kitchen. A slim figure in an apron was busy at the cooking table with her back to her. It's Tao Liao. Hearing footsteps, Tao Liao turned around and was startled to see Gu Man standing at the door of the guest room with a confused look on her face. Then a gentle and friendly smile appeared on her face. "Miss Gu, are you awake?" Tao Liao's voice was gentle, with a hint of early morning warmth. Gu Man looked at Tao Liao, her eyes still a little confused. "Why am I here?" "Zhou Yang sent you back last night." Tao Liao explained. "He said you were drunk and got into some trouble outside." "Zhou Yang?" Hearing this name, Gu Man's brows furrowed even more tightly. Those blurry fragments of last night seemed to become clear little by little. It seemed like she was rescued from those thugs by a man. Then, she seemed to lean on that man's arms? And he carried her into the car? Gu Man's face turned ugly instantly when she thought about how she had lost her composure in front of a man and that he might even have taken advantage of her. Especially since this man was Zhou Yang, the tenant whom she disliked. Where are the others? Gu Man's tone became a little colder. He went for a morning run. He should be back soon. Tao Liao noticed the unkindness in Gu Man's tone and answered cautiously. Just at this moment, there was the sound of a key unlocking the door. Zhou Yang, wearing a sports suit and with a light sweat on his forehead, walked in with full energy. Chapter 61. Don't spoil me. "Hey, Miss Gu is awake?" When Zhou Yang saw Gu Man in the living room, a half-joking smile appeared on his face. When Gu Man saw Zhou Yang, her face became even colder. "Were you the one who sent me back last night?" Zhou Yang shrugged when he heard this, looking like he didn't care much. "It's just a small favor. After all, you can't just watch a beautiful woman pass out drunk on the street, right?" Gu Man said coldly. "Oh, then should I thank you?" Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't it be possible? At this moment, he was also somewhat annoyed by the woman's attitude. "I had good intentions in helping her. But I didn't expect to receive this kind of attitude. Even if you are a lesbian, even if you hate men. But at least have some manners, right?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Tao Liao quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Ms. Gu, Zhou Yang also has good intentions. You drank too much last night, and he was worried about your safety." Gu Man glanced at Tao Liao, then at Zhou Yang, with complicated eyes. "Thank you." He took a deep breath and uttered two words stiffly to express his gratitude. Then, she glanced at her wrinkled clothes and frowned. "I'm going back first." After saying that, Gu Man turned and walked towards the door, not wanting to stay any longer. "Hey, Miss Gu, don't you want to have some breakfast before leaving?" Tao Liao shouted from behind. Without waiting for Gu Man's response, Zhou Yang sneered, "Forget it. Miss Gu was a person who doesn't care about worldly things. How could she possibly eat breakfast here?" However, just when he thought Gu Man would leave indifferently, something unexpected happened. Gu Man suddenly stopped, turned around and walked back to the dining table in the living room and sat down. "Okay, I'm a little hungry too." While saying this, his eyes were fixed on Zhou Yang. Gu Man's sudden action made Zhou Yang and Tao Liao slightly stunned. This woman really doesn't play by the rules. Tao Liao reacted quickly and immediately put a smile on her face, breaking the brief stalemate. "That's great, Miss Gu, please wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon." After saying that, she turned and went into the kitchen, leaving Zhou Yang and Gu Man staring at each other in the restaurant. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Zhou Yang pulled out the chair opposite Gu Man and sat down leisurely, with a smile on his lips. "I thought an icy beauty like Miss Gu didn't need to do mundane activities like eating." Gu Man snorted coldly, picked up the warm water that Tao Liao had just poured in front of him, and took a sip. "Mr. Zhou seems to have many misunderstandings about me." "Oh? I don't think so," Zhou Yang said with a shrug. Gu Man did not respond to his words, but turned her gaze to Tao Liao, who was busy in the kitchen. After a moment, she looked at Zhou Yang again. "Is Mr. Zhou so enthusiastic towards every woman?" Zhou Yang could hear the thorn in her words. So he spread his hands and said innocently, "I don't have any other advantages except that I am willing to help others." Gu Man frowned slightly, seeming a little uncomfortable with Zhou Yang's attitude. Soon, Tao Liao came out with two exquisite breakfasts: a bacon sandwich, a fried egg, and a small cup of hot milk. "Ms. Gu, I don't know if it suits your taste. These are the only simple ingredients we have at home." Tao Liao placed one of the ingredients in front of Gu Man. Gu Man glanced at the dinner plate, then at Tao Liao, and the coldness on her face seemed to melt a little. "Thank you," she said softly. This surprised Zhou Yang a little. This woman's attitude towards Tao Laya was obviously much better than towards himself. Is it because, like attracts like? Zhou Yang immediately felt a chill in his heart, and unconsciously thought of Guman's special orientation. That's all. Breakfast was carried out quietly in an extremely weird and awkward atmosphere. Tao Laya tried to find some light-hearted topics, but Guman either didn't respond or just responded with a simple amora, and the atmosphere was always a little stagnant. Zhou Yang ate his breakfast slowly, glancing at Guman from the corner of his eye from time to time. He found that although Guman had a cold expression, she ate very elegantly, taking small bites and chewing slowly. Even though she was still hungover, she still maintained good manners. There's something I'm curious about. Guman put down the fork in his hand, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and suddenly asked. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. What? Guman's eyes moved between Zhou Yang and Tao Laya, then she spoke slowly. I'm curious, what's so special about you that can make such an outstanding and beautiful girl follow you wholeheartedly? Tao Laya blushed slightly when she heard this, and quickly said, Ms. Gu, don't get me wrong, Zhou Yang treats me very well. Zhou Yang raised his hand, signaling Tao Laya not to be nervous. He looked at Guman with an unchanged smile. My strengths are many. But Miss Gu will probably never understand or experience it. This is a naked counterattack. Zhou Yang also figured it out. He knew that he couldn't just give in to a woman like this. You have to do the opposite. And to be honest, Zhou Yang didn't have much good feelings towards Guman at this time. Compare Tao Lao's cleverness and Song Qingwei's gentleness and intelligence. Apart from being pretty and having some skills, I really don't know why the system gave Guman such a high score. At the same time, hearing this, Guman seemed to be touched. She did not respond but stood up slowly. Thank you for the treat. These words were said to Tao Laya. Then, he turned to Zhou Yang, and his eyes returned to their original coldness and distance. Without saying anything more, he walked out of the living room and left without looking back. Tao Laya looked at Guman's departing back and said in confusion, Miss Gu, she seems so strange. Zhou Yang shrugged and was about to speak. Only the system prompt sound was heard. Detected that the target Guman's curiosity increased, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 10 points. Initial curiosity. Gained lifespan, 30 hours. Reward, 5 million yuan. After hearing the game system prompt, Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. Good job. This is the first time I have gained favorability from this iceberg, and it is 10 points. Really? You can't spoil this woman. Chapter 62, Divine Writing. Tao Laya walked up to him and looked at him with some concern. Zhou Yang, I feel like she seems to have a big problem with you. Zhou Yang smiled and scratched Tao Laya's nose. Silly girl, didn't you notice? You can't be too polite to a woman like this who is full of thorns. The more you go along with her, the more she'll push you over the edge. On the contrary, if I scold her a few times like I did just now, she will behave herself. Tao Laya nodded as if she understood, but there was still a bit of admiration in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Yang. In her opinion, Zhou Yang always has a way to deal with all kinds of people. Okay, I don't want to miss her anymore. Zhou Yang took Tao Laya into his arms and kissed her gently on the forehead. He is just an insignificant person, not worth our time. You don't have to go to work today, so just rest at home. I'm going to Wangshan Garden in the afternoon. Tao Laya said him obediently, stood on tiptoes and kissed Zhou Yang on the lips. Then don't be too tired. Zhou Yang felt warm in her heart and said with a smile, Don't worry, your husband is very capable. After comforting Tao Laya, Zhou Yang checked the system. Host, Zhou Yang. Remaining life, 285 hours. System account balance, 27.825 million renminbi. Targets captured, Tao Laya favorability 105, Song Qingwei favorability 89, Guman favorability 10. Currently possessed skills, God-level cooking skills. Seeing Guman's pitiful 10 points of favorability, Zhou Yang shook his head and temporarily put her out of his mind. The most important thing right now is Song Qingwei and the food competition. In the afternoon. After Zhou Yang changed his clothes and said goodbye to Tao Laya, he drove the Maybach S680 straight to Wangshan Garden. It was exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at Wangshan Garden. The restaurant was closed. Song Qingwei was wearing a simple and elegant modified cheongsam and checking the bill behind the bar. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw that it was Zhou Yang. A smile immediately appeared in her gentle eyes. Mr. Zhou, you are here. Today, Song Qingwei seems to be even more charming and beautiful than before. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. Boss Song looks good today. Song Qingwei's pretty face turned slightly red, and she glared at him. Mr. Zhou is making fun of me again. I have almost contacted the ingredients for the food competition. Especially the wild turtles from Dongting Lake and the aged bacon from Western Hunan that you mentioned. We have found top quality sources for them and they will be delivered this afternoon. Zhou Yang heard this and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Boss Song is very efficient. This is what I should do. Song Qingwei said softly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Then shall we start tasting the dishes today? Of course. Zhou Yang nodded. Let's start with Yanyu Dongting Drin Shouxiang. The two of them came to the kitchen together. Lao Wang and Xiaoli had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Zhou Yang, they both looked respectful and expectant. Master Zhou. Zhou Yang was not polite and said directly, Lao Wang, Xiaoli, today we are going to try to make Misty Dongting Drin Shouxiang. Are the turtle, bacon, and wild mushrooms ready? Everything is ready, Master Zhou. Lao Wang replied quickly. Zhou Yang walked to the cooking table, looked at the fresh wild turtle on the chopping board, as well as the high-quality Shangxi bacon and various wild mushrooms next to it, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's get started. Following Zhou Yang's order, the atmosphere in the kitchen instantly became tense and orderly. He first processed the soft-shelled turtle himself with a skillful and neat technique that made Lao Wang and Xiaoli secretly amazed. The turtle in his hands seemed to have a soul, and every part of it was precisely separated. Next comes the processing of bacon and wild mushrooms, which is also meticulous. While operating, Zhou Yang explained to Lao Wang and Xiaoli the key points and precautions of each step. The essence of this dish lies in the layers of umami flavor and the creation of artistic conception. The freshness of the soft-shelled turtle, the salty freshness of the bacon, and the freshness of the mushrooms should be perfectly blended together, not competing with each other as flavors, but complementing each other. He specially prepared a secret soup stock, put the processed turtle, bacon, mushrooms and other ingredients into a casserole, and simmered it over low heat. As time passed, a rich and complex aroma gradually spread from the casserole and filled the entire kitchen. The aroma is overbearing and tempting, with the mellowness of soft-shelled turtle, the smoked aroma of bacon, and the unique fragrance of mushrooms, which makes people intoxicated. Lao Wang and Xiaoli were watching intently from the side, already impressed by Zhou Yang's amazing cooking skills. Even Song Qingwei couldn't help but quietly walk closer, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement, and she was deeply attracted by Zhou Yang's focused and confident look. Just then, a small figure, like a happy little butterfly, ran in from outside. Mom! Uncle Zhou! It's Kiki who is back from school. As soon as the little girl entered the kitchen, she was attracted by the rich aroma and looked around curiously with her big, bright eyes. Uncle Zhou, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. When Zhou Yang saw Chi-Chi, his expression softened a little, and he waved with a smile. Chi-Chi, come here, uncle is cooking a great dish. Chi-Chi ran to Zhou Yang, stood on tiptoe to look into the casserole, and sniffed hard with her little nose. Song Qingwei felt a warm feeling in her heart as she watched her daughter and Zhou Yang being so close. She found that she liked seeing such scenes more and more. Zhou Yang chatted with Chi-Chi for a few words and then turned his attention back to the dishes. When the soft-shell turtle is stewed for just the right amount of time, he takes it out and puts it into a special steamer along with the other ingredients and steams it. The last step is smoking. Zhou Yang took out the tea leaves, orange peels and spices that had been prepared long ago, lit them, and used the elegant smoke produced to briefly smoke the steamed turtle. The moment the steamer was opened, a strange fragrance with a hint of smoke instantly filled the entire kitchen. The soft-shelled turtle, which has gone through 3 processes of stewing, steaming and smoking, has an attractive bright red color, crystal clear meat, and exudes an indescribable delicious aroma. It's done! A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Yang's face. Detected that the target Song Qingwei's admiration is getting stronger, favorability +3. Current favorability, 92 points. Gained lifespan, 9 hours. Reward, 1.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded again, and Zhou Yang was in a good mood. It seems that this dreaming of Xiaoxiang and the mist and rain at Dongting Lake is already half successful. Lao Wang and Xiaoli came even closer, almost putting their faces against the container containing the turtle, their eyes filled with obsession and shock. This fragrance is amazing. Lao Wang took a deep breath, his face full of intoxication, as if every pore was immersed in this ultimate fragrance. Master Zhou, this is simply the work of a god. Chapter 63 The sun rises from the west? Xiaoli was so excited that he was incoherent, and the look he gave Zhou Yang had changed from admiration to almost fanatical belief. Chi-Chi clapped her hands excitedly, looking at the dish with her big, bright eyes. Uncle Zhou! This dish looks so beautiful. Just like in a painting. Song Qingwei stood aside, looking at the dish in front of her that was the result of Zhou Yang's hard work, and then looked at Zhou Yang's confident face with a faint smile, feeling mixed emotions. Touched, admired, and an indescribable throbbing quietly spread in her heart. Zhou Yang looked at everyone's reactions and smiled slightly. This dish still needs one last step before it can be served. He motioned to Shaoli to get the prepared dry ice. Afterwards, Zhou Yang carefully placed dry ice in a special layer at the bottom of the container containing the soft-shelled turtle. In an instant, wisps of white smoke, as if alive, rose from the edge of the container and swirled around. The bright red and attractive turtle appears and disappears against the backdrop of the smoke, like a delicacy from a fairyland. A cooler and more mysterious scent spreads with the smoke, interweaving with the warm and fresh fragrance of the dish itself, forming a wonderful sensory experience. Wow! Chi-Chi was the first to exclaim, her little face full of disbelief. So beautiful. Like a fairyland. Lao Wang and Shaoli were also stunned. This is not just a dish, it's clearly a work of art. There was also a stunning light flashing in Song Qingwei's beautiful eyes. She stared at the misty dreams of Xiaoxiang and the misty Dongting Lake, as if she really saw the dawn and misty rain of Dongting Lake. Zhou Yang looked at the dreamlike scene before him and nodded with satisfaction. This is the real dreaming of Xiaoxiang and the mist and rain at Dongting Lake. We want to not only let our customers taste the ultimate deliciousness, but also let them feel the artistic conception and charm of Hunan and Chu culture. Old Wang came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Zhou Yang. Master Zhou, Old Wang, have really broadened my horizons today. I can never learn your skills and thoughts in my lifetime. Shaoli also nodded vigorously, looking at Zhou Yang with eyes full of awe. Song Qingwei walked up to Zhou Yang, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Zhou, this dish is perfect. Zhou Yang turned to look at her, and when he met her eyes full of tenderness and admiration, his heart moved slightly. Boss Song, would you like to try it? When Song Qingwei heard this, her pretty face turned red and she nodded embarrassedly. Good. Lao Wang and Shaoli also immediately showed curious expressions. Zhou Yang brought clean bowls and chopsticks, and first carefully picked up a small piece of the freshest and tenderest turtle skirt for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, try it first to see if the food Uncle Zhou cooks is delicious. Chi-Chi took it happily, scooped up the crystal clear edge with a small spoon, and put it into her mouth carefully. In just a moment, the little girl's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. So delicious. The meat is so soft and tasty. Chi-Chi praised vaguely, with a satisfied smile on her little face. Seeing her daughter's intoxicated look, Song Qingwei's heart melted completely. She looked at Zhou Yang, the tenderness in her eyes almost overflowing. Zhou Yang picked up some dishes for Song Qingwei, Lao Wang, and Shaoli respectively. Song Qingwei savored the soft-shelled turtle meat that melted in her mouth, feeling the layers of delicious and mellow flavor blooming on her tongue, and an unprecedented shock surged in her heart. This taste is 100 times more delicious than she imagined. The salty and fragrant taste of bacon, the sweetness of mushrooms, the mellowness of soft-shelled turtle, as well as the faint scent of fireworks and the complex aroma of various spices are perfectly blended together. It creates an ultimate experience that is difficult to describe in words. After detecting that the target Song Qingwei tasted the dishes, she felt extremely happy and admired him, and her favorability increased by 3. Current favorability, 95 points. Gained lifespan, 9 hours. Reward, 1.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounded again, and Zhou Yang's smile deepened. After tasting the food, Lao Wang and Shaoli were so excited that they were speechless and just kept giving Zhou Yang thumbs up. Master Zhou, this dish. I guarantee it will definitely win first place in the food competition. Lao Wang said excitedly. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. It's too early to say that now. This is just the first dish, we still have 4 dishes to try out. In the next few days, everyone will have to continue to work hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. Lao Wang and Shaoli said in unison, full of energy. It is a great honor for them to follow Zhou Yang to make such dishes. Song Qingwei looked at Zhou Yang with a firm gaze. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, everyone in Wangshan Garden will fully cooperate with you. The success of the food tasting brought the atmosphere in Wang Xianyuan's kitchen to a climax. Before you know it, time has passed quickly. Zhou Yang also taught Chi-Chi how to do her homework, and waited for the girl to finish her homework. Look at the time, it's already quite late. Zhou Yang stood up and said goodbye. Song Qingwei and Chi-Chi sent him downstairs together. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much today. I've kept you busy until so late. Song Qingwei's tone was full of gratitude. Boss Song, you're too polite. It's just a small favor. Zhou Yang said with a smile, Chi-Chi is very smart. She understood it immediately. Chi-Chi held Zhou Yang's hand, reluctant to leave. Uncle Zhou, will you come tomorrow? Of course, Uncle promised Chi-Chi. After saying goodbye to the mother and daughter, Zhou Yang walked towards his Maybach. Sitting in the car, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Today was a fruitful day. Song Qingwei's favorability has reached 95 points, one step closer to the milestone of 100 points. Just as he started the car and was about to leave, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang. Zhou Yang picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but he recognized it as Gu Man's phone number that he had saved before. Why would she call herself? Zhou Yang was a little curious and answered the phone casually. Hello? Gu Man's slightly lazy and drunken voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhou Yang? It's me, Miss Gu, is there anything wrong? Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, speaking calmly. Ha! Gu Man chuckled, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in her voice. Do you want to come out for a drink? These words confused Zhou Yang. What's going on? This arrogant lesbian actually took the initiative to ask him out for a drink? The sun really rises from the west. Chapter 64 Emotional Release. Zhou Yang held the phone and raised his eyebrows unconsciously. What is this iceberg beauty up to? One moment she was speaking coldly to him, and the next moment she took the initiative to ask him out for a drink? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Ms. Gu, are you sure you didn't dial the wrong number? Zhou Yang's tone was a little uncertain. Gu Man on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Her voice was still cold, but it seemed less sharp and distant. Stop talking nonsense, are you coming? Now the tone is just right. So Zhou Yang didn't ask any more questions and just asked directly. Place? He wanted to see what the beautiful Gu was up to. Moreover, the system just prompted 10 points of favorability, which is a significant progress. Maybe this is also an opportunity. I'm at the night bar. Do you know the place? Gu Man gave an address. The night is getting dark? Zhou Yang searched in his mind and found one of the famous bars in Hushan City. The consumption was not low and the environment was relatively elegant, which was in line with Gu Man's taste. Okay, I'll be there right away. Zhou Yang agreed straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang started the Maybach. The car drove out of the alley of Wangshan Garden and merged into the traffic in the night. Zhou Yang's mind became active. Gu Man's sudden invitation is definitely not simple. Is it because he saved the beauty last night that she developed a crush on him? Or was it because I said a few words to her this morning and she found it interesting? Or is it that he can't let go of his emotional problems and wants to find someone to vent to? Zhou Yang prefers the latter. After all, a proud woman like Gu Man would not easily speak to a man she didn't like before unless it was absolutely necessary. Besides, she is a lesbian. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang's lips curled up into a playful smile. If it's really an emotional issue, then it would be interesting. He wanted to see what this ice beauty would be like in the world of love. Drive the car back to the community first. Then Zhou Yang took a taxi and came to the bar. The lights in the bar were dim and ambiguous, and soft jazz music flowed in the air. Zhou Yang glanced around and soon saw the familiar figure in the corner of the bar. Gu Man sat alone on a high stool with a colorful cocktail in front of her. She was still wearing the same smart business suit today, but perhaps because of the environment and the alcohol, her usual sharp aura was much more restrained, and instead revealed a bit of laziness and confusion. She didn't seem to notice Zhou Yang's arrival. She just shook the wine glass in her hand, looking at the swaying liquid in the glass with a blank look. Zhou Yang walked over to her, pulled out the high stool next to her and sat down. Miss Gu, aren't you lonely drinking alone? Hearing the voice, Gu Man slowly turned her head. Her cold phoenix eyes looked particularly deep under the dim light. She looked Zhou Yang up and down, with a smile on her face. You're here. Miss Gu personally invited me, how could I not come? Zhou Yang smiled and snapped his fingers at the bartender, a glass of whiskey, on the rocks. The bartender brought the drinks quickly. Zhou Yang picked up the wine glass and gently clinked it with the glass in front of Gu Man. Tell me, What do you want from me? He came straight to the point and didn't want to beat around the bush with her. Guman took a sip of the cocktail in the glass, and her bright red lips looked particularly attractive under the light. She did not answer Zhou Yang's question immediately, but asked back, "Are you so sure that I must have something to ask you?" "What else?" Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Miss Gu suddenly discovered the unknown charm in me and wanted to develop a relationship with me that goes beyond friendship? There was obvious sarcasm in his words. After hearing this, Guman was not angry, but chuckled. The laughter was crisp and pleasant, like ice beads falling on a jade plate, which was very different from her usual cold image. This smile made Zhou Yang slightly dazed. I have to admit that this woman is really beautiful when she smiles. Zhou Yang, you are quite annoying sometimes. Guman put down her wine glass and looked at him with complicated eyes. But sometimes, it seems, not so annoying. Zhou Yang's heart moved when he heard this. There is something else behind this statement. So, Miss Gu asked me out tonight to tell me that your opinion of me has changed? Guman did not answer directly, but picked up the wine glass and took another sip. The alcohol seemed to relax her usually tense nerves a lot. I just want to find someone to talk to. Her voice lowered a few notes, with a hint of melancholy. Zhou Yang looked at her and became more certain of his guess. This woman really had some emotional problems. Oh? Zhou Yang pretended to be surprised. It seems that the matter is not small if it makes Miss Gu want to talk to someone. Tell me about it, maybe I can help you with some advice. Guman raised her eyes and looked at him deeply. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and a hint of inexplicable emotion. The music in the bar changed to a more soothing blues. The lights flickered and the atmosphere became more ambiguous. Guman was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words, or as if he was making some kind of decision. Finally, she spoke slowly. I am heartbroken. Zhou Yang's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and the expression on his face changed from initial amusement to a hint of just the right amount of surprise. It's definitely an Oscar-worthy performance. Oh? It seems that the man is not an ordinary person, as he can make a woman like Miss Gu fall in love with him. Hearing this, Guman curled the corners of his lips in self-mockery, raised his head and drank the remaining cocktail in the glass. The strong liquor went down her throat, making her pretty face, which was already flushed, even more intoxicating. Guman's voice was a little hoarse, and her eyes became blurry, as if she was lost in some memories. She's fine. It's just that, we're not suitable. These few simple words reveal an unspeakable sense of loss and helplessness. Zhou Yang listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that at this moment, perhaps all Guman needed was a listener. The bartender promptly poured another glass of wine for Guman. She picked up the wine glass, but did not drink it immediately. She just gently stroked the wall of the glass with her slender fingers. We've been together for 3 years. From graduating from college, to starting a business together, to now. Zhou Yang understood after hearing this. It seems that this is a relationship that has gone through ups and downs together. No wonder the breakup made her so upset. Did your sexual orientation change just after you graduated from college? It sounds like a very important relationship. Zhou Yang's voice became a little gentler, less playful than usual. Guman did not deny it, but just nodded slightly. It's so important, I thought we would keep going. There was a hint of fragility in her voice that was hard to conceal. This formed a sharp contrast with her usual aloof and unapproachable appearance. Zhou Yang looked at her and suddenly felt that this woman was not as indestructible as she appeared. Then why did you break up? Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask. He knew that this question might be a little presumptuous, but since Guman chose to confide in him, she must be prepared to be questioned. Guman was silent for a moment, with a trace of pain in his eyes. Because she fell in love with someone else. Chapter 65, You don't treat me as a human being at all. This answer surprised Zhou Yang a little. He originally thought that it was due to personality incompatibility or family pressure. Unexpectedly, he fell in love with someone else. A man. Guman added, with a tone that contained a hint of sarcasm, a hint of reluctance, and a hint of relief. Zhou Yang was completely stunned. She, a lesbian, was dumped by her girlfriend for a man? Why is this plot a bit convoluted? For a moment, Zhou Yang didn't know what to say. Comfort her? What does it mean when people say there is always a better choice? Neither seems quite suitable. Guman seemed to have noticed Zhou Yang's surprise. She laughed at herself and said, "It's funny, isn't it? I never thought I would lose to a man." Zhou Yang looked at the sad expression on her face and felt complicated. It's neither sympathy nor gloating. But there is no resonance. I don't even know how to comfort her. There is no winning or losing in emotional matters. There is only love and not love, suitable and unsuitable. After holding it in for a long time, Zhou Yang finally uttered these two sentences. Guman raised her eyes and looked at Zhou Yang, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that this man who seemed a bit cynical on weekdays would actually say such a thing. Zhou Yang saw that the effect was good. So he continued along the lines of what he just said. She chose someone else, that's her decision. Perhaps this is painful for you. But that doesn't mean you're bad. It can only mean that your fate has come to an end. Guman listened quietly without rebutting. The lights in the bar cast bright and dark shadows on her delicate profile, making it difficult to see her true emotions at the moment. Zhou Yang picked up his whiskey and took a sip. So, Ms. Gu, is it worth getting yourself drunk for a relationship that has ended? Guman frowned slightly when he heard this. I wasn't drunk. She spoke stubbornly, but her slightly shaking body betrayed her. Zhou Yang smiled but didn't point it out. Well, even if you're not drunk. So what are you going to do next? Are you ready to continue to immerse yourself in the pain of a broken heart and be unable to extricate yourself? Or should I dry my tears and start a new life? Guman looked at Zhou Yang with complicated eyes. This man always seemed to be able to see through her disguise easily. I have no idea. She shook her head in confusion. This was the first time she felt so confused about the future. Zhou Yang felt a slight movement in his heart as he looked at her rare fragile appearance. He suddenly felt that perhaps this was an opportunity. A chance to really get inside this woman's heart. If Miss Gu doesn't mind, I can give you a suggestion. Zhou Yang put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and looked at her with burning eyes. Guman raised an eyebrow and motioned for him to continue. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. A meaningful smile appeared on Zhou Yang's lips. Since a relationship is over, just let it go cleanly. Then, go find the next relationship that is more suitable for you. Maybe a better scenery is waiting for you ahead? Guman looked at Zhou Yang's eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. Detected target Guman's emotional fluctuations, a little dependence and curiosity towards the host, favorability +5. Current favorability, 15 points. Gained lifespan, 15 hours. Reward, 2.5 million yuan. The system prompt sounding in his mind made Zhou Yang happy. Sure enough, conquering the heart is the best approach. This icy beauty is not really unsympathetic. Guman was silent for a long time before she spoke slowly. That's easy to say. When it comes to feelings, you can't just let them go. Zhou Yang smiled and said, so, it takes time and also, a little help from outside forces. He looked at Guman meaningfully. Guman naturally understood the meaning of his words. She picked up the glass and drank the wine in it. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, clearing up her confused thoughts a little. Zhou Yang. She suddenly spoke and called his name. Have you known for a long time that I like women? When Zhou Yang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Only then did I realize that when Guman said that her love was taken away by a man, I seemed to have forgotten to pretend to be surprised. This icy beauty has sharp observation skills. Zhou Yang's eyes rolled, and he immediately added an exaggerated expression of surprise, and his voice also rose a few notches. No. Is your boyfriend in love with a man? Zhou Yang tried to get away with it. However, is Guman someone who can be fooled so easily? She looked at Zhou Yang's slightly exaggerated acting skills, and instead of feeling relieved, her expression instantly became gloomy. Have you ever opened my silver suitcase? Cough. Zhou Yang coughed dryly, his eyes looking a little vague. Miss Gu, are you drunk? What suitcase? Guman snorted coldly, and her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think I'm a fool? I have to say. This woman's aura at this moment is indeed strong and oppressive. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Zhou Yang's forehead. He knew that there was no point in quibbling any further. Okay, I admit it. I saw it by accident. I was just trying to help you clean up, so. Guman listened to his explanation quietly, with no expression on her face showing whether she was happy or angry. But that look is still as sharp as a knife. Just when Jo Young thought she was going to lose her temper, he saw her suddenly sigh softly. That sigh carried a hint of helplessness, a hint of relief, and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Never mind. Gu-man waved her hand, picked up the wine that the bartender had just refilled for her, and took a sip. Anyway, I don't care what you think of me. Her tone was very soft, as if her shameful secret had been seen by kittens and puppies. It doesn't matter at all. Jo Young was holding up his whiskey, trying to calm himself down. Hearing this, he almost spit out the wine he had just taken. Puff, cough, cough, cough. He was choked and coughed continuously, and his face turned red. Good job. You don't treat me as a human being at all. Chapter 66, Slippery Tongue. After coughing twice, Jo Young picked up the whiskey and took a sip slowly, then forced himself to change the subject. But then again, I understand your situation. In the final analysis, it's because she didn't know how to cherish you. Gu-man was slightly stunned and looked up at Jo Young. There was no deliberate comfort in his tone, but it made her feel a little unexpectedly warm. This feeling is very strange. Sometimes, I think you're a weird person. Gu-man whispered, with a tentative tone in her voice, you look careless, but in fact, it seems that you are quite good at reading people's minds. When Jo Young heard this, he raised his eyebrows and revealed an expression that said, finally you discovered me. Of course. I'm an emotional expert who specializes in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases, especially emotional trauma. Gu-man was amused by his serious expression, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She picked up the wineglass, shook it gently, her eyes fell on the liquid in the glass, and said leisurely, then tell me, what should I do in this situation? Seeing that she seemed to be asking him seriously, Jo Young stopped joking and his expression became a little more serious. He put down his glass, crossed his hands on the bar, and looked directly at Gu-man. It's simple, get out. Or rather, walk out. The more you immerse yourself in the past, the harder it will be to extricate yourself. It sounds easy, but it's hard to do. Gu-man said in a low voice, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. That's because you haven't found the right way yet. Jo Young said firmly, for example, try to get in touch with some new environments, meet some new friends, or even try a new relationship. With Miss Gu's conditions, isn't it a matter of minutes to start over? Hearing this, Gu-man shook his head slightly. You overestimate me. No, I didn't overestimate you. Jo Young smiled and shook his finger. In fact, I think what you need now is just an opportunity. Opportunity? Gu-man looked up at him. What opportunity? Jo Young raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. For example, someone who is willing to accompany you out of the haze. Gu-man was slightly startled, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. She didn't respond immediately, but looked down at her wineglass, as if thinking about something. Seeing this, Jo Young did not continue to press the issue. He knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed and he needed to give her enough time to digest it. The music in the bar changed to a cheerful Latin song, and the atmosphere became more lively. Jo Young looked at Gu-man's lowered brows and suddenly wanted to break the subtle silence. Miss Gu, would you like to dance? Gu-man raised her head, obviously a little surprised by his suggestion. Dancing? Yeah, since we're in the bar, we have to do something that fits the atmosphere. Jo Young stood up and extended his hand to her with a cynical smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm not a very good dancer, I won't embarrass you. Gu-man looked at the hand he extended, hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly extended her hand and placed it in his palm. Okay, just think of it as a change of mood. The two walked to the center of the dance floor and began to dance slowly to the cheerful rhythm of the music. Although Jo Young's dance steps are not professional, they are surprisingly easy and natural. Gu-man seemed a little reserved, but as the music progressed, she gradually relaxed and the expression on her face became softer. Seeing this, Jo Young couldn't help but teased, Ms. Gu, this is the first time I see you look like this. It seems that my advice is still useful. Gu-man rolled her eyes at him but did not refute, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Detected that the target Gu-man's trust in the host has increased, favorability +5. Current favorability, 15 points. Gained lifespan, 20 hours. Reward, 2.5 million yuan. Maybe you're right. Gu-man said softly, some things really need to be let go. Upon hearing this, Jo Young showed a smug smile on his face. That's natural. There is no knot that cannot be untied when I, Jo, take action. He gently let go of the hand that was holding Guman's waist, and the two stood side by side on the edge of the dance floor. The music gradually slowed down. Guman took a deep breath, and his eyes became less cold and more sincere. "Thank you." Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, Miss Gu, has she changed her personality? You actually said thank you to me?" Guman was amused by him and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I just think that what you said tonight makes some sense. And you dance, well." When Zhou Yang heard this, he was immediately happy. "More than okay. He's simply the prince of the dance floor, okay?" After saying that, he shook his hair exaggeratedly. Guman looked at his frivolous look and shook her head helplessly, but the smile in her eyes deepened. Detected that the target Guman was in a good mood, and his vigilance towards the host was reduced, favorability +3. Current favorability, 23 points. Gained lifespan, 9 hours. Reward, 1.5 million yuan. Zhou Yang was secretly delighted. It seemed that this trick of laughing, scolding, and joking was very effective against the icy beauty. Soon after a song ended, Zhou Yang suggested, "Let's go. I'm thirsty after talking so much. Go back and have 2 more drinks?" Guman nodded upon hearing this. "Good." The two returned to the bar. The bartender refilled their drinks. Guman picked up the wine glass, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Zhou Yang, what kind of person are you?" She couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Zhou Yang smiled mysteriously. I'm a nice guy who's dedicated to making beautiful women happy." Guman obviously didn't believe his words. "Seriously?" Seeing her serious expression, Zhou Yang restrained his joking a bit. "I am just an ordinary person. It just happens that I have a little more special experience than others," he said ambiguously. Guman frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. But she also knew that no matter how much she asked, she would not be able to get the answer to the questions Zhou Yang did not want to talk about. "So why are you staying here with me tonight?" This is what she wants to know most. Zhou Yang put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and looked directly into her eyes. "If I say I want to make you happy, would you believe me?" Guman's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She subconsciously avoided Zhou Yang's gaze, picked up the wineglass and took a sip to cover up her gaffe. Smooth talk.